reborn in Brazil as a financial tycoon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Japanese mob. Far away at the natal naval base, Fang Lang was holding a phone and looking at the 10 C-46 transport planes parked neatly outside the window. The ground crew was changing the US military logo on the fuselage to the Brazilian Navy logo. Don't worry, I will definitely arrive in time. Remember to invite me to experience the enthusiasm of Rio girls when I arrive in Rio. After saying that, he smiled and hung up the phone and started to radio. Hello. Please connect me to General Dutra. I'm Fang Lang, the commander of the First Fleet of the Navy. Okay, please wait. Fang, this is Dutra. General, Fang Lang leads 500 Marines to report to you. Fang Lang's words obviously surprised Dutra, because the last time he talked to Fang Lang, although they became the same camp, however, he did not express his willingness to lead troops to directly support. Of course, General Dutra must be very satisfied with Fang Lang's statement. After pondering for a while, General Dutra asked, "Where are you?" General Dutra's words made Fang Lang's mouth curl up, and he thought it was done. Within 4 hours, my people can reach and control Rio Airport and ensure that no plane will take off from Rio Airport. Fang Lang's power level directly exceeded General Dutra's expectations. What else can be said? He stood up and stood in front of the map. After looking at it for a while, he said, "At 8 o'clock tonight, your people will be responsible for occupying the airport and controlling the Rio voice radio station." I didn't expect there would be 2 tasks. It seems that General Dutra does not have enough manpower. But Fang Lang didn't care. With the combat effectiveness of his men, it would be easy to control a radio station after controlling the airport and entering the city. Understood, sir. At 7:30 p.m. on October 29th, outside the presidential palace in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, the police were confronting Japanese people. Rio de Janeiro Police Chief Lechner, who weighed more than 250 kilograms, was sweating profusely while answering the phone in a sentry box in front of the presidential palace. From his panicked expression and the big beads of sweat on his face, it can be seen that the seriousness of the matter on the phone at this time. After hanging up the phone, he seemed to have gone insane, as if he had completely forgotten the tense situation outside the presidential palace, and shouted directly to his men outside, "Everyone, load your bullets, build fortifications on the spot. Protect the presidential palace. The rebels are entering the city." The police guarding outside had been confronting the Japanese with weapons outside for almost a whole day. Both the police and the Japanese were highly nervous for a whole day. The police who heard the order moved without hesitation, and the bolts of the guns were pulled. The sound of the bullets being loaded was like a fuse being lit. The Japanese expatriate who came from Sao Paulo to protect the presidential palace, Takeshi Higashihiko, was a worker in a mint factory and a senior member of the Chendeo League winners group. Although he was only 20 years old and had no military experience, Brazil's policy of not banning guns also gave him good marksmanship. Every time he went out hunting during his break, he could always enjoy a hearty barbecue on the weekend. As an avid believer of Cheyenne Huang, he was ecstatic when he heard that President Vargas was about to surrender to Japan. Once Brazil surrendered to Japan, he was not going to continue working in the factory. Instead, he went directly to the suburbs to occupy a farm of his own and let those Brazilians work for him. So he had to ensure that President Vargas could surrender to Cheyenne Huang smoothly and must not let the Brazilian army stop him. Therefore, he did not believe that anyone other than the Japanese would protect President Vargas as sincerely as they did. He had been standing in the crowd with his gun aimed. When he saw the police on the opposite side pull the bolt, he felt the danger. He pulled the trigger of his shotgun without hesitation. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "The police are going to take action. Kill them and protect Vargas." Then he fired the second shot. The Japanese around him also saw the actions of the police on the opposite side and pulled the trigger in their hands. The police were caught off guard, but after all, they had undergone certain training. The uninjured personnel immediately began to look for cover to fight back. In just a moment, both sides fired hundreds of bullets. Takehito's companions kept falling down, which scared him. During the weekend hunting activities, the prey would not shoot bullets at him. At this time, Takehito's heart began to tremble, and he wanted to lie on the ground to avoid the attack of bullets. He was also afraid that his companions would treat him as a coward. He wanted to retreat, but the dense crowd behind him made it impossible to retreat. He could only bite the bullet and continue shooting. Soon, a bullet hit his thigh, causing his body to tilt and almost fall. The pain from his leg made him scream ah. However, in this chaotic environment, the pain from his leg actually aroused his ferocity. He squatted down and stepped back, continuing to fire regardless of anything. Soon, another stray bullet hit his right eye and drilled out from the back of his head. He felt that his eyes were black, and he knew nothing. At this time, the police chief Lechner realized that he had made a fatal mistake. Just when he wanted to come forward to explain a few words, he was directly scared to the ground by the flying stray bullets. He could not find the usual arrogant and domineering attitude of the police chief, and he tried to find cover with his hands and feet. As a result, he was too fat and got stuck between two obstacles, unable to move forward or backward. He kept muttering, "It's over, I'm dead, I made a big mistake." Unfortunately, some mistakes cannot be undone once they are made. He knew that he could not call for a ceasefire at this time. As long as he dared to give such an order, his police force would suffer a large number of casualties. The only way was to first eliminate all the Japanese who surrounded the presidential palace, and then organize defense against the upcoming rebels. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and shouted loudly, "Kill all these Japanese rioters first, machine gun fire, kill them, quickly." Originally, the police were only responsible for defending the outer defense line, and the real guard force of the presidential palace was a guard battalion. It is not known whether the guard battalion received intelligence about the rebel attack and came to help defend, or was attracted by the gunfire outside. Soon they came to join the police team and began to suppress the Japanese rioters outside. But the number of Japanese rioters was too large, more than 40,000 people, and all of them were armed. The police and the soldiers of the guard battalion were less than 1,000 people. Facing the mob that surrounded the presidential palace, they were like a small boat in a storm, in danger of capsizing at any time. Fortunately, the firearms in the hands of the mobs were single-shot firearms, and after the machine guns in the hands of the military and police began to fire, a large number of Japanese mobs that had already rushed into the isolation zone finally fell. Unfortunately, these Japanese mobs were not frightened by the machine gun fire of the military and police. Suicide squads were constantly organized and kept rushing forward. There was no tactics at all in this battle. It was a collision of blood and fire, a contest between bullets and flesh. The Brazilian military and police obviously had not experienced such a big scene, and were actually frightened by the fierce fighting style of the Japanese mobs. Deserters first appeared in the police team. After all, they were just some policemen who maintained law and order, and supported their families. They were not soldiers who had undergone rigorous training. Therefore, less than 10 minutes after the war started, the Japanese mobs actually began to gain the upper hand, broke through the first line of defense of the police and the guard battalion, and approached the presidential palace. Colonel Teach, who had just led his Marines out of the Rio de Janeiro naval base, was now confused. "Didn't I come to join the siege of the presidential palace? How come our team just set out, but the presidential palace was already in full swing?" General Dutra of the Army Command was even more ecstatic when he received the news. He had heard that the Japanese had organized 40,000 mobs to help Vargas defend the presidential palace, and he was worried about whether it would have a negative impact on his plan. But he didn't expect that these Japanese would actually exchange fire with the guards defending the presidential palace first. In this case, can I directly declare to the outside world that it was the Japanese mobs that attacked the presidential palace? And I'm the righteous army representing the Brazilian government to quell the rebellion of the Japanese mobs. Thinking of this, General Dutra directly issued an order to all troops to eliminate the Japanese mobs and rescue the kidnapped President Vargas. As early as 4 hours ago, Fang Lang, who was far away at the Natal naval base, had already gathered all his Marines. Looking at the map of Rio de Janeiro airport, a detailed occupation plan was made. Everyone knew what they needed to do. Then they boarded the 10 C-46 aircraft that Fang Lang had just bought. The 10 pilots who were originally trained at the base and the 10 flight instructors who followed the aircraft were directly transported to the airport in Rio de Janeiro. The civil airports of this period were far less advanced than those of later generations. Airports with a cement runway were all quite advanced airports. Rio de Janeiro Airport was the first airport built by Pan American World Airways in Brazil. Therefore, it was an advanced airport with a cement runway. Just now, the Pan American World Airways staff responsible for operating Rio de Janeiro Airport found 10 uninvited guests on the radar. However, there was no precedent of directly using aircraft to occupy civil airports in this era. And there was no war in Brazil, so this anomaly did not attract the attention of air traffic controllers and was not reported. Anyway, there were no planes taking off or landing at this time, so the air traffic controller walked out of the office directly and looked at the sky in the distance. I saw 10 small black dots in the night sky in the distance, aiming at the runway one by one. The plane began to land in an orderly manner. With the help of the airport lights, the air traffic controller saw the Brazilian military logo on the military green fuselage. He was so angry that he cursed. "Damn, you bastards. Are you in the wrong place? This is a civilian airport. Why are you military planes here?" Chapter 127 The End of the Vargas Era. October 29th, 8 p.m. Rio de Janeiro Airport. Watching the military transport planes landing one after another, the air traffic controller complained, but he would not foolishly run over to question. Just when the air traffic controller was about to go back to his radar room to listen to the radio to kill time, the first transport plane that landed had just stopped, and he saw fully armed soldiers jumping out of the cabin door, holding up their weapons without hesitation, and rushing towards him. Looking at the rifles in the soldiers' hands, the air traffic controller was frightened and raised his hands quickly. There was basically no obstruction to the control of the airport, and the operation went smoothly beyond Fang Lang's expectations. This made the several emergency response plans formulated by Fang Lang completely useless. Since the airport did not become an obstacle, Fang Lang reported the situation here to the headquarters. He forcibly requisitioned several vehicles at the airport and led 2 companies of soldiers to the radio station in the city. Fang Lang understood the purpose of General Dutra asking him to control the radio station. Information that was not in the interests of General Dutra must not be spread through the radio station. At 8:23, there was a sudden sound of brakes outside the radio station. The people who were enjoying the nightlife leisurely on the road saw a group of well-equipped and murderous soldiers jumping out of the convoy in various messy vehicles. They began to control the gate of the radio station in an orderly manner. Then they began to attack the 3-story building of the radio station in an offensive formation. At first, the people around screamed in shock. After seeing that it was Brazil's own army guarding the door, they gathered outside and talked about it with some curiosity. Some young people watched the soldiers advancing in a very professional formation, and they kept making sounds in their mouths. They felt that it was really cool. Fang Lang's car followed behind the convoy. After the soldiers occupied the gate, they drove directly into the courtyard of the radio station. This was not because Fang Lang was careless, but because he had judged, based on the performance of the people outside, that the Vargas government had not made any warning arrangements for the radio station. Then there was no need to be polite, just go in directly. But now it was 8 o'clock in the evening, and most of the radio station staff had already gone off work. Only a few rooms on the left side of the 3rd floor were still lit. They should be playing night programs. Fang Lang seemed to be back home, looking around casually. As for the gunshots coming from the direction of the presidential palace in the distance, he didn't bother to pay attention. Just on the way from the airport to the radio station, he had learned about what happened in the presidential palace through wireless. As the mastermind behind this matter, Fang Lang did not express any opinions. It was just that the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be hidden. Report, sir, the radio station has been completely controlled by us, and there was no resistance. What program is being broadcast upstairs now? It seems to be playing music, and there are only 3 employees in it. Okay. Then tell them that the radio station will only play music today and there should be no other programs. Yes, sir. The two were walking in the office area on the second floor, and Fang Lang accidentally found something that looked very familiar on the long table in an office. Hey, is this a TV? Are there TVs now? Fang Lang couldn't be blamed for being ignorant. He had never known the exact time when TVs appeared. He didn't expect that there were already TVs at that time. Since there were TVs, his newspaper couldn't just do paper news. It seemed that he had to start his own radio and television station. Since there were already TVs, did it mean that other home appliances were already available? He almost missed the home appliance industry, which could make a lot of money. Think about Samsung and Sony in the future. The future is an era of rapid development of electronic technology. How could he miss such a big piece of cake? Call the people upstairs down for me. I want to question them. Yes, sir. Soon the second lieutenant officer came down from the third floor with 2 men and 1 woman. One of the 2 men was a little older, about 40 years old, a middle-aged white man. The other man was a dark-skinned Indian youth, who should not be more than 20 years old. The woman was a young white woman who looked about 24 or 25 years old. She was not pretty, but she had a scholarly air. The 3 of them saw many soldiers on the second floor, and were very nervous. Can anyone tell me who owns this TV? Do we have a TV station in Brazil now? Seeing that Fang Lang was standing in the middle of a group of murderous soldiers, but his tone was not fierce, they breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 of them looked at each other, and finally the middle-aged white man took the initiative to stand up and said, "Sir, this TV was brought back by the director of our radio station when he went to the United States for an inspection some time ago. It is said that many American families can now sit at home and watch programs with images through this TV. Oh, that means there are no TV programs in Brazil now, right?" "Yes, sir. There are no TVs for sale in Brazil now." "Very good. Thank you for your answer. I'm very sorry, the radio station will be under martial law these days, so you may have to stay at the radio station for a few days. Now I can give you 5 minutes to call home." After hearing Fang Lang's words, several people's faces were bitter, but fortunately there was no brainless chatter. At this time, the presidential palace had already been in chaos. After paying nearly 1,000 casualties, the Japanese mob successfully occupied the presidential palace. President Vargas sent a communication to his trusted troops as soon as the Japanese mob opened fire, asking the troops to come and launch a suppression operation. The first troops to arrive at the presidential palace were not President Vargas's trusted troops, but the 1st Army Division under General Dutra. After the 1st Army Division arrived at the presidential palace, it launched a strong attack on the Japanese mobs that occupied the presidential palace without hesitation. The leader of the winner group of the Japanese Chendeo League, Ryuji Hamamoto, was hiding outside the door of the presidential office and shouting at President Vargas, "Mr. President, we Chendeo League firmly support your surrender to His Majesty Cheyenne Huang. Please believe us, we will never hurt you, we are here to protect you." Vargas, who was blocked in the office, listened to the translator beside him. He was almost mad after translating the words of the Japanese outside the door. When did he say that he would surrender to the Japanese? This is simply a joke. Even a fool would not surrender to a country that has already surrendered. You go and tell him that I will never surrender to the shitty Japanese Cheyenne Huang. The translator hurriedly repeated it to the outside of the door. After hearing the words coming out of the office, Ryuji Hamamoto was stunned. "What's going on? This is not the script." After a while, he said, "You loser bastard, I didn't expect you to have sneaked up to the president one step ahead of time. You have ruined His Majesty Cheyenne Huang's plan. I must tear you into pieces with my own hands." Now it was the translator's turn to be confused. What the hell was going on? Seeing the translator confused, Vargas hurriedly said, "Why are you in a daze at this time? What did these bastards say?" The translator didn't care about anything and translated the words outside verbatim. Vargas was also confused now. Aren't all these people outside crazy? After all, the 1st Army Division attacking from outside was a unit that had participated in Europe, and its combat effectiveness was indeed much stronger than that of the local Brazilian army. Half an hour after the battle, it had already attacked the gate of the presidential palace. The Japanese mob couldn't even raise their heads under the powerful machine gun fire. Most of the mobs had been killed and fled by the 1st Division. After all, these people were ordinary people who had not been trained and had no way to fight against the regular army. The number of Japanese mobs trapped in the presidential palace was less than 1,000. At this time, 2 middle-aged Japanese men ran to Ryuji Hamamoto and said, "Hamamoto-kun, our main force has been dispersed. Now they have already attacked the gate of the presidential palace. Think of a solution." "Bagger, how can we let these damn rebels attack the presidential palace? We must defend the president to the death and never let the military's conspiracy succeed. Come with me, we will make a desperate charge and drive out all the rebels who come in." The 1st Division cut off the connection between the presidential palace and the outside world as soon as it attacked the presidential palace, causing Vargas to have no idea what was happening outside. The orders received by the presidential palace's confidants were to suppress the Japanese mobs that attacked the presidential palace. Under such information asymmetry, General Dutra's troops easily controlled the situation in Rio de Janeiro, the capital of Brazil. In the process of capturing the presidential palace, Mr. Lechner, the former chief of police in Rio de Janeiro, was shot directly by Colonel Teach for poor defense. Such a small matter is even more insignificant. When the first ray of sunlight on October 30th penetrated the windows of the presidential palace filled with gunpowder, all the Japanese mobs occupying the presidential palace were finally completely wiped out. Just when President Vargas thought he was finally safe, he pushed open the door of his office and planned to continue to exercise presidential power. But he was told that Brazil has now entered a state of martial law and the president cannot leave the office for the time being. It was not until this moment that President Vargas suddenly realized that the news that the army wanted a coup was true. He sat back on the throne symbolizing the highest power in Brazil with a decadent look on his face, looking at the smashed presidential palace outside the window and the bodies lying all over the place. Vargas finally realized that these Japanese might really come to protect him. Unfortunately, they were all poor people who fell into the enemy's trap. Chapter 128 Rewarding according to merit. At the Rio de Janeiro radio station, General Dutra's confidant sent Fang Lang a recording of General Dutra's speech. Fang Lang smiled with satisfaction after listening to it. Immediately afterwards, the Rio Voice radio station began to broadcast the vicious incident that occurred in the presidential palace last night to all Brazilians, and repeatedly played the recording of General Dutra's speech. In his speech, General Dutra announced to all citizens that the Japanese mob's evil behavior of occupying the presidential palace last night would be seriously held accountable. He demanded that the governments of all Brazilian states arrest the Japanese mob on a large scale and impose the death penalty. At the same time, because the Japanese mob caused a large number of government officials and congressmen to be killed and injured in the process of occupying the presidential palace and the Congress, the president was injured and needed to rest. Brazil will temporarily enter a state of martial law, and the presidential election will be restarted in December. The martial law will be lifted after the new president is sworn in. Once this news was announced, newspapers and radio stations began to reprint it, and public opinion was in an uproar. For a time, everyone in Brazil wanted to kill the Japanese, and the Japanese communities in Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo were smashed and looted by the Brazilian people. Japanese people in other states were expelled by all Brazilians. Of course, during the expulsion process, Brazilians with low education often robbed Japanese property. Brazilian police were frequently dispatched, arresting and interrogating all Japanese people they saw. Even if the person who called the police was Japanese, they would arrest the person and interrogate him together. Japanese people living in Brazil began to have no place to stand overnight, and factories run by Japanese people were also smashed, looted, and burned by Brazilian people. For a while, social security became chaotic. Fortunately, under the martial law, the army patrolled the streets in time to suppress this trend. Unfortunately, the Japanese businessmen who suffered losses and the members of the Chendeo League loser group were also implicated, and their lives in Brazil began to become difficult. Although the government has not yet declared Japanese people as unwelcome people, the Brazilian people in the entire Brazilian society have already listed Japanese people as unwelcome people. Chinese people far away in Sao Paulo were almost affected. Fortunately, Mr. Hodges, the chief of the Sao Paulo Police Department, sent police to protect the Chinese village in time and explained the difference between Chinese and Japanese people to the public. The instigator of all this was now in the director's office of Rio Voice, drinking coffee, singing, smoking cigars and eating hot pot. Redondo, the manager of Global Trade's Brazilian branch, who was sitting opposite Fang Lang, was giving Fang Lang a thumbs up. He never thought that the inexplicable news that Fang Lang asked him to spread would have such a wonderful effect. Mr. Fang, you are really amazing. Okay, don't let anyone know about this, understand? Understood. I promise to keep it a secret. Come, eat. I'm very satisfied with your performance. This time I will give you another task. Please give me your instructions. See that TV next to me? I want to build a TV factory and radio station in Brazil. You will use Global Trade's channels in Europe and the United States to find the most advanced related technologies and equipment and ship them back. Mr. Fang, please rest assured. I will arrange it right away. From now on, my work focus will be on Brazil, so your work will start to become busy. If the number of people is insufficient, you can entrust Global Trade's branches in Europe and the United States to recruit some outstanding talents. The next 5 years will be a time for the group to rise rapidly in Brazil. We must seize the opportunity and quickly expand our strength. After finishing the conversation with Redondo, Fang Lang received a call from General Dutra, asking him to go to the Brazilian Ministry of Defense to attend a meeting. The content of the meeting was mainly to arrange the first person in charge of each military government. Fang Lang was directly appointed as the head of the temporary military government of the Rio Grande do Norte state government. Rio Grande do Norte is a state where Natal, the base of the First Fleet, is located, and Natal is the capital of Rio Grande do Norte. Fang Lang obviously did not expect that as a naval colonel, he would become the head of a state's temporary military government. Fang Lang did not know the situation in Rio Grande do Norte, but of course Fang Lang would not refuse the opportunity to become the head of a state government. After the meeting, Fang Lang was left to have dinner with General Dutra. Fang, thank you for coming all the way to support me. I wonder if you have any idea of working in the Navy Department after the new government is established. When Fang Lang heard what General Dutra said, he understood that this was telling Fang Lang whether he was willing to be promoted when the merits were awarded. Entering the Navy Department as a civilian executive was obviously not Fang Lang's goal. Fang Lang was very clear about the situation in Brazil in the next few years, and people without military power could not sit firmly. General, I actually prefer to continue to hold my current position, but after this incident, I also discovered the shortcomings of my First Fleet. Oh, tell me. My biggest feeling in the Pacific battlefield this time is that the Air Force is the future. The Navy without aircraft carriers is a target and can only passively take a beating. And this time, supporting your action has once again allowed me to experience the role of the Air Force in force projection. Therefore, I'm determined to build an aircraft carrier fleet that belongs to Brazil. Now that there are no aircraft carriers, I will also focus on building our naval aviation. Fang Lang's words made General Dutra fall into deep thought. After all, General Dutra was born in the army and was not familiar with the Navy and the Air Force. However, as a Brazilian Expeditionary Force who participated in the European War, General Dutra was very clear about the shock brought to him by the bombing of planes that covered the sky and the sun on the European battlefield. And those paratrooper tactics that can appear anywhere at any time also shocked General Dutra. What you said makes a lot of sense. I have also seen how powerful the American naval aviation is. However, aviation alone is not enough. Your Marine Corps is too small. Let's do this. After returning to Natal, expand your Marine Corps to a regiment first. As for the naval aviation, I will discuss how to deal with it at the Ministry of Defense meeting after the new government is established. We should strive to make our Brazilian Navy have its own powerful naval aviation. General Dutra's statement was tailor-made for Fang language. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? He quickly stated, please rest assured, General. The First Fleet will be the sharpest knife in your hand. Hearing Fang Lang's words, General Dutra smiled with great satisfaction. Everyone got what they needed. By the way, I heard that you flew directly from Natal this time using our own transport plane, but I remember that we don't seem to have any transport planes. What's the situation? Fang Lang, who didn't know how to reimburse the cost of purchasing the plane, was overjoyed when he heard this. Wasn't it that someone sent a pillow just when he was about to fall asleep. Actually, I bought it urgently from an American arms dealer. It cost me $300,000. They are all C-46 transport planes currently in service with the US military. Oh, you have such an arms procurement channel? $300,000 for 10 C-46s is a very favorable price. Hey, what's the discount? They are all second hand. Can I buy other equipment besides planes? As long as you have money, I guess you can buy anything, except big killer weapons like the Fatty Boy. Are you serious? Can I use this channel of yours to purchase some equipment for the military in the future? Fang Lang, who originally just wanted to reimburse the cost of purchasing the plane, didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to be a middleman and make a profit from the difference. Of course, no problem, but I think it's best for us to have our own military industry, otherwise we can't buy strength just by purchasing. What you said makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, our country has always been poor, and it is difficult to develop rapidly relying on agriculture. Industrialization is the future of the country. Yes, General, your wise vision will surely lead us Brazil to become stronger. Speaking of the military industry, I remembered something and need to report to you. Oh, please go. During my garrison in Japan this time, a US military friend of mine revealed to me that there is a complete artillery production line. He asked me if I was interested in buying it. At that time, I was so excited that I directly purchased this production line through Fang Lang Group. However, I'm not sure if the government will be willing to take it over if I sell it to them. If not, we can only resell the equipment separately. Fang Lang's news directly made General Dutra jump up from his seat. Are you serious? Where is the equipment now? According to the itinerary, it should be shipped to Sao Paulo in a week. General Dutra was obviously very concerned about being able to produce artillery independently. After pacing back and forth in the room twice, he sat opposite Fang Lang again. Fang, you really gave me a big surprise. As far as I know, Fang Lang Group is your family business, right? Yes, General. If the government can't afford this production line, I wonder if your group is willing to set up a cannon factory? Fang Lang didn't expect that General Dutra would want to hand it over to private enterprises to manufacture arms. Fang Lang actually thought about setting up a cannon factory, otherwise he would not have taken over this production line. But considering that, if he directly set up a cannon factory, the scale of the Brazilian army is not enough for the factory to survive. This made Fang Lang very entangled. If the artillery was exported, Fang Lang was worried that with the technology of Japanese artillery, it might not be able to get orders in the face of the superior equipment of European and American powers. General, in fact, the group has no plans to enter the military industry. It is difficult to support a large-scale military enterprise with the size of the Brazilian army. The reason why Fang Lang Group purchased a production line is actually because it has a lot of advanced industrial machine tools and equipment. Fang, you just said it yourself, that we in Brazil must have our own military manufacturing capabilities. Now that we have ready-made equipment, why don't you try to convince the family? Don't worry, as long as this factory can be built, I will do my best to support your family's business. If the artillery factory cannot make a profit, we can guarantee it through tax exemptions for Fang Lang Group. I believe this proposal will be fully supported by the military. Thanks to book friends 202005101008324333, Gideon Redding IOS, kill them, book friends. 2020129144615604. Book friend 202203170033000785 self-abasement. Zeb don't leave without reading her temper. Gideon reading IOS bind your prestige and don't lose it again. Book friend 160,720,000,330,919 Lanksy broken blades. Atty is a bookworm. Shrimp wants to eat fish. A sheep on the green grassland. Book friend 202012021807441116 Mercury 053 past regrets tyrannical and domineering. How Yanman Junlauhu, book friend 201704150659095668, book friend 202105102135353609. Dragon with Glasses, Book Friend 202105072135041002, Gray 0001, Brother R Fang, Book Friend. 160,804,112,205,528, and the rewards from several book friends, as well as the monthly tickets and recommendation tickets from all the book friends. Your support is the motivation for me to continue writing. Thank you all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Brazilian Development Bank. Fang Lang looked at General Dutra, who was eager in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved. He knew very well that General Dutra's governing philosophy was liberal and democratic, but nationalism accounted for a large proportion of the political forces in Brazil. Otherwise, there would not have been a policy of nationalizing all natural resources. Mining giants such as Petrobras and Vale were once state-owned enterprises in Brazil. The very famous Embraer Aviation Industry Corporation is also a Brazilian state-owned enterprise. But if he really had a military-industrial group in his hands, his influence on the military would surely be further expanded. Besides, as a time traveler, he was timid in doing everything and had to act within the framework of history. What's the point? With his future vision, couldn't he guide the military-industrial enterprises to be at the forefront of the world? General, I will convey your opinion to my father and let them consider it seriously. General Dutra knew very well that such a big thing could not be decided in a few words, and it must be repeatedly negotiated. Therefore, he did not continue to pester her, but returned to the topic and said, "We do not have our own military-industrial enterprises yet, so the channels for purchasing arms are very important. You must maintain this channel for arms. I will let the Minister of the General Logistics Department come to you directly. The expenses for you to purchase the aircraft will also be borne by the General Logistics Department, and the aircraft will continue to be used by your first fleet. Thank you, General, for your generosity." Fang Lang was very satisfied with this tenor. After all, the general in front of him will serve as the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil in December. Gaining his friendship will greatly help Fang Lang's business plans in China. The next morning, Fang Lang led his 500 Marines to evacuate Rio de Janeiro by plane and return to Natal. However, Fang Lang's identity when he returned to Natal was very different from the original one, because at this moment he was also the governor of the Brazilian Provisional Military Government. Unlike the last time he returned to Natal, when only the Air Force pilots received him, this time when Fang Lang got off the plane, officials from the Rio Grande do Norte state government met him on the runway outside. Fang Lang had no interest in running the state affairs of this state because he knew that the power of government affairs would be transferred to the local elected government in 2 months at most. Fang Lang's goal was to place his own people in various positions in the state within these 2 months. Therefore, he held a meeting with all the officials of the state government. After everyone got to know each other, only the police chief was left. The police chief of Rio Grande do Norte was a white Portuguese man. He was not tall and wore a pair of black-framed glasses. He looked more like a teacher than a police chief. "Chief Samir Angel, have you counted how many Japanese there are in Rio Grande do Norte?" "Mr. Colonel, according to the data I saw yesterday, there are only about 2,000 people." "Then your first task is to expel all these people from the country." "Ah, isn't this not good? Some of them did not participate in the riots." Hearing Chief Angel's answer, Fang Lang was very dissatisfied. "The first order I gave as a new official, you bargained for it. This is disrespectful to me." His eyes turned cold, and he stared at Chief Angel fiercely and said, "Mr. Chief, I hope you understand that I'm not discussing with you. If you can't do it, then I will arrange for someone who can do it." After saying that, he didn't wait for the police chief to respond, and said directly, "Kikingshan, come in." Kikingshan, the adjutant outside the door, pushed the door open and walked in. He stood at attention in front of Fang Lang and saluted, saying, "Sir, Kikingshan reports to you. Now I appoint you as the chief of the Rio Grande Norte State Police Headquarters." Lead the guard platoon to take over the police headquarters. The first task is to expel all Japanese in Rio Grande Norte. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Take this former chief out. Soldiers do things in a straightforward manner. Once an order is given, there is no room for negotiation. And Chief Angel obviously has not changed from his original work style. This is just right, so Fang Lang can replace him with his own people. In the following time, Fang Lang began to learn about Rio Grande Norte from the information obtained from government officials and what places are suitable for him to start with. After careful research, Fang Lang found that this state, located in the northeast corner of Brazil and inserted into the Atlantic Ocean, is the closest state to Africa and Europe. It has a very advantageous transportation location. No wonder the Americans want to set up a naval base here. Unfortunately, the natural resources are not particularly rich. The main economy here still comes from agriculture. Long staple cotton is the largest agricultural product in this state. Other agricultural products include sugarcane, corn, rice, etc. However, because it is close to the equator, the sunlight here is very sufficient. There are many salt fields along the coast, but unfortunately the scale is not particularly large. After a whole day of research, Fang Lang directly contacted his father Fang Xinshan to confirm that the fleet had just arrived in the waters of French Guiana and was only a day's voyage away from Fang Lang Natal. Fang Lang directly asked the fleet to dock in Natal. Since this is his military base, he must put some of his industries here. Because this is his own territory, it is convenient for him to protect himself. No matter how the political situation changes, I believe no one will dare to come to his base to cause trouble. At the same time, he contacted Washington in the United States to recruit some bank practitioners and purchase textile and mechanized salt making equipment. After finally finishing the work at hand, he was ready to go back and rest. Kikingshan came back in a dusty manner and saluted Fang Lang as soon as he saw him. Boss, when we were carrying out the task of expelling the Japanese, we found more than 800 laborers who were abducted by the Japanese from their hometown in the northeast at a Japanese-owned salt field far away from the city. What the hell? Chinese laborers? In Natal? Yes, boss. Among them, there are more than 500 men and more than 300 women. According to the laborers, they have been here for almost 6 years. There was another group of people who came with them on the same ship, but they were taken inland by the Japanese. Damn little Japanese, why did you spend so much money to transport laborers here? Are you sure it's just a salt field? Yes, boss, it is indeed a salt field, and it's very large. This situation was really beyond Fang Lang's expectations. It doesn't make sense. Why did the little Japanese transport laborers from so far away? Not looking for locals must be for confidentiality, but what is there in Brazil that is worth keeping secrets like this? Are the government officials of Rio Grande do Norte all blind? It's impossible. It seems that there is a lot of water in this. Do the local police know about this? I think they should know. There is a problem here. You interrogate these Japanese overnight to see if you can find out where the other group of people the laborer said went. After you find out the situation, take the first company to dig this matter out for me. Then report to me. Yes, boss. After Kikingshan left, Fang Lang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He was not thinking about what the Japanese were doing. Now that he was in power, no matter what the Japanese were doing, they had to stop. The key is whether the Rio Grande do Norte government knew about this matter. If they knew, was it just a simple payment or something else? It seems that it is very dangerous for me to know nothing about the government. It would be embarrassing to be sold and count money for others. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone in the office directly. Do it. Are there any Rio Grande do Norte people in our Marine Corps? Oh. How many? 5? Bring them to my office now. Soon Fang Lang's office door was knocked, and Duat walked in with 5 soldiers. Boss, we are here. Fang Lang glanced at the 5 soldiers standing in standard military posture in front of him. Are you all from Rio Grande do Norte? Yes, sir. I'll give you a task. You will be on holiday starting tonight. You will go to the city of Natal in plain clothes to help me investigate a few things. Please give me your orders, sir. Then Fang Lang gave them instructions. The reason why the locals of Rio Grande do Norte were asked to investigate was to prevent attracting the attention of local officials. In fact, the object of investigation is also very simple. No matter which country it is, the powerful departments are the military, police and the judiciary. As long as these powerful departments are controlled, other people will not be able to make waves. The next day, Fang Lang, which had sailed across the sea from Japan, finally entered the port of Natal. Except for the artillery production line that was transported back to Sao Paulo, all other items on the ship were unloaded into the warehouse in the naval base. Dad, I may need to work harder for you recently. Find a suitable place in the city of Natal to build a bank of our own. Here. This is a remote place. How can we conduct banking business here? The head office is opened here because the gold shipped back from Japan needs to be stored here. The bank will be under my protection at all times, so there is no need to worry about anyone daring to take advantage of it. As for business, we can build branches in Rio, Sao Paulo and Alegre at the same time. Okay. Who do you want to be in charge of the bank? I want you to be in charge personally. I don't know if you are willing. I'm just a farmer. I can't do this. No. I have asked people to recruit professional banking talents from the United States. You don't understand. It doesn't matter. You can learn from them. In the early stage of this bank, we will not participate too much in the market business. I mainly want him to be responsible for the capital flow within our group, the payment of employee wages and the payment of allowances to the soldiers of my army. In the later stage, we may need to carry out some microloan business to support Chinese entrepreneurship. I have already thought of the name. It is called Brazilian Development Bank. Chapter 130 Labor. Fang Lang was of course very happy that his son had handed over such an important business to him, but at the same time he was a little worried that he would not be able to do a good job. After counting the people around him, it seemed that there was no one else he could entrust, so he had to bite the bullet and take it over. Okay then. I'll help you take care of it first, and you can take over at any time if there are any problems. Hearing that his father was willing to take over, Fang Lang was also relieved. Now his business is in a mess, and it is time to sort it out urgently, otherwise it will be a mess and he doesn't know when it will go bankrupt. Let's do this. Dad, take some time recently. We have to sort out our industries in Brazil and integrate all the industries that can be placed under the Fang Lang group. For those that can't be put in, see if we can take them out and set up a separate group company to manage them. Otherwise, it's too chaotic now. When the branch is embezzled by someone, we won't know. I don't have to fight everywhere now, but it's not convenient to check the situation of the factory every day. Therefore, I have to have my own assistant team around me to classify and manage all my industries. I only need to listen to the assistant's report every day to understand the latest situation of each company and remotely control the operation direction of each branch through the assistant. Only in this way can we achieve effective management and avoid chaos. You should have done this a long time ago. You don't know that after you asked me to set up this Fang Lang group, I was also overwhelmed by so many industries. I was going to have a good talk with you when you return to Sao Paulo. There's no way. It was really inconvenient to deal with these things some time ago. Don't worry, I will handle it personally after this assistant team is established. While Fang Lang was discussing the future plans of the family business with his father in his office, Kikingshan had already led a company of soldiers to a remote village far away from Natal after a morning of trekking through mountains and rivers. Because the terrain of Brazil is that there are only some low altitude plains in the coastal areas, and it becomes the high altitude Brazilian plateau less than 100 kilometers inland, except for the Amazon jungle area. The village where Kikingshan and others are now is a small canyon between two peaks on the Brazilian plateau. Sir, this address you mentioned is here. A local policeman was looking at Kikingshan nervously at this moment. He didn't understand why the army suddenly asked him to lead the way to this sparsely populated mountain village. Do you have policemen who come here often? Kikingshan stared at the middle-aged Indian policeman with his eyes, as if telling him that if he lied, he would be dead. This place is too remote. If no one reports the crime, we will never go to this ghost place. In my impression, I really haven't received any reports from anyone here in the past 7 or 8 years. Are you sure? Who are the people living here? Do you know? This is all in our household registration information. The people living here are all local farmers. There are only 20 families in total, and their main source of income is growing corn and sugarcane. Are there any Japanese residents in this place? Japanese? I haven't heard of any Japanese here. Okay, you go down. Kikingshin looked at the quiet village in front of him and was puzzled. If the policeman didn't lie, why did the Japanese confess that they transported the laborers here? It's hard to say that there has been no report for 7 or 8 years. After all, in some places, most of the cases that are not criminal cases are solved by the village itself. Scouts, you get close to investigate. Don't be discovered by the locals, and see what the situation is in this village. Yes. More than a dozen soldiers walked out of the queue, trotting into the small woods on both sides, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Kikingshin found a commanding height, and looked far in the direction of the village with a telescope. He didn't even see any villagers working in the fields, which made Kikingshin feel very strange. About an hour later, the scout finally brought back intelligence. There was no one in the village ahead, and all the people were concentrated in a mine behind the village. It seemed that they were mining, and there were armed guards with guns at the edge of the mine. Kikingshin looked at the middle-aged policeman with a fierce look in his eyes. How dare you lie to me? This is the peasant village of 20 households you mentioned. What kind of mine is being opened here? The middle-aged Indian policeman was obviously confused at this time, and waved his hands quickly and said, I really haven't heard of this. In my impression, this is really a small village with a few farmers living here. Kikingshin's eyes widened and ordered, catch him for me first, and then we will solve the situation in the village. Next, Kikingshin gathered with the company platoon leaders and others of the first company to formulate a battle plan based on the intelligence sent back by the scout. Half an hour later, the raid on the village was launched. The operation went very smoothly, although the personnel guarding the mine resisted. However, all the guards had been clearly detected long ago. Therefore, they were the first to be eliminated. With a burst of fierce gunfire, the battle was over in less than 10 minutes. When Kikingshin walked into the mine, he saw a large group of people squatting on the ground with their hands on their heads. There were about 2,000 people, many of whom had obvious Asian faces, and some were of Indian descent. These people were dressed in tattered clothes and looked malnourished. Obviously, they were forced to work. In front of a row of wooden houses outside the mine, there were nearly 100 people kneeling. Judging from their clothes and faces, they were obviously either supervisors or mine owners. At this moment, they were surrounded by soldiers with guns. Who is the boss here? Come out and talk to me. No one responded for a long time. Kikingshin spoke again. If no one comes out, kill them all. I don't know if no one understands Portuguese or what. Everyone looked at Kikingshin nervously. Kikingshin had no choice but to repeat it in English, but there was still no movement. Kikingshin was so angry that he picked up the Thompson submachine gun in his hand, pulled the bolt, and was ready to fire a burst of bullets at the crowd. A short and fat man in his 40s raised his hand. 2 soldiers rushed over and dragged him out. Kikingshin smashed him in the face with the butt of the gun without saying a word, and several front teeth fell out on the spot. The short and fat man was knocked to the ground, holding his head with both hands, and begged for mercy in Portuguese. Please stop hitting me. I surrender. I surrender. Kikingshin heard that he could speak Portuguese, and kicked him in the abdomen again, causing him to bend over and retch, tears streaming down his face. You fucking understand what I say, but you don't answer. You want to die, right? Sir, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. The man said intermittently. Tell me, what kind of mines are you little Japanese mining here? Sir, we are mining tantalum. What is that? What is tantalum? How can I explain this? I can't explain it for a while. I can take you to have a look. You are the person in charge of this mine, right? Sir, yes. I also discovered this mine. Then what do the other people here do? There are engineers, mining teams, and smelting technicians. Oh. Then I understand. Kikingshin turned around and said to the company commander, tie up all the people here and lock them up. Soon the short and fat Japanese took Kikingshin to a large wooden warehouse. 2 soldiers stepped forward, broke the lock on the door with a rifle butt, squeezed in, and soon came out and nodded to Kikingshin. After taking a look inside, there were steel gray metal blocks. After just one look, Kikingshin lost interest. He said directly to the Japanese, "Do you have a mining permit?" This. "No." "Take it away." When Kikingshin returned to the base, it was already past 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, so he did not disturb Fang language. He knocked on Fang Lang's office after work the next morning. "What was the harvest yesterday?" "Sir, after the interrogation all night last night, we have figured it out. It was a Japanese named who discovered tantalum mines in the mountain village, so he notified the Japanese consulate. Later, the Japanese controlled the people in that village and began to secretly mine and ship them back to Japan. Unfortunately, the output was too low. In order to expand the output, Japan mobilized 2,000 laborers from their hometown to come to mine. Because Mizuno Nobuayoshi's brother was short of people at the salt field here, a group of workers were intercepted from this group of workers. Originally, the plan was to transfer more people when the mine was further expanded. After the war between Japan and the United States, the traffic between Brazil and Japan was cut off, and they had no way to transport the refined tantalum ore back to Japan. They could only continue to organize mining while waiting patiently. It was not until we occupied the mining area that they knew that Japan had surrendered. Did they say what this tantalum mine was used for? This Mizuno Nobuayoshi said it was used to make capacitors. I don't understand what it is either. Are you sure that the natal government and the police don't know about this? From the current situation, it is more likely that they don't know about this mine. If these officials know about it, they will definitely want a piece of the pie. As for the police, I have also interrogated them. They haven't been to that remote mountain village for 7 or 8 years. But someone knows that there are illegal workers in the salt field. Then first transport the tantalum mine back to the warehouse and seal it up, and send these people who steal the country's mineral resources directly to court for trial through normal procedures. Remember to notify reporters, to follow up and interview. As for small characters like the mining team, let them dig a hole and bury them. Yes, boss. Fang Lang doesn't care about the value of this tantalum mine now. Because even if this tantalum mine is valuable, Brazil does not allow private mining. He can only swallow a batch of the already smelted materials. In Fang Lang's mind, it is more important to further discredit the Japanese among the Brazilian people. And this group of workers from his hometown is also a surprise to Fang language. Chapter 131 Investing in Natal. Have all the laborers from their hometowns been rescued? Yes, but most of them are in very bad physical condition. We wanted to send them to the hospital in Natal for examination and treatment, but the hospital in Natal is too small and the doctor's medical skills are obviously not reliable. Therefore, I temporarily placed them in our vacant military camp last night. Is the situation in Natal so bad? It seems that we really need to go and check the situation. Please notify the mayor and key officials of Natal to take me to check the situation in Natal this afternoon. In addition, I will give you the contact information of the chief of police in Sao Paulo. See if you can ask him to send a group of doctors from Sao Paulo. We will arrange a special plane to pick them up directly. Okay, boss. I'll do it now. Looking at Kikingshin's back as he left, Fang Lang felt more and more that he was short of manpower. It's not that there is no one under his command, but that there is a lack of talents who can stand alone. Not long after Kikingshin left, Fang Zinshan had already pushed open Fang Lang's office with a frustrated look on his face. Seeing his father's frustrated expression, Fang Lang asked in confusion, "Dad, didn't I ask you to find a suitable place to build a bank first? Why haven't you gone yet? Do you need me to arrange a vehicle?" "Oh, don't mention it. I did go out. The soldiers under your command were afraid that it would be unsafe for me to go out alone, so they sent 2 soldiers to go out with me. However, after taking a look at the environment in Natal, it's okay near the military base, but it becomes very dirty and messy if you go a little further. The roads are muddy, and the streets are full of animal and human feces. Are you sure you want to build a bank here?" Now it was Fang Lang's turn to be embarrassed. He had indeed not been to the streets of Natal to check until now, but had been staying in this naval base. Is there not even a road that's easier to walk on? You can't say there isn't one at all. The so-called city center still has 2 main roads, 2 horizontal and 2 vertical, which are paved with stones, but the width of the road is not enough, so only 2 trucks can pass by. I understand. You go back and rest first, and I'll go out and see for myself later. After hearing his father's description, Fang Lang already had a certain understanding of the situation in Natal's urban area. His father had always stayed in Sao Paulo, the second largest city after the capital Rio de Janeiro. So he was very disappointed when he saw such a remote city for the first time, which Fang Lang could understand. However, for Fang Lang, backwardness is not terrible. As long as there is money and time, even the worst place can be built into a paradise on earth. After lunch that day, Fang Lang, under the protection of his guard platoon, drove all the way to the office building of the Natal municipal government. The original mayor had been waiting at the door for a long time. The mayor of Natal is a white man in his 50s. He walks like a penguin and has 2 neatly trimmed beards. "Mr. Colonel, welcome to the Natal City Hall. Please come in." "Mr. Mayor Dursley, there is no need to go into the City Hall. I want to find a guide to take me around the city of Natal today, to get familiar with the situation in Natal. I wonder if it is convenient." "Of course, Mr. Colonel, it's my honor." Next, Fang Lang took a tour of the entire Natal city accompanied by the mayor of Natal, Walt Dursley. This tour also gave Fang Lang a general understanding of this so-called provincial capital. In fact, Natal can't be called a city now. The streets are completely unplanned, and the environment is dirty and messy. There are no decent buildings outside the main city. Most of them are shacks built by the people. There are several huge warehouses in the city center. According to Mayor Dursley, they are the trading markets for cotton, sea salt, sugar cane, and rubber, and they are also the main source of tax revenue for Natal. Back in the mayor's office in the city hall, Fang Lang asked in confusion, "Mr. Mayor, why are all our products primary agricultural products? Can't even sugar cane be processed into sugar for sale?" "Well, Colonel, we actually have some sugarcane rough processing factories in Natal, but they are all small family workshops with low output and poor product quality. Then have you ever considered introducing some large deep processing factories? As far as I know, there are some such deep processing factories in Brazil." Fang Lang looked at Mayor Dursley with an embarrassed expression on his face, and he knew that he had asked an unnecessary question. I wonder what industry the mayor's family is engaged in. Politicians who can run for mayor in Brazil often have families with certain financial resources and family backgrounds. Otherwise, if you can't afford to advertise or even buy votes, how can you become mayor? Of course, most Brazilian government officials are corrupt, and they become mayors in order to make more money. As for how ordinary people live, it obviously has nothing to do with them. Hearing Fang Lang's question, Mayor Dursley did not hide anything and said frankly, "My family has been engaged in trade business in Natal, but after I became the mayor, the family business has been handed over to my son to manage. I wonder if Mr. Mayor has ever thought about entering the industrial development?" Fang Lang wants to expand his influence in Natal, so he must cooperate with the local snakes, and as the mayor of Natal, no matter how powerful he is definitely one of the local snakes. I don't know what specific aspect Mr. Colonel is referring to. Mr. Mayor's family is engaged in trade business, so I wonder what product you think is most likely to see results if we want to do deep processing of agricultural products. If it's my personal opinion, it must be sugar. Before I ran for mayor, I thought about opening a sugar factory, but we don't have the technology, and the products we make can't compete with the products of European and American countries. We don't have the money to buy the large-scale industrial equipment they use, so, unexpectedly, Mayor Dursley had already had this idea, but it's normal to think about it. After all, everyone knows that there is money to be made in opening a factory. Haha. So the mayor has had this idea for a long time. Since you think you don't have enough capital on your own, how about we cooperate? Dursley obviously didn't expect Fang Lang to directly invite him to cooperate. The two sides are not familiar with each other yet. He is not going to cheat my family property. He couldn't help but be alert. Seeing Dursley's expression, Fang Lang smiled and said, "My family has 2 sugarcane factories in Sao Paulo. If the mayor really has an idea, we can cooperate to build a new sugarcane processing factory in Natal. I have channels to buy the latest equipment directly from the United States, and I also have channels to sell all the products produced to the European and American markets. How about it? Are you serious, Colonel?" Of course, I'm very serious. I will not only build a sugarcane factory, but also open a bank, a textile factory, a salt field, a rubber processing factory, etc. Fang Lang's words made Dursley's jaw drop to the ground. He never thought that the young colonel in front of him would dare to say such a bold statement. As the mayor of Natal, he certainly hoped that what Fang Lang said could be realized. After all, this was a real political achievement. However, this was not something that could be said casually. Everything else was easy to say, but it was impossible to open a bank casually. Seeing Dursley's unbelieving expression, Fang Lang smiled and said, "I wonder if you have heard of Fang Yuan Group." Hearing Fang Lang's words, Dursley took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and said, "Is it the Fang Yuan Group that produces these good luck cigarettes? I heard that they also built a shipyard in Sao Paulo in a joint venture with the Americans." Fang Lang did not expect that this Dursley was actually a user of good luck cigarettes. But this could not be blamed on Fang language. After all, he was not in Brazil most of the time, and he did not know how popular good luck cigarettes were now. The brand new flavor and brand new packaging allowed good luck cigarettes to occupy 60% of the market share in Brazil, and all cigarette brands were beaten to a pulp by him. This was because he exported a large part of his production. Now, good luck cigarettes are developing filters according to Fang Lang's guidance. For this purpose, they even set up their own laboratory to research and produce new flavors and new technologies. Yes, it's the Fang Yuan Group. After Fang Lang's affirmative answer, Dursley said with an expression of disbelief on his face, "The family business you are talking about is not the Fang Yuan Group. I didn't expect that the Fang Yuan Group was established not long ago, but it has already had such a great influence. It seems that I have not paid attention to the development of my industry in Brazil for too long." Looking at the expression of the mayor, Fang Lang could only nod reservedly. When Mayor Dursley saw Fang Lang nod, his eyes turned directly into dollar signs, obviously recognizing the strength of the Fang Yuan Group. "Mr. Colonel, I don't know when our factory can start construction. I will start allocating land to prepare for the construction of the factory immediately." Now it was Fang Lang's turn to scratch his head. "You guys change your attitude really quickly." He smiled and said, "If Mr. Mayor is willing, I will have the company arrange professional personnel to come and negotiate with you about the establishment of the factory." Okay, don't worry. I will start raising funds after I go back. It is my honor to cooperate with Fang Yuan Group." Seeing that Mayor Dursley wanted to leave immediately and go home to prepare for the joint venture to build a factory, Fang Lang quickly stopped him and said, "Mr. Mayor, don't leave in a hurry. I have just said that the family will invest in many projects in Natal this time. Now I have something to trouble Mr. Mayor." Chapter 132 Reminder. After hearing Fang Lang's words, Mayor Dursley calmed down and said, "I'm sorry, Colonel, I'm too excited. If you have anything to say, please tell me. I will do my best to help you." Fang Lang smiled at Mayor Dursley's performance and said, "I have just said that the group plans to set up a bank in Natal. I need the mayor to allocate a piece of land in the city center to build a bank building." After hearing Fang Lang's words, Mayor Dursley stood up and walked to the window of his office, pointing to a two-story building opposite the municipal square. "Colonel, take a look at the location opposite the city hall and the parliament." The two-story building was originally a cotton trading center built during the Portuguese colonial period. There are two large warehouses behind it, which can definitely be used to build a bank. Fang Lang also stood up and walked to the window, looking at the two-story building opposite the square. It is right on the side of the road, facing the city hall and the parliament. The location is absolutely perfect. So this trading center is no longer in use? The trading center is a brick and wood structure. It's been there for too long and is too old. It's almost become a dangerous building. No one trades here anymore. The city government has wanted to rebuild it a long time ago, but there is no suitable project, so it has been abandoned. It is perfect for building a bank building. Okay, tomorrow I'll ask the person in charge of Fang Yuan Group to come to the city government to discuss the land purchase details. Seeing that the bank land issue had basically been settled, Fang Lang was about to get up and leave, but he saw that Mayor Dursley seemed a little conflicted and hesitated to speak. Fang Lang smiled and said, "Mr. Mayor, do you have anything else to say?" Dursley clenched his fist, as if he had made up his mind and said, "Mr. Colonel, I heard you just say that you still want to open a salt field, right?" Nodding with a smile, Fang Lang said curiously, "Yes. As far as I know, natal sea salt seems to have always been a dominant industry. What's wrong?" After hearing Fang Lang's words, Dursley walked 2 steps in the room, turned around and came to Fang Lang and whispered, "If you want to open a salt field, that's fine, but I have to remind you that natal salt can only be sold through the Natal Salt Company." This made Fang Lang's face change directly. "What does it mean? Forced buying and selling, or threatening me?" Seeing Fang Lang's expression, Dursley was startled and whispered hurriedly, "Colonel, don't be angry first. Let me tell you this. Natal is a small place with a small population. Some big families are deeply rooted in Natal and are very difficult to deal with. Our Natal Salt Company is the property of one of these powerful families. The Salt Company has been established for more than 200 years. The boss is a noble from the Portuguese period. They have certain connections in Congress. They are very low-key and never participate in the mayoral election or the speaker's election. However, no matter who the mayor or speaker is, they will be the deputy speaker or deputy mayor. The most important thing is that there are also many of them in the police station. Some people call them the underground mayor of Natal." This news made Fang Lang stunned. He didn't expect that someone was playing like this now. "Isn't this the routine I prepared for myself? Someone has already started playing it before me." Although I don't know whether what Dursley said is true or false, and what his purpose is, this routine is very familiar to him. Fang Lang smiled playfully and said, "Oh, Mayor Dursley is also afraid of them?" This made Dursley look a little embarrassed, and he smiled to cover it up before saying, "Well, our family has been in Natal for many years, so we have some friendship with this family." Fang Lang touched his nose and said with a smile, "Oh. Then why did Mr. Dursley tell me this? Isn't he afraid that I will tell them?" This time Mayor Dursley was not embarrassed, but said sincerely, "Because I can feel that Mr. Colonel really wants to do good for Natal and wants to change the current situation in Natal." After looking at the mayor with amusement, Fang Lang stood up, tidied his clothes and said, "Then I will go back first and let the person in charge of Fangio Group come to visit the mayor tomorrow." After speaking, he stood up and walked towards the door. When he was about to open the office door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back and said, "It seems that the mayor hasn't told me the name of this family yet." Mayor Dursley said in a voice that Fang Lang could just hear, "The Jacob family. Their head is Theodore Jacob." Hearing this name, Fang Lang nodded without saying anything. He opened the office door and walked out. The guards standing on the left and right of the door followed him. Sitting in the car on the way back, Fang Lang has been analyzing what Dursley said. In fact, there is no need to worry about whether it is true or false, because if it is a lie, it will not stand up to investigation. This family must be real and must have a very strong influence in the Natal area. This kind of thing is inevitable. Under normal circumstances, Fang Lang actually wants to do business with such a family because they are both low-key and powerful. It is easier to get twice the result with half the effort. It's just that, if you are not careful, they may swallow you up without leaving any bones. But in Natal, Fang Lang does not allow anyone to be more powerful than himself. At this moment, Fang Lang suddenly wanted to have his own intelligence agency. At least he couldn't always go to a place and not understand the situation, so that he could be easily used by others and help them count money. Thinking of the intelligence agencies, Fang Lang thought of his friend Major Blackwell in the intelligence agency. "I wonder if they have this kind of intelligence in the country." It's useless to think about it. Just call them and ask them. Fang Lang returned to the office and called Major Blackwell directly. "Blackwell, I'm Fang Lang." Hearing Fang Lang introduce himself, a hearty laugh came from the other side. "Fang, I heard that you have made great contributions this time. What contributions can I hide from you? It seems that you are also on the side of General Dutra this time. Hey, how can we be qualified to choose sides? This intelligence agency sounds impressive, but after coming in, I found that it is not welcome at all. It's not as refreshing as it was in the army before." "That's not right. Your intelligence agency is the largest intelligence agency in Brazil. How can it be unwelcome? Doesn't the president need intelligence? Of course the president needs intelligence, but we won't give intelligence to the president. This made Fang Lang stunned. Is there an intelligence agency that doesn't provide intelligence to the president? Isn't the Brazilian intelligence agency responsible to the president? Of course not. Our Brazilian intelligence agency was established by the Ministry of National Defense 2 years ago. It is a military intelligence agency and will definitely not be responsible to the president. Hi. We are brothers, and you are also a senior officer in the army, so there are some things I will not hide from you. However, after I tell you something, you must not tell it to others. Don't say it, if it will have a bad impact on you. I don't want you to lose your job. That will definitely not happen. Let me tell you this. Don't listen to our department, as if it is very powerful. In fact, we have been established for a short time, and have not even found our work direction. The entire Brazilian intelligence agency is just a regimental unit. The highest leader is our director, with a military rank of lieutenant colonel. Before he became the director of the intelligence agency, he was an intelligence staff officer of the army department. And the reason why I was promoted to major and joined the intelligence agency was because I cracked a Japanese disc in Sao Paulo. The director of the intelligence agency thought that I had experience in counterintelligence work, but we brothers all know this matter clearly. What counterintelligence work experience do you think I have? After entering the intelligence bureau, I was very nervous. It was not bad before. I just sat in an office and read the briefings sent by various regions. However, after this Japanese mob incident, the director asked me to set up a counter-espionage department, and I couldn't even refuse. He insisted that I had experience. What can I say? Brother, if you didn't call me, I would have taken time to go to your place to avoid the limelight. Who can do this kind of counter-espionage? This time it was Fang Lang's turn to be dumbfounded. As a Chinese, who came from a country that has had intelligence agencies since the Jilai and Angchang of the Ming dynasty, it is simply incomprehensible that a country's intelligence department would be so frivolous. After thinking about it, I couldn't help asking, you mean that our Brazilian Intelligence Bureau is a military intelligence agency established after the start of World War II? Is it not responsible to the president? Of course, although I don't know which country's military intelligence we are going to collect, we are responsible for collecting military intelligence. At this time, Fang Lang finally remembered the news he saw on the internet in the future, saying that the Brazilian intelligence agency had tapped the president's phone. Fang Lang didn't understand it before, but now he finally understood. It turned out that the Brazilian intelligence agency had always served the military. No wonder the president didn't even get wind of such a big thing. Hearing Blackwell say that he didn't even know which country's military intelligence he should collect, Fang Lang couldn't help but laugh. No wonder the Brazilian intelligence agency is not so famous in later generations, because it seems that it really has no enemies. The only competitor is Argentina in South America. The only war between Brazil and Argentina in South America was a war that broke out in 1825 to compete with Argentina for Uruguay. Of course, Brazil lost this battle. But at that time, Brazil had just gained independence from Portugal. It was not the United States, but an empire. The first emperor was the son of the Portuguese emperor. Perhaps it was because Brazil had no enemies in South America that the Brazilian intelligence agency later focused its main efforts on collecting internal intelligence. No wonder the Brazilian military has always been so arrogant in Brazil and can launch a coup and overthrow the president at any time. Think about the American CIA, FBI, and so many other agencies, but none of them can directly ignore the president. Chapter 133 Investigation. After Blackwell's explanation, Fang Lang finally understood what the Brazilian intelligence agency was like. If he followed what Blackwell said, he might not be able to find out anything if he wanted to investigate the situation in Natal through him. He couldn't help but sigh and said, I was originally looking for your help to provide some intelligence about Natal. After hearing what you said, I feel it's difficult to open my mouth. Oh. Whatever intelligence you want about Natal, I'll go find it for you. We may not be able to find intelligence from abroad, but we still have some intelligence from the country. Besides, you are a senior military officer, and it is my job to provide you with intelligence. Tell me what intelligence you want, and I'll help you collect it. Since Blackwell said that he could provide domestic intelligence, Fang Lang would certainly not be polite, and said directly, that couldn't be better. Now I'm the head of the Military Control Commission of Rio Grande do Norte, but I'm not familiar with this place at all. Can you help me see what intelligence you have about this place? Can you give me a copy of it all? Blackwell did not delay and said directly, it's a small problem. I'll deliver it to you personally tomorrow. Aren't you going to set up a counterintelligence department? Can you get away? Hearing that there was no sound from the other side, Fang Lang knew what Blackwell meant and laughed. Blackwell, if you want to come visit me, I'm very welcome, but if you leave your work, I'm afraid your superiors will cause trouble for me. Fang, you're so boring. I'll come to see you next time. I'll have someone send you the information tomorrow. Then he hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone coming from the microphone, Fang Lang shook his head and smiled. He picked up the cigar in the ashtray, took a puff, and continued to think about what Dursley said about the Yakubu family. Maybe everyone heard how much money a family could make by holding a salt company. However, the salt supply of this salt company accounts for more than 80% of the entire Brazilian market, so you can imagine how much profit this company can make. Just when Fang Lang was thinking about whether to talk to the Yakubu family with courtesy before force, it brought several local warriors to knock on the open office door. Fang Lang looked up, nodded, and said without getting up, come in. Boss, we have some clues about what you asked them to investigate. I'll bring them over to talk to you. Oh, tell me about it. It pointed to one of the 5 soldiers, a young man who was obviously of Indian descent, and said, Boss, this soldier is Igor Netri, and he is a native of Natal. After the introduction, he said to the soldier, Netri, tell the commander what you just said to me again. The soldier was a little nervous. After standing at attention and saluting, he said, Commander, I left the barracks today and went straight home. I asked my family about the Natal Police Department. Most people are very disgusted with the police in Natal because they are in the same group as the local Roy gang. People who do business locally need to pay protection fees to the Roy gang, otherwise they will be beaten, smashed and robbed, and the police never care. It turns out that there is another gang called the Mad Dog Gang, which often clashes with the Roy gang, so there are frequent fights and deaths. Generally, when someone dies, the gang will send someone to give money to the police, who are handling the case. The Mad Dog Gang was still there before I joined the army, but this time I heard that they have been eliminated by the Roy gang. Oh, has the Roy gang existed for a long time? This gang has existed since I was old enough to understand. Fang Lang nodded and looked at the soldier and said, is there anything else? The soldier shook his head nervously and said, I asked a lot of people, and most people said that the police and the Roy gang are in the same group. There is no other special news. Obviously, the soldier is in contact with some grassroots people, and the problems he sees are some obvious things. However, these obvious things can also reflect many problems. Fang Lang nodded, looked at the other soldiers and said, is there any other news? Let's go one by one. There's no need to repeat what we said before. You tell us. Fang Lang gestured to a white soldier standing next to Natri. The soldier stood at attention and saluted. Yes, sir. My name is Thorsten Coyle. Today I went to a cafe opposite the police station and heard people in the cafe discussing the direct dismissal of Chief Samir Angel. I learned from them that Chief Angel didn't seem to have any real power and everyone didn't respect him. Everyone seemed to think that it didn't make any difference whether he was in the police station or not. But I didn't hear the specific reason. Fang Lang nodded and said, anything else? Seeing the soldier shaking his head and looking at the other soldiers, the soldier next to him saw Fang Lang's gaze and hurriedly said, Sir, I pretended to accidentally hear 2 policemen discussing the dismissal of Chief Angel at a newsstand. They said that they finally understood why Deputy Chief Bill Yakubu had been the deputy chief for more than 10 years, but was unwilling to be the chief. It seems that all the police obey the orders of this deputy chief. Hearing the soldier's words, Fang Lang's eyes flashed, and he nodded and said, what's your name? Did you hear anything else? When the soldier heard Fang Lang actually asked for his name, he was delighted and saluted quickly, saying, "Sir, my name is Amy Weaver." I wanted to listen more, but these two people just had a cup of coffee at the newsstand and left, so I didn't dare to follow them. Fang Lang nodded and said, "Well, that's right, you are right not to follow them. Do you have any news about other people?" The soldier next to the soldier said embarrassedly, "Sir, the situation I investigated is similar to this." Fang Lang smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. If there is anything different, just remember to tell me." The soldier at the back hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Sir, I learned that another deputy chief of the police station is Yao Alpha Bull. He is an alcoholic and opened a police club not far from the police station. He basically doesn't go to the police station to work, but drinks in the club. After get off work, the police officers basically go to him for a drink. It seems that he has a good relationship with the police officers." "Oh. Is there any other news about this deputy chief Bull?" Fang Lang looked thoughtful when he heard the soldier's words. Seeing the soldier shaking his head, Fang Lang smiled and said, "Okay, everyone has worked hard. Go back and rest. Do it, you stay for a while." "Yes, sir." The soldiers all stood at attention and saluted, then lined up to leave. Fang Lang pointed to the sofa in front of the desk, motioned Do It to sit down, and took out a cigar, and handed it to him, saying, "Tomorrow, arrange 2 groups of people to follow up and investigate the 2 deputy directors. I want to know all their family and social relationships. In addition, Ahmed Dursley will also arrange a group of people to investigate." Do It quickly stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, boss. Don't worry, we are not in a hurry. I'm quite busy these days. You have to pay more attention to the Marine Corps. Soldiers without missions should be allowed to get more familiar with the situation of the base, and training cannot be stopped. We will soon expand to a regiment level organization. You have to study hard. I mean that I want you to take on the position of regiment commander. I will help you solve the problem of military rank. You have to work harder. I don't care what other troops are like. My troops must train at least 5 days a week and organize confrontation training. When I finish the work at hand, I will come to take charge of it myself. Do you understand?" Fang Lang's words made Do It overjoyed. He didn't expect that he would become a regiment commander in such a short time with Fang language. He quickly stood up and saluted. "Thank you, boss. I will definitely live up to your expectations and obey your name." Fang Lang smiled and nodded, indicating that Do It could go out. Fang Lang still trusted Do It, otherwise he would not have kept him with him. But trust is trust. When the Marine Corps is really expanded into a regiment, Fang Lang will definitely continue to put some of his own people in the regiment. This time, Fang Lang intends to select some Chinese from the domestic laborers to directly enter his Marine Corps. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Fang Lang arranged for someone to send his father to see Mayor Dursley. He arranged for Kikingshan to supervise the logistics personnel of the base and began to check the list of base supplies provided by Major Mike. At this time, on the slipway of the Global Shipyard in New York, engineers from the Global Shipyard in the United States, Britain, Germany, and Italy were filling the dry dock with water. At this time, a cargo ship with a small tonnage slowly floated up on the slipway. It was the first experimental container ship built according to the drawings designed by Fang Language. "Mr. 1, please rest assured that during the construction of the ship, we have repeatedly confirmed that the structural strength of the ship is absolutely in line with the requirements. The problem now is how to load and unload such a huge container. There is no way to do this by manpower. The ship engineers are only responsible for the construction of the ship, so they don't know about other parts, so they asked Won Changson their questions." Won Changson smiled and said, "Don't worry. This whole set of systematic projects are carried out simultaneously. After your outfitting is completed, we can drive the ship into our own dock to test whether the port machinery equipment is qualified. We have even made more than 10 sets of car trailer chassis for towing these containers. We will start testing the entire system engineering as soon as your ship is confirmed to be delivered." Hearing Won Changson's answer, the engineers were greatly relieved. After all, they also had a detailed understanding of this container system. They don't want this invention that can change the pattern of the world shipping industry to be stuck in the loading and unloading equipment. Chapter 134 Intelligence Officer. The container ship in the global shipbuilding dock was slowly towed out of the dock. This experimental container ship can only carry more than 200 standard containers. However, it serves as a test for the entire container transportation system. Of course, this ship will also become the standard ship type for inland river containers. Watching the container ship slowly moving out of the dock, a German engineer said, "Mr. One, according to my understanding of this kind of container ship, the tonnage of our container ship may easily exceed 100,000 tons. However, with such a large tonnage, I'm very worried whether our power can keep up. You just said that the chassis for car towing has been prepared. Are you sure that with the power of our current trucks, we can tow such a huge container? Originally, Won Chungson had only a half understanding of this knowledge. He was also stunned when he heard what this engineer said. He quickly looked at several other engineers and said, "Everyone, please express your opinions. Is this the problem Mr. Carl mentioned?" After several engineers whispered a few words, an American engineer said, "Mr. Carl's concerns are reasonable. We may not be able to increase the tonnage of the ship to 100,000 tons so quickly. It is not so urgent. As for trucks, maybe we need a tractor instead of an ordinary truck. As far as I know, the current M20, also known as the Diamond T980 tractor of the US military, can do this job. It is equipped with a 13.4 liter Hercules 6-cylinder diesel engine with a maximum power of 185 horsepower and a 4-speed mechanical gearbox with a 3-stage transmission. The maximum speed is 37 km per hour. Maybe we can entrust them to customize a professional container tractor for us." After listening to the engineers, Won Chungson had a new understanding of the supporting system of container transportation and began to consider whether he should report his work to the boss. After all, according to the current progress, perhaps by the first half of 1946, container freighters may officially enter the market. At this important moment, the boss should be there. At the naval base in Brazil, Fang Lang, who returned to Natal from the city hall, found Fang Lang, who was processing documents in the normal office. "Langja, the artillery production equipment we shipped back from Japan is about to arrive at the port of Santa in Sao Paulo. What do you think now?" Hearing his father's reminder, Fang Lang remembered that he had not yet replied to General Dutra about the establishment of military factory. He scratched his head and asked, "Dad, how much liquidity does Fang Yuan Group have now?" "You may need to ask the group's finance department. If I remember correctly, $7 or $8 million of liquidity can still be withdrawn." "What, do you want to use it?" Hearing his father's answer, Fang Lang also scratched his head. His family's mess was really dangerous. Even the two of them were not very clear about how much wealth their family had, which made Fang Lang feel more urgent. "Don't move this batch of equipment yet. I want to have a good chat with our future president about what kind of support the government can give if our family sets up a military industrial enterprise." "You are setting up another military industrial enterprise? We are already too busy now. Isn't your stall too big?" "Alas, there is no way. General Dutra took the initiative to ask me about this. I can't not take it. Please take time out in the next 2 days to quickly set up the assistant team I told you about last time. The personnel will be drawn from the current management team and financial team of each branch. Find a place to work in the base first and build an office building when the bank building is built and move there when the time comes. I will be able to deal with Natal's affairs soon and I will have more time after that." Just as Fang Lang sent his father away, a second lieutenant of the Brazilian intelligence agency walked in with a thick stack of information under the guidance of the guards. When Fang Lang saw such a large stack of information, his head began to hurt. How could he have the time to sit here and slowly study so many things? He spoke directly to the second lieutenant. "Second lieutenant, are you familiar with all this information?" The second lieutenant was a white man in his 30s, with a small scar on his left forehead, which looked like a cut from a sharp weapon. The first time Fang Lang saw him, his intuition told him that this was a tough guy. "Report, sir. I know all this information, and some of it was collected by me." "Oh. So you are the intelligence officer stationed in Natal?" "Yes, sir. I know everything about the situation in Natal." "How many people do you have in Natal? Where is the office?" Hearing Fang Lang's question, the second lieutenant, who had been lowering his head, raised his head and looked at Fang language. Perhaps this information from the intelligence department is not convenient to disclose. However, Fang Lang still looked at the second lieutenant and waited for his answer. Seeing Fang Lang's firm attitude, the lieutenant could only speak. There are only more than 20 people in the naval branch of the Intelligence Bureau. We are working at the National Guard station. Hearing the lieutenant's answer, Fang Lang nodded and said, "What's your name? Are you the person in charge of the naval station?" "Report to the commander. My name is Sirio Regis, and I'm the station chief of the Naval Intelligence Station. Starting tomorrow, you will move to my naval base to work. I will need your intelligence support at any time." Fang Lang's words made Lieutenant Regis stunned, and he drove Fang Lang in a daze. "Why not? The Intelligence Bureau can't work with my first fleet? Commander, our intelligence department has confidentiality requirements. Working at your naval base may be discovered by hostile forces. Will you not be discovered in the National Guard? Well, now I'm the military governor of Rio Grande do Norte, and I will communicate with your superiors. I hope you can show me your ability. If I'm not satisfied, I will directly ask your superiors to replace you." Perhaps because he had never met such a strong leader, Lieutenant Regis didn't know how to answer this question for a while. Fang Lang was also annoyed by the mess in Natal. At first, Fang Lang was going to arrange for people to investigate and deal with the local forces. After returning to the base, he found that his company was still in a mess. How could he have the time to get entangled with these local little karamis over such a small matter? He was no small role now, but the military governor of Rio Grande do Norte. The military governor had no mercy on him. If he was not happy with you, he would classify you as a hostile force and eliminate you. Seeing that Lieutenant Reich didn't say anything, Fang Lang didn't bother to pay attention to his thoughts and spoke directly. "Tell me about the major forces in Natal." Fang Lang's question was really his main task this time, so he answered without hesitation. "Report to the commander. There are a total of 3 forces in the local area. The largest of them is the Jacob family. The patriarch is Theodore Jacob. This family controls all salt trade in Natal, and the specific operation is in charge of his eldest son Herbert Jacob. Politically, the deputy director of the police station, Bill Jacob, is his second son, and the youngest son, Nino Jacob, is the boss of his Roy gang. In addition to running the salt business in the open, this family is also the largest DP seller in Natal in secret. The second force is the current mayor, Mr. Dursley, who is the president of the Natal Regional Agricultural Association. He has a huge influence among the farmers in Natal. The third power, Natal Speaker, Jeddah Brook, is smaller than the other two. He is the president of the Pastoral Industry Association of the Rio Grande do Norte region. After listening to Lieutenant Reich's words, Fang Lang smiled and shook his head and said, "I thought, how powerful are these people? It took a long time to deal with a gangster, a farmer, and a herdsman. Is there no decent industry locally? The local industrial power is relatively weak. There were only some small workshop-style sugar factories and a slaughterhouse owned by Mr. Brooke, the Speaker of the Parliament, and there were no other decent factories. Natal mainly exports agricultural products directly. However, after the US military entered Natal, in order to build a base, a cement factory was directly built in Natal. After the US military withdrew, the cement factory was occupied by the Yakubu family. However, because there was no technology, there was no ability to produce. This time Fang Lang also gained some knowledge. It was just such a rotten fish and shrimp, which made him think he was a powerful character. He almost sat at the card table with them and played cards together. After figuring out the situation, what else can we do? Just flip the table. Who said we have the strength? There is a saying that power does not expire. What else can we say? Okay. Then I understand. Under my jurisdiction, no evil forces are allowed to exist. I will give you one day. Tomorrow afternoon, I want to see that Yakubu family disappear from Natal. Can you do it? Lieutenant Leakey was startled and thought, "Boss, I'm just an intelligence officer who came to deliver intelligence. You ask me to do such a big thing. It will be difficult to report when I go back." Before he could speak, Fang Lang's slightly contemptuous voice came to his ears again. "Why are the people in the Intelligence Bureau incapable of action? This provocation method is too bad. This is not a matter of whether there is the ability to act or not, but that the Intelligence Bureau is an independent department. How can it do such a thing without receiving instructions from the superiors? Leakey smiled helplessly in his heart, looking at the young colonel in front of him, not knowing whether he should tell the truth. In his heart, he unconsciously classified Fang Lang as a reckless man, and he didn't know how big his background was. Surprisingly, he can become a naval colonel at such a young age, but he does things without thinking. After thinking for a while, he decided to answer Fang Lang's question and said, "Sir, our Intelligence Bureau is an independent department, directly under the leadership of the General Staff, and cannot directly obey your command." Fang Lang smiled and said, "It means that you can handle this matter, but you are unwilling to follow my orders." He glanced at Lieutenant Reich and called Blackwell directly. "Brother Blackwell, I'm short of manpower. Can I use your intelligence officer named Reich?" Blackwell on the other end of the phone was stunned. What was Fang Lang like today? Was he angry somewhere and wanted to vent? He didn't think much and said, "What's the big deal? Give him the phone and I'll talk to him." Chapter 135, Visiting the Workers. Fang Lang handed the phone over. Lieutenant Reich, who had been watching him on the phone, knew who was on the other end of the line. He quickly stepped forward to take the phone and said, "Hello, sir. This is Sirio Reich." "Okay. I understand, sir." The call ended soon. Fang Lang took the phone from Lieutenant Reich and said to the inside, "Brother, I won't make things difficult for you, will I?" Blackwell laughed heartily. "Of course not. You are a senior general in our army. Serving you is one of the responsibilities of the Intelligence Bureau. Don't worry, if there is anything you need, just order him to do it." Fang Lang also laughed and said, "I've been waiting for you to say that. I'm going to Rio in 2 days. Let's have a drink together then." After ending the call with Blackwell, Fang Lang looked at Lieutenant Reich, who was standing in front of him with a serious face, and said, "Can we make the Jakob family disappear tomorrow afternoon?" "Report, sir. Our Intelligence Bureau can't do it alone." "What support do you need?" "At least 300 professional soldiers." "Is that enough?" "That's enough. You have 300 people and a whole day. I want to see the results before 5 PM tomorrow." "Yes, sir." Fang Lang called Do It in front of Leakey and asked him to transfer 300 people from the Marine Corps to the second Lieutenant Leakey in front of him. Looking at the back of Lieutenant Leakey turning around and leaving, Fang Lang suddenly laughed. The reason why Fang Lang suddenly forced Lieutenant Leakey in front of him to work for him was because Fang Lang smelled a dangerous breath from him the moment he walked in. This breath did not mean that he was going to threaten his safety. Instead, the first feeling he gave Fang Lang was that this was a dangerous character, and his intuition told him that this person was very powerful. Although I don't know why he is still only a second lieutenant in his 30s. This is also normal in the Brazilian army. If you have no money and no background, it is easy to be lost in the crowd, and it is difficult to stand out. Since Fang Lang felt that he was very powerful, his first thought was to recruit him for his own use. Directly recruiting him in a nice way might not have any effect, so he could only be tough and let him work directly for him. After working once or twice, he gradually got used to it, and it became natural to assign him work later. Of course, the premise is that Fang Lang can convince his superiors. Can Fang Lang convince his superiors? Obviously, he can. Although Fang Lang and Blackwell are good friends, Fang Lang has to say that he feels that Blackwell is not suitable for intelligence work. But this lieutenant named Reggie made Fang Lang feel that he was born to do this job. I just don't know if he offended someone and was assigned to a place like Natal where no one lives. This also gave Fang Lang the opportunity to discover him. After handing over these troubles, Fang Lang suddenly felt that he seemed to relax. It seems that there is something wrong with his original thinking. Management should be to put the right people in the right positions and let them do their work according to their requirements, right? You can pick up girls and enjoy life instead of being busy like now. Looking at the scenery outside the window, after smoking a cigar, Fang Lang suddenly remembered that he didn't know how the more than 2,000 fellow villagers he rescued were doing, and he didn't see Kikingshan come back to report. Could it be that he couldn't find a doctor? I was not at ease, so I decided to go and see it myself. At this time, in a large warehouse at the Naval Base, Chen Hongqing was experiencing the joy of surviving the disaster. Chen Hongqing is from Tianjin and is 43 years old this year. Before the Japanese occupied Tianjin, he ran a textile factory in Tianjin. Because of the various suppressions by the Japanese and the fact that the machinery and equipment were not as advanced as those of the Japanese, he could only barely maintain it. Compared with most of his peers who were forced to close down and sold the factory to the Japanese, the result was different. He had a group of old friends who supported each other, allowing his factory to survive under the siege of the Japanese. Unfortunately, such days did not last long. After the Japanese occupied Tianjin, they had to forcibly acquire his factory to unify the textile industry in Tianjin. Chen Hongqing is a businessman who has been influenced by traditional culture since childhood. He is very cultured, and he values promises over profits when doing business. He believes that honesty comes first. Therefore, although he is not very old, he has also made a good reputation in the Tianjin business circle and made many like-minded people. As a Confucian businessman with a serious family, country, and world sentiment, of course, he cannot watch his foundation become a booster for Japanese aggression. He could only bear the pain and burn half of his body in blood. This time he offended the Japanese, who arrested Chen Hongqing directly. He tortured him and put all his family members in prison. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly one day, they were stuffed into a ship. After nearly half a month of sailing, they were transported to this place, where it is hot all year round. There are many of his acquaintances who traveled with him, most of whom were businessmen and their families who did not succumb to the tyranny of the Japanese, and of course there were some ordinary laborers. After arriving at this place, everyone basically lost contact with the outside world and could only work non-stop every day to exchange for insignificant rations. After a few years, everyone's body collapsed, just when everyone thought that this was their life. A group of foreign devil soldiers who spoke incomprehensible foreign languages suddenly broke into the mine and rescued everyone. Chen Hongqing noticed that the officer leading the team should be a compatriot, because he heard the officer asking everyone something in Chinese. Unfortunately, after experiencing the long-term torture of these years, although Chen Hongqing is only in his 40s, he looks like an old man in his 50s. The officer did not communicate with him, and they were taken to a large base. There were soldiers patrolling nearby, and it looked like a military camp. Chen Hongqing thought that he and others were going to be sold out again, but someone who had communicated with the officer told him a shocking news. "Oldly, are you saying that the commander told you that the Japanese surrendered?" "Yes. The young officer just told me in person." "Then can we go home now? It's been so many years, I don't know what our home is like now." "Then did he say where we are now?" "This place where there is no winter can't be at the horizon." "What horizon? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." Looking at everyone's chattering, the man who had communicated with Qi Qingshan said, "Everyone stop arguing. The commander just said that we have to wait for his superiors to decide on the specific measures. Everyone should take a rest and get well first." "Oldly, did the commander tell us what's going on back home now?" "No. I didn't dare to ask." "Well, the commander didn't say a few words to me in total. Didn't I tell you everything? I don't know anything more." Chen Hongqing knew the man who had communicated with the officer. His name was Li Xianbao. He was an apprentice at Tianjin Hongji Winery and had been working in the old Hong's winemaking workshop. It was said that they were about to go out on their own, but somehow the wine shop was raided by the Japanese, and the owner of the wine shop, Lao Hong, died in prison. Li Xianbao was a man who had been taking care of Lao Hong's wife and children, and had always treated Lao Hong's wife as his own mother. Lao Hong's children were even treated as his younger brothers and sisters. If it weren't for Li Xianbao's help in the mine, the orphan and widow left by Lao Hong would have died long ago. Chen Hongqing still remembered that once a Japanese guard wanted to abuse Lao Hong's daughter. Li Xianbao was like crazy, desperate to fight the Japanese. The Japanese bayonet pierced his palm, and he didn't even say a word. If it weren't for the old Japanese who was in charge to stop him, Li Xianbao would have died long ago. Of course, although Li Xianbao was not killed directly, he was tied to a wooden stake outside the mine and exposed to the sun for 3 days. If it weren't for Liu Hong's children secretly feeding him water and porridge, Li Xianbao would have been taken away by the King of Hell long ago. Just when Chen Hongqing and others were still thinking about it, a young officer, under the protection of a group of soldiers, entered the large warehouse where they were temporarily placed. Chen Hongqing could tell at a glance that the officer in front of him was definitely a senior official. Judging from his appearance, he should be Asian, not Japanese, because he had never seen a Japanese so tall. Just when Chen Hongqing was still looking at the young officer in front of him, he saw the young officer walking straight towards him. After all, the position where he was lying was relatively close to the door of the warehouse. "Old man, are you feeling unwell?" Hearing the young man's fluent Chinese, Chen Hongqing's eyes turned red for some reason, and tears could not stop rolling in his eyes. He knew that he was saved and did not have to go back to the dark mine. Fang Lang looked at the red eyes of the skinny old man in front of him and understood the excitement of the old man after surviving the disaster. He reached out and held the calloused hands, put them in his own hands and looked carefully. The skin on his hands was very rough, the color was very dark, and the joints were very thick. It looked like the hands of a typical manual laborer. "Grandpa, don't cry first, don't worry, you are safe." Chen Hongqing looked at the young officer in front of him, saying comforting words, but the tears still flowed down his cheeks without being retained by his eyes. "Maybe this is the old tears," he said with a choked voice. "Thank you, sir, thank you. I didn't expect that I, Chen Hongqing, would be saved one day." "Don't be polite, Grandpa Chen. We are all compatriots, and it is natural for us to lend a helping hand to our compatriots in trouble. We just came out of that devil's cave, and our bodies need to rest, so don't be too excited. If you need any help, you can tell us. We will definitely do our best within our capabilities." People nearby saw Fang Lang sitting next to Chen Hongqing, looking at the guards with live ammunition around him. Although they were a little scared, they couldn't help but come over curiously. Perhaps it was because of the fear of soldiers, so no one spoke, but just watched Fang Lang and Chen Hongqing communicate eagerly. "Sir, have the Japanese really surrendered? How are things at home now?" After suppressing his excitement with great difficulty, Chen Hongqing still couldn't help but ask Fang Lang the question that concerned him the most. With a gentle smile, Fang Lang nodded and said, "Yes, just last month, the Japanese officially signed the surrender agreement and announced their surrender." Now, the people who had been listening to the conversation between the two could no longer hold back their excitement and shouted, "Oh, the Japanese surrendered, the Japanese surrendered." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Talents Among the Laborers. Looking at the people cheering in the warehouse, Fang Lang smiled knowingly. He could understand the feelings of those who had been tortured, imprisoned, and forced to work by the Japanese. After a while, the cheers gradually subsided. Fang Lang saw that everyone was looking at him, obviously waiting for him to tell them good news about their hometown. Fang Lang looked at everyone's expectant eyes and said in a somewhat depressed tone, "The hometown is not safe now. Chiang Kai-shek is preparing to destroy peace. You may not be able to go back now." Hearing Fang Lang's news, everyone began to whisper to each other, obviously feeling a little at a loss about not being able to go home. "Don't worry, everyone. Now that I have rescued you, I will definitely find a way to arrange your life. Everyone should rest here first. After everyone recovers, I can arrange jobs for everyone. When your hometown is completely safe, you can have money to buy a boat ticket to go home." After hearing Fang Lang's words, everyone felt relieved. Chen Hongqing was the first to speak. "Commander, where is this place? It seems that we took a boat for more than half a month when we came here. This is Natal, Brazil, which is far away from my hometown. But don't worry, when everyone recovers and makes money, you can fly back directly. That will be much faster and won't take that long." Chen Hongqing knew very well that his people were penniless now. If they wanted to go home, they couldn't even afford a boat ticket, let alone a plane. Therefore, the most important thing now is to find a way to make a living. Although the officer in front of him was a compatriot, it was probably not easy to find a job to support so many people at the same time. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. "Sir, I don't know if there is any suitable work for us in Natal. I think there is nothing wrong with my health, and I can go out to work at any time. I used to run a textile factory in my hometown. If there is a textile factory, I can go to work in the textile factory." The people around him also spoke up when they heard Chen Hongqing's words. "I can make wine. I'm a chef. I know printing and dyeing. I can drive. I can farm. I'm a blacksmith. I'm a carpenter. I'm a bricklayer." Hearing these people's voices, Fang Lang couldn't believe his ears. When did the proportion of skilled workers in his hometown become so high? There are so many talents. Casually, Fang Lang suppressed his excitement and said to Chen Hongqing, "Mr. Chen, you know textiles? What exactly did you do?" Before Chen Hongqing could speak, a younger voice came from the side and said, "Boss Chen, you are the owner of our Daking cotton mill." This really made Fang Lang's eyes light up. He ignored the words beside him and waited for Chen Hongqing's answer. "To be honest, I'm the owner of the Daking spinning mill in Tianjin. Later, the Japanese occupied Tianjin and wanted to take away my spinning mill. I was so angry that I burned down my family business." "Well, old sir, you are really courageous. I admire you." From what the young man said just now, how many of your workers are still here? "Hey, it's all my fault. There are more than 30 people here who used to work in my factory. Isn't this getting better? It's like someone is sending you a pillow just when you want to fall asleep. Haha. Great. Mr. Chen, are you willing to reopen your Daking spinning mill in Brazil?" Everyone was shocked after hearing what Fang Lang said. Chen Hongqing also said helplessly, "Sir, it's not that I don't want to make a comeback, but I'm penniless now. I can't even afford to eat. How can I open a spinning mill?" Fang Lang smiled and said, "Two options. One is that I ask you to be the shopkeeper and manage the textile mill for me. The second is that I invest in you. You become the boss, and we share the profits in proportion." Chen Hongqing was obviously stunned. Looking at Fang Lang's serious expression, he said, "Sir, are you serious? Opening a spinning mill is not a simple matter. You need equipment, raw materials, sales channels, and venues. The most important thing is to invest capital. If you are not good, you may lose all your money. Don't worry about these. I'm not talking nonsense. Before I met you, I had already purchased a full set of the latest textile machinery from the United States. The reason why I want to build a textile mill here is because Natal is an important cotton producing area in Brazil, and it produces the highest quality long staple cotton. Building a textile mill in Natal has a very good raw material cost advantage, and sales are not a problem. We can sell to Brazil, or directly to Europe and the United States. This is the closest place to Europe, America, and Africa in Brazil, and the transportation advantage is very obvious. I was still thinking about who should be entrusted to manage the factory. Now, aren't you the best candidates?" Seeing that Fang Lang has prepared everything and considered all the problems, what else can be said? Chen Hongqing said directly, "If the superior trusts me, I'm willing to be the shopkeeper of your textile factory. Don't worry, if it is something else, I dare not guarantee it, but the textile factory is my old business, and I promise to make your textile factory prosperous." Seeing Chen Hongqing patting his chest with a firm expression, Fang Lang knew that he didn't have to worry about his textile factory. He smiled and said, "Okay, since you choose to be the shopkeeper for me, I won't be stingy. I will take out 5% of the textile factory's equity as equity incentives. If you or the employees of the textile factory perform well, I will give you dividends according to the proportion of shares." Hearing Fang Lang's words, everyone's eyes lit up and felt that life had a direction. Chen Hongqing said a little embarrassedly, "If it weren't for you, we would have been thrown into the wilderness sooner or later. You have saved our lives. How can we still ask for your dividends? Isn't this ungrateful?" After hearing Chen Hongqing's words, the people who had just been shining with their eyes suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Yes, this is everyone's lifesaver. How can I be so greedy? Fang Lang is not a person who wants to repay a favor. Although I have saved these people's lives, if Fang Lang really relies on his kindness to them and exploits them at will, everyone will soon become enemies. Besides, whether Fang Lang immigrated from China or supported these compatriots, the purpose is to expand the influence of Chinese in Brazil. What kind of people can have an influence on a country? Of course, it is the middle class. Only by giving high treatment to my compatriots, supporting them to start their own businesses, and even investing in them, can we quickly cultivate a high-income Chinese group. We Chinese compatriots living overseas need to help each other and unite together to survive better. You work for me, so of course I can't treat you unfairly. Giving you dividends is to make you work harder. Make the factory bigger and stronger, so that I can earn more. Chen Hanqing was very moved by Fang Lang's words. Although he has always been very good to the employees of his factory, however, he has never thought about giving dividends to his employees. At this moment, Fang Lang's image in Chen Hanqing's mind has become particularly majestic. Thank you for your trust in us. Don't worry, we will do our best until we die. Chen Hanqing stood up and bowed deeply with his hands clasped together. The workers around him also stood up and bowed to Fang Lang. Looking at the performance of the people around him, Fang Lang felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. He also stood up and saluted the people around him. After everyone stood up, Fang Lang said, "Don't worry, we won't just open one textile factory. I hope everyone can give full play to their strengths. You all count and see what skills you have. I will arrange suitable jobs for you based on your skills. If someone wants to do business, that's fine, but Brazil is a Portuguese-speaking country. If you want to do business, you must at least master Portuguese first." Everyone began to discuss with joy. At this time, a tall and thin man in the crowd stood up and said, "Sir, thank you for giving us all a way out. I can barely write and count, and I volunteered to ask you for some paper and pen to be responsible for counting everyone's situation. I don't know if it's okay." Fang Lang glanced at the tall and thin man and gave an order to the guards around him. The soldiers turned around and left to prepare paper and pen. He nodded to the man and said, "You look like a scholar, right? Hi. I know a few words. My name is Xin Shiliang. When I was young, I worked as the director of the Fengshan City Hall office. Later, the Japanese occupied the 3 northeastern provinces, so I ran to Xianjin to make a living. I got a job as an assistant manager in the Xianjin food factory, which was enough to support my family. As a result, the damn Japanese occupied Xianjin again. This time I didn't run away, and I didn't want to run away. So I joined an anti-Japanese organization and planned to stay in Xianjin to fight the Japanese. I didn't expect that this anti-Japanese organization was used by the Japanese to fish. I was arrested as soon as I joined, and my family was implicated. Later, I was sent to this hellhole to mine." Listening to the self-introduction of the man in front of him, Fang Lang couldn't help but look up and down at this middle-aged man. He was about 40 years old, with a square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes. He wore a pair of black framed glasses with broken legs, and the right leg of the glasses was tied with a rope. His face was untidy and looked a little sloppy. But now most of the people here look rather sloppy. Although this man is very thin, he has a big frame. He should have been a strong man, but he is malnourished and has become what he is now due to starvation. However, this image does not match the image of an office director in his mind at all. In Fang Lang's impression, office directors are generally smooth-talking people. Xin Shiliang in front of him looks like a straightforward man from the northeast, and there is no smoothness at all. And he wants to join the fake anti-Japanese team to fight against Japan. Isn't his brain not very smart? But he can take the initiative to volunteer to be responsible for the statistics of all personnel. It seems that he is also a warm-hearted person. Fang Lang certainly would not refuse. "Okay, since you are willing to share the worries for everyone, I will leave this matter to you." Chapter 137 Intelligence Agency Action. Just when Fang Lang was about to continue chatting with everyone, the sound of a car braking came from outside. Kikingshan rushed back in a hurry. He came to Fang Lang and saluted, saying, "Boss, the doctor is here." Fang Lang glanced at the more than 20 white coats following behind him, nodded and said, "Since the doctor is here, let the doctor check everyone's body first. If you feel uncomfortable, remember to tell the doctor. After you get well, we will start working while learning the language, okay?" Everyone expressed their gratitude. Fang Lang pointed at Xinshiliang and said to Qi Qingshan, "I have just asked Xinshiliang to count the situation of these workers. When the results come out, you can send them to my office." "Yes, sir." Fang Lang stood up and left the large warehouse where the workers were placed, surrounded by a group of guards. That night, Fang Lang received the news that Lieutenant Lei Qi mobilized 300 Marines to take action, but he did not pay too much attention to it. After all, if you doubt someone, don't use him, and if you use someone, don't doubt him. Normally, it is very difficult to eliminate a family with a complex network of forces, because a family often has many people, and there will always be a few fish that slip through the net. Once someone slips through the net, the operation can actually be declared a failure. If the fish that slips through the net is cruel enough, it may launch a counterattack to die together. In this case, the person who launched the attack will lose more than the gain. As an agent of the Intelligence Bureau, Lieutenant Reich is qualified. He knows all the main figures of the local forces in Natal very well, and knows all their social relationships. For example, Theodore Yakubu, the patriarch of the Yakubu family, is an old man with a heart that is not old. He has a private villa on the beach in Natal. In the villa lives an 18-year-old girl who the old man just kidnapped and controlled with DP a few days ago. The old man spends almost every afternoon in the beach villa. At this time, the old man only has a driver and a bodyguard with him. I don't know if it's because he has lived in peace for too long, and the old man is actually not vigilant. Therefore, as soon as Lei Qi received the order from Fang Lang to eliminate the Jakob family, he arranged for his agents to control Mr. Jakob. Lei Qi looked at the fat bald old man tied to the large solid wooden bed in front of him, and his eyes began to glow with excitement unconsciously. This was the most exciting mission he had performed since he joined the Brazilian intelligence agency. To directly eliminate a large local family, for a young lieutenant like him who was born in the lower class, it was really a bit too hot-blooded and out of control. When he came to the villa and saw this fat and big-eared bald old man and the young girl who was scratching her body with a de-addiction next to the old man, he inexplicably felt a nameless anger in his heart. If the young girl was willing, it would be fine. But all of them were controlled by this perverted old man with DP, which was unacceptable. Most of these girls were just little girls that this old man saw on the street when he passed by a place by car. With a glance, the bodyguards around him would hand over the information of the little girl to Roy Gang. Then, the bastards of the Roy Gang would kidnap the little girl, and when the family called the police to look for her, she would never be found. Because all the police knew what was going on, they would not look for her at all. And this kind of thing happens every 2 months in Natal. Mr. Yakubu, I heard that you like to let the little girl suck these little things. This time I specially purchased some from the Roy Gang. I hope you like it. The old man who was tied to the bed and couldn't move, his eyes widened and looked extremely angry. However, his mouth was blocked, and he couldn't make a sound. Looking at the old man's expression, Ryuki said embarrassedly, I'm really sorry, I forgot that Mr. Yakubu's mouth was blocked. I will take it off for you right away. After that, he reached out and took off the cloth strip in Yakubu's mouth. The old man, whose mouth had just been freed, directly greeted him with a series of dirty words. You bastards, do you know who I am? I tell you, you are dead. Mr. Jakob, how could we not know who you are? You are the famous Mr. Theodore Jakob, the patriarch of the Jakob family. Seeing the young man in front of him talking to him in such a relaxed tone, the old man knew that he had met a tough guy this time, and his attitude changed. Little brother, is there any misunderstanding between us? Is it that the children below are ignorant and have offended someone they shouldn't have offended? Please tell me, I will definitely tie him up and apologize to you in person. Because Lieutenant Reich was wearing civilian clothes, Jakob obviously didn't know the other party's identity. Lieutenant Reich raised his hand and looked at the watch on his hand. The time was already 4:30 in the afternoon, and he didn't want to say too many meaningless words to the beast in front of him. Okay, Mr. Yakubu, now I need to check the list of your family members with you. Please be sure to answer honestly. I need to see if the information we have is complete. Do you understand? Then he picked up the file bag beside him, pulled out a stack of documents one by one and said, "Your eldest son is called Herbert Yakubu, right? He has 2 sons and a daughter. He also has 2 mistresses, and the mistresses gave birth to 2 daughters, right?" Watching the young man in front of him take out the information from the file bag and start asking him questions, the words made the old man's head buzz. What is this for? Has he investigated his family so clearly? Doesn't his eldest son have only 1 mistress? It turns out that there are 2, and they gave birth to daughters outside, and I didn't even know it. At this time, the old man has begun to realize the seriousness of the problem, which makes his body start to get cold and tremble all over. Seeing that the old man didn't speak, Lieutenant Reich winked at the agent beside him, and the agent deliberately took out a cigar cutter and directly clamped the finger of the little finger of old Yakubu's right hand. The old man felt the cold touch on his fingers, and his body trembled even more. He kept saying, "Please, don't hurt me. What do you want? Just tell me, I will do it." Leaky looked at old Yakubu with cold eyes and said, "I just need you to answer my questions. Do you understand?" Facing Leaky's cold eyes, old Yakubu felt even colder in his heart. What he wanted to know most now was how he had offended the killer in front of him. "Understand, I will answer you well. Please don't hurt me." Before old Yakubu could react, he felt a piercing pain in his fingers. Without looking, he knew that he had lost 1 finger. The pain made him cry out in pain. But the man in front of him turned a deaf ear to him like a robot and continued to say in a cold tone, "Answer my questions." Old Yakubu was still crying out in pain, and he couldn't hear Leaky's questions at all. Then he felt a cold touch on his right ring finger. He knew what it was, and quickly injured the pain and said, I say, please don't hurt me again. Yes, my eldest son is Herbert Jakob, but I only know that he has 1 mistress, not 2. Hearing what old Jakob said, Reich was stunned and looked at his expression carefully, trying to tell whether it was true or false. Unfortunately, at this time, old Jakob's facial features were distorted by pain, and it was difficult to see other emotions except pain. "Open your eyes, look at me, and answer my questions seriously." Old Jakob was shaking with pain at this time, twisting and turning on the bed, where he was tied. After hearing what Lieutenant Reich said, he tried to open his eyes wide. However, Reich could only see fear in his eyes. Reich shook his head in his heart, feeling that he might not be suitable for interrogation work, and could not distinguish the enemy's emotions at all. "Tell me the name of the mistress you know." "Her name is Ashina Mariah, a dancer." "Okay. We already have information about this person. Are you sure you don't know the others about your eldest son?" "Really, please believe me, I really only know this. Please, don't hurt me." After hearing this, Reich shook his head and said, "It seems that we can only ask them these questions themselves, so ask the questions you know. Except for this eldest son, Bill Yakubu from the police station is your second son, and Nino Yakubu from the Roy gang is your youngest son. Do you have other children?" Old Yakubu heard what Reich said and shook his head repeatedly. "No, I only have 3 sons." After hearing this, Reich smiled and said, "As a punishment for your dishonesty, you have lost another finger." Old Yakubu was disheartened when he heard what Reich said. Soon, he felt pain in the ring finger of his right hand again, which almost caused his nerves to twitch. "I'll give you one more chance." Feeling the cold touch on his middle finger, old Yakubu trembled even more, trying desperately to pull his finger out from under the blade of the cigar cutter. Hearing the slightly playful tone of the other side, he still said with a stiff face, "It's really gone, sir. Please let me go. It's really gone." Then the pain caused by the middle finger leaving the body was transmitted to his mind through the central nervous system, making his brain directly on the verge of crashing, and he might faint at any time. But the people around him moved the cigar cutter to the index finger of his right hand without mercy. Looking at old Yakubu, who was a little slow to react, Reich casually poured a cup of steaming coffee on the bedside table on old Yakubu's head. The scalding coffee directly brought old Yakubu back to reality, and he felt the piercing pain on his fingers again. Old Yakubu twisted desperately again. Reich's calm voice came again. "I'll give you a hint. Your eldest son's mother-in-law." Hearing Regi's voice, old Yakubu seemed to hear a devil whispering in his ear, a devil who knew all his secrets. It was too scary for him. His body began to tremble violently again. My lord, I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm not sure whether the child is mine. It seems that our old Mr. Yakubu is not honest enough. As far as I know, you take out a precious weekend every month to visit your uncertain son. Hearing Regi's words, old Yakubu's eyes became more and more terrified, and he said with an expression, as if he had seen a ghost, "Who are you? You are all devils." Devils. Chapter 138 The Fall of the Yakub Family. Looking at the look in old Yakubu's eyes, and listening to him talking about the devil, Leaky turned his head, and glanced at the girl tied up next to him. He sneered in his heart, "Who is the devil among us? Or we are all devils. Now please continue to answer my question. Do you have other children?" Leaky didn't need to say anything more. Old Yakubu had already started to say frantically, "No, really no. I swear. I raped the maid in the manor, had an affair with my second son's wife, and slept with many girls in this villa. But none of them got pregnant. Believe me, this is true. I dare not lie to you again. Please forgive me." Leaky looked at old Yakubu seriously and said, "Okay. Since you are finally honest, I will let you suffer less." Then he opened the paper bag on the table, pinched old Yakubu's mouth, and poured all the money into it regardless of old Yakubu's desperate struggle. Then he turned to the agent in charge of the execution and said, "You are responsible for cleaning it up. I will handle the rest." "Yes, sir." Without looking back, Reich walked out of the room full of blood and urine smell, and walked into the living room. The agent waiting in the living room saw Lieutenant Reich coming out and quickly stood up. Reich nodded and looked at the bodyguard handcuffed to the living room window and said, "Mr. Reich, right?" The bodyguard raised his head and looked at Reich with anger on his face and said, "What did you do to Mr. Yakub?" Reich smiled and shook his head and said, "I think you should care about yourself instead of that old guy." He took out a stack of photos from the file bag in his hand and threw them in front of the bodyguard. The bodyguard's eyes followed Reich's movements and looked at the photos on the ground. He just looked at it, and his face changed drastically. He said tremblingly, "What do you want to do? I have a list here. I need you to call them in the name of old Mr. Yakubu and inform them to come to the villa of the Roy gang for a meeting. Any problem?" Leaky sat on the sofa in the living room with a calm face. "Impossible. I can't do this. You want to catch the Yakubu family in one fell swoop." Hearing the bodyguard's words, Leaky laughed sarcastically. "Since you are so loyal to the Yakubu family, why do you still have a secret meeting with Nino's woman? If you don't want to call, I can give these photos to Mr. Nino of the Roy gang. What do you think?" The bodyguard's face changed drastically, and he said quickly, "No, you can't do this. We are not having a secret meeting. We are first love, and I'm Unea first. Maybe you should go and explain to Mr. Nino, right? After all, I don't care about these. However, I think if you are really in love, shouldn't you make this call? If we get rid of the Yakubu family, can't you be together openly?" Regi reminded with a kind face. After hearing Regi's words, the bodyguard's expression moved and said, "Won't you kill us?" Regi smiled and shook his head and said, "I think you have misunderstood something. We are not a gang. Why kill us? We are just to eradicate the cancer of Natal. If you actively cooperate, I can apply for a reward from my superiors. What do you think? Are you from the government?" Regi smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Seeing Regi's expression, the bodyguard stood up and said, "Okay, I'll be responsible for convening them to a meeting. You don't need to provide a list. I know who should be notified." Seeing that the bodyguard was so self-conscious, Regi was even more satisfied. He picked up the phone on the table and handed it over. The bodyguard did not hesitate. He clamped the microphone with his handcuffed arm and started to broadcast the number. The agent next to him was obviously afraid that he would report the news, so he walked behind him silently. The bodyguard glanced at him and said nothing. He directly said to the person in the microphone, "Sir, the parents asked me to inform you that an important meeting will be held at your beach villa at 8 o'clock tonight. There are big things to announce. You need to prepare the venue and notify all your leaders to be present." I'm sorry, I don't know the specific content of the meeting. The order I received is to notify every member of the family. The first one was dismissed in a few words. From the content of the call, Rigi could hear that this was to notify Nino Yakubu of the Roy gang. Watching the bodyguard constantly dialing this call, it took nearly an hour for the call to be completely completed. Leiki nodded in satisfaction. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a luxurious villa on Natal Seaside Road. Perhaps it should not be called a villa, but a manor. Because this place is too big and too luxurious. There were 40 to 50 gang members scattered outside the manor, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands without any scruples. Although I don't know why the old man suddenly organized a meeting, since the meeting was held in his own manor, he must be responsible for the necessary security. Bill. Didn't the old man say that the meeting would start at 8 o'clock in the evening? We are all here. Why hasn't the old man come yet? Nino, please be more respectful. That's your father. What's wrong with your father? Isn't your father an old man? He can't get up from the little girl's belly. Nino, I warn you again. That's your father. It's very rude to discuss your father's private life behind his back. Okay, don't argue. Since everyone has been notified to come here, there must be something important to announce. Don't let the guests laugh at you. Brother, you are not the patriarch yet. This is my home, and I can say whatever I want. Just when several sons of the Yakub family were still having a cordial and friendly exchange in the villa, the Marines outside the villa had begun to surround the villa in an orderly manner. The villa defended by the gang organization was naturally full of loopholes in the eyes of professional soldiers. Soon, several gangsters who were standing together smoking and chatting were covered by their mouths and cut their throats with a knife. Leiki, who was fighting with the Marines for the first time, looked at these soldiers with surprise. As an active duty officer, he knew very well the fighting style of the Brazilian army. However, the Marines in front of him were completely different from the Brazilian army he knew. When he explained the goal of the mission to the leader, all the squad leaders of the team began to actively gather in front of the commander to discuss how to fight. This is completely different from the tactics of the Brazilian army where the soldiers rushed up and started fighting after the commander gave the order. Although Lieutenant Leiki provided them with detailed information about the villa, they still sent their own reconnaissance team to reinvestigate the villa in detail. When a complete battlefield situation map appeared in front of Leiki, he was still surprised, because the map marked the position of almost every enemy in detail. A series of intelligence such as whether there were secret sentries, enemy weapons and equipment, and firepower intensity were presented to Lieutenant Leiki. Lieutenant Leiki had never even heard of many of the professional terms discussed by everyone. They arranged detailed attack directions and routes. The attack order of the mission targets was allocated, and 10 sniper teams were arranged around the entire villa to prevent the enemy from slipping through the net. When the battle really started, Leiki felt an indescribable silky feeling, especially when the assault team soldiers approached the enemy like ghosts and quietly solved the outer defense line. When the enemy did not notice anything, Lieutenant Leiki felt a chill in his heart for no reason. If he became the target, he could basically give up resistance. What is professionalism? Lieutenant Leiki had an accurate answer for the first time. Finally, the gunshots rang out. When the first gunshot was fired, very rhythmic gunshots rang out from all directions of the villa. When the commander said that the battle was over and it was time to go in, Lieutenant Leiki was still in deep shock and had not recovered. He wanted a team of 300 people, but in fact there were less than 100 people who took action. The remaining soldiers were scattered around, observing the process of the battle with telescopes. From time to time, he would comment and express his opinions. Lieutenant Leiki couldn't help but feel fortunate in his heart that this was his own people. When he led the agents of the intelligence bureau into the venue, he saw the bodies scattered all over the floor and the captives squatting in the corner like quails. He waved his hand to signal the agents of the intelligence bureau to start working. They were busy until after 11 o'clock the next morning. After dealing with all the backup plans, Lieutenant Reich brought all the gains and came to the naval base to report to Fang Lang. Sir, this time we seized more than 40 properties, about $500,000 in funds, countless guns, and sealed off a Natal salt company, 3 bars, a nightclub, a cement factory, 5,800 hectares of farms, and 1 ton of DP. Oh, the harvest is not bad. Tell me how to deal with so many things. Fang Lang smiled and asked tentatively. Lieutenant Leakey said in a serious tone, reporting to the commander, you are the commander of the Military Control Commission, so naturally you will be the one to handle it. Fang Lang smiled and said indifferently, okay then. The bars and nightclubs will be left to you. In addition, I will give you 10 properties, 100,000 in cash, and the drugs will be left to you. I will handle the rest, okay? Leakey obviously did not expect that he would have such a big gain. He said with a look of surprise, sir, this is not good. Okay, since I'm the boss, just listen to me. The operation of the Intelligence Bureau requires financial support. The bar and nightclub will be operated by you. It can provide you with funds and increase your sources of information. As for the real estate, I don't care whether you live in it yourself or you sit as a safe house. You can do it yourself, DP. I hope there will be no drug abuse in my jurisdiction. Yes, sir. Also, starting tomorrow, your intelligence bureau will be moved to my base to work. I will need your intelligence support at any time. Well, you can work in the name of the second section of the logistics department at the base. For some reason, Lieutenant Leakey did not refuse this time, but stood at attention and saluted directly. Yes, sir. After this operation, the naval branch of the Intelligence Bureau made a fortune, and Fang Lang did not say what they should do with the cash allocated to them. Obviously, this is a benefit for them, and Leakey has no choice but to obey. Chapter 139 New Arms Business. Fang Lang was very satisfied with Lieutenant Leakey's understanding. He smiled and said, this time, NATO's police system is going to be completely reshuffled. What do you think about the selection of the police chief? Hearing this, Major Leakey was stunned. What does it mean? Will the police station be handed over to us? Looking at Major Leakey's hesitant expression, Fang Lang said casually, my opinion is to hand over NATO's police system to you and the municipal government for dual management. The chief will definitely be appointed by the mayor. But our logistics department section 2 must be in the police station, and at least one deputy chief must be placed. It will facilitate our management of the police system. Do you understand what I mean? Sir, will this cause dissatisfaction in the municipal government? If they have any dissatisfaction, let them come to me. You just need to follow my orders. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Fang Lang was very satisfied. This is the right way. After accepting the first order, you will start to accept the second order, and slowly you will completely obey the leader. Isn't there still one deputy chief left in the police station this time? What's his situation? Sir, Chief Yao Salfabul is the speaker's man. According to the current situation, he will become the new police chief in order. It seems that our speaker has benefited from it this time. Let Chief Bull come to my office. After you go out, you must hurry up and select a suitable candidate for deputy director. I need to make sure that the police system is under my control. Understand? Understood, sir. Tomorrow my people will go to the salt company, cement factory and farm to officially take over the work. Let your people supervise their handover work, and don't let anyone take advantage of it. Yes, sir. Just after Lieutenant Riach left, Fang Lang picked up the action report in his hand and wanted to see the details of the operation when the confidential phone on the desk rang. Fang Lang was stunned. After all, this was the first time the phone rang. He did not hesitate and picked up the phone directly. He heard a deep male voice from inside. Excuse me, is this Colonel Fang Lang of the 1st Fleet of the Navy? Fang Lang was sure that he had never heard of this voice before, but the person who could call through the confidential phone must be a person with certain authority. He hurriedly said politely, hello, I'm Fang Lang. May I ask who you are? Hearing Fang Lang's affirmative answer, the voice inside said without any emotion, hello, Colonel Fang, I'm Metalulita, the Minister of General Logistics. General Dutra introduced me to you and said that you have a channel for arms procurement, right? This is business coming to the door. The last plane bill has not been settled yet. It seems that the god of wealth is coming to the door. We have to build a bank quickly. All arms procurement in the future must be done through our own bank. We have to let the General Logistics Department open an account in our own bank to deposit money. Ah. Hello. Minister Lita. Nice to meet you. That's true. I did mention it to General Dutra. That's good. It's like this, Colonel Fang. According to the report submitted by the Army Department, they now want to establish the first tank division in Brazil, and we want to bid. I wonder if your channel is willing to participate in the bidding? Oh my god, what the hell is participating in the bidding? They are not a formal company, and the arms they sell are also active equipment from the army. In short, this is an underground transaction. If you let him appear in the open, if the US intelligence agencies find out, won't Mike and his team be finished? Moreover, if you go for an open bidding, wouldn't it be to directly get rid of yourself and contact the other party directly? Then how can you make a profit from the price difference? However, the other party was the Minister of General Logistics, and he couldn't refuse directly. After all, his equipment had to be purchased by them. He could only say, I'm not sure about this. I can contact them. If they are willing to participate, I will bring them to visit you. Okay. Of course, no problem. Thank you, Colonel Fang. In addition, we will also deposit the payment for your purchase of C-46 aircraft into your account today. Please check it. Fang Lang heard a hint of dissatisfaction in Minister Lita's tone. This made Fang Lang stunned. Did he offend him somewhere? After thinking for a while, he realized, damn. It seems that he purchased equipment privately without going through the logistics department, which cut off other people's money. In the corrupt environment of the Brazilian government, logistics procurement is a lucrative position. This is really an unprovoked disaster. It seems that I have no chance to earn agency fees from this arms channel. The Minister of Logistics is not a character who can be offended. It seems that I have to find a way to make up for the relationship between the two parties. Thank you so much. I'm going to Rio in 2 days. I wonder if you have time to come out for dinner. Hearing Fang Lang's offer to treat him to a meal, Minister Lita's tone softened a little and said, Colonel Fang, you're so polite. Tell me the place and I'll be there. Fortunately, it seems that he still has some weight in the Brazilian army. Minister Lita couldn't turn against him just because of this emergency purchase. After hanging up the phone, Fang Lang lit a cigar and let his brain work quickly. The equipment of a tank division is not a small amount. Is it really that he has no chance? After smoking a cigar, Fang Lang called Major Mike of the US Army Logistics Department and said, Brother Mike, I have a business here now. I wonder if you are interested. Mike on the phone said with a slightly tired voice, oh, Colonel Fang, as long as it's business, I'm interested. Tell me. Our Brazilian army wants to form a tank division and is now preparing to invite bids. I wonder if Brother Mike is interested. A tank division? What is the organization of your tank division? How many tanks are needed? Wait, you said you want to bid. Yes, the Brazilian General Logistics Department is in charge this time, so we can't trade directly. Is it convenient for you to operate? Mike on the other end fell silent and said after a while, if it needs to be in the form of a bid, I can't participate. So, sorry. Fang Lang knew that the other party would definitely not be able to do this business openly, and he was prepared for this, so he quickly said, Brother Mike, you told me that you work in the General Logistics Department, right? That's right. As far as I know, you are now in the United States undergoing large-scale disarmament, and the first batch of disarmament has already begun. Yes, Fang, just say whatever you want to say. Okay. Brother Mike, I have a suggestion for you. Since you are going to downsize, there must be a lot of active equipment that needs to be retired. It's okay for you to transfer some of it out through private actions, but you also have to take certain risks, right? Since the equipment is going to be retired on a large scale, these equipment can't just be left there to rust and break down. Why don't you just ask your superiors to sell all the old equipment directly to the outside world? This way you can recycle funds, right? The officials of the Ministry of National Defense will definitely support this proposal, right? This way you can sell arms directly to the outside world openly. Fang Lang persuaded. The other side was silent again for a while before saying, Fang, your suggestion is very good, but our Ministry of Defense cannot directly participate in your Brazilian military's bidding. We are not a company. Haha. Isn't this simple? Brother Mike, can't we set up a company together? We will look for countries with need all over the world. Then, we can buy the retired equipment and sell it to them. This way we can make a fortune. Huh. It seems that this really works. Maybe your proposal can even get me a promotion. But aren't you afraid that I will leave you behind and do it alone? Major Mike seemed really tempted this time. Fang Lang smiled and said, "Of course I'm not afraid. If you can persuade the Ministry of National Defense to agree to sell retired weapons abroad, your company can buy and sell, and so can my company, right? Haha. Fang, you are really amazing. All you need is for me to submit this idea, right? But as far as I know, you have a good relationship with many generals of our US military. Why don't you propose it to them, but tell me this idea instead? Because you are young enough. Young people have a future, don't they? Haha. Fang, we are friends. In the future, if you have any needs, please tell me directly. You should come to the United States and set up a company with me now." Obviously, Mike agreed to set up a company with Fang Lang to do this business. "My people will visit you in your office tomorrow. Can you discuss the specific details of the cooperation? Okay, then ask him to come to me as soon as possible, and I will draft a report now." When Fang Lang was sitting in the office of the naval base discussing the arms trade, this earth-shaking earthquake was happening on the streets of Natal. The Jakob family, the underground emperor of Natal, was completely destroyed overnight, making all the forces in Natal panic, fearing that this terrible thing would happen to them next. Mayor Dursley of Natal was even more terrified. He knew very well that he had only mentioned the situation of the Jakob family to Fang language. As a result, the Jakob family, which had been suffocating him overnight, was directly wiped out. All this happened too suddenly. It was so fast that Mayor Dursley didn't react. This was a way of fighting that he couldn't understand at all. Shouldn't everyone fight each other openly and secretly? Today I will give you a tangle, and tomorrow you will set me up and snatch the territory bit by bit. How can you not play by the routine at all and directly destroy a century-old family? What made him even more terrified was that he had only mentioned some of the Jakob family's open forces. At that time, the other party seemed to have learned about this situation for the first time. But in the blink of an eye, the most secretive forces of the entire Yakubu family and the family members who were not in the family were all eradicated. It seems that Natal has no secrets about Fang Lang. Thinking of this, Mayor Dursley couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He quickly packed up and got up to go out to visit the head of the Military Control Commission at the naval base. Chapter 140 Reactions from all parties. Speaker Jeddah Brooke was also in a state of panic. She knew even less than Mayor Dursley. She had no idea how the whole thing happened and how it ended. But this did not prevent Speaker Brooke from being in awe of the naval captain. After all, fear comes from the unknown. At this time, Chief Yusufabul, a pawn he had planted in the police station, found Speaker Brooke. "Uncle, someone just notified me to go to the naval base to meet with Colonel Fang to report on my work. What should I do?" Looking at his nephew who was trembling slightly in front of him, Speaker Brooke was also a little worried, but he couldn't ignore it. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Do you know what happened? Why was the Yakubu family wiped out overnight?" Chief Yusufabul thought to himself, "If I knew why would I come here to ask you?" But facing his uncle's question, he could only shake his head and said, "I don't know either. After I received the news this morning, I wanted to ask the police about the situation. However, it turned out that all the policemen who were close to the Yakubu family were arrested by the military. I had no way to find out the news." Hearing that all the people who were close to the Yakubu family were arrested, what accurate information this must be. Thinking that there was always a pair of invisible eyes silently paying attention to his situation, Speaker Brooke shuddered. "Who notified you? How did they notify you?" "A phone call was made to my tavern, and I didn't see anyone." Speaker Brooke was still a little older and had to be more patient. "Then why did you come to me? Why don't you report to Colonel Fang quickly?" Poor Director Yusufabul didn't even have the courage to compete with Director Bill Yakubu, so how could he have the courage to face this ruthless man who silently wiped out the Yakubu family alone? "But, I don't dare." Looking at the useless nephew in front of him, Speaker Brooke wanted to kick him. Thinking about it, he had not visited the head of the Military Control Commission alone yet, which was really very rude. Looking at the current situation, the relationship between him and the nephew in front of him must be clear to others, so there is no need for him to hide it. It is better to face it openly. He sighed and said, alas. We will face it sooner or later, so let's go together now. Hearing that his uncle was willing to accompany him, Director Yao Salfabul breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with the fear of big families like the mayor and the speaker, ordinary citizens of Natal should not be too excited. The leaders of the Roy gang were basically caught in one fell swoop, and all the gangsters were arrested by the soldiers of the army early in the morning. Only a small number of them hid in the corners and escaped. However, the gangsters who hid had long lost their former spirit. Now what they fear most is that they will be recognized on the street and told to the army and arrested by the army. There were no police on the streets for a while, but the public security situation was much better than before the police came. Soldiers patrolling the streets in jeeps from time to time. This was the return to the martial law that everyone was familiar with. Everyone was discussing what had happened to the Jakob family. Have you heard? There was a gunfight at the Jakob family's beach villa last night, and all the Roy gang leaders and corrupt police officers were caught in one fell swoop. But that's not all. All members of the Jakob family have been wiped out. Why is that? Don't you understand? Our good days are coming soon. The Military Control Commission discovered the Jakob family's evil deeds and directly eliminated them. Then there will be no Roy gang in the future, right? Do we not have to pay protection fees? That's hard to say. If there is no Roy gang, there will be other gangs. Even if there are other gangs, they won't show up so early, so we will definitely have some time to relax. I heard that the girls who disappear every once in a while are actually kidnapped by the Roy gang and given to the old patriarch of the Jakob family to play with. Yeah. I heard that this time a girl who was kidnapped a few days ago was rescued. Unfortunately, she has been ruined by those bastards with DP. What? So that's the case. It's good that these bastards are dead. We can finally have a few days of good life. Yes. These troops will be stationed in Natal in the future. We can complain to the army in the future. Is that so? I wonder if I can join the army. Look at them sitting in jeeps. They are so impressive. Fang Lang had already anticipated the reaction of the market, and this was also what he hoped to see. As long as the army could maintain order, there was no need to worry that Natal would be in chaos. Director Yusufabul and Speaker Jeddah Brook had just arrived at the gate of the naval base when they met Mayor Dursley. The two sides met at the gate of the base, but they did not feel surprised. After exchanging a few polite words, they heard the order to agree to let them go, and everyone simply walked in together. Arriving at the door of Fang Lang's office, the three of them filed in, after waiting for the guards at the door to report. Seeing the three people coming in, Fang Lang, who had just finished talking to Major Mike from the United States, nodded and motioned for everyone to sit down on the sofa. He called out to the guard outside the door, "Guard, make 4 cups of coffee." After receiving a response from the outside, Fang Lang stood up and walked to the sofa. The few people who were about to sit down stood up quickly. Fang Lang shook hands with them one by one and motioned them to sit down again. Everyone sat down again. The three people were obviously a little cramped. Fang Lang saw it, but didn't point it out. He just said lightly, "Is there something important that you three are visiting together?" The three looked at each other, and none of them were willing to speak first. Finally, Mayor Dursley glared at the other two and said, "Colonel Fang, I have already discussed the land for bank construction with Mr. Fang of Fang Yuan Group, and Mr. Fang is very satisfied. Now it's about the price, which may need to be discussed by the municipal council before it can be decided." Speaker Brook, who was sitting next to him, watching and waiting for the mayor to finish talking before he could speak, didn't expect that the first thing he talked about was related to him. He tried to keep a calm expression, but his defense almost broke. What bank construction land? What parliamentary discussion? I had no idea about it. Cold sweat broke out in an instant, and 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through his heart. He wanted to slap the mayor next to him to death. Fang Lang glanced at the pale face of Speaker Brook next to him, and smiled and said, "This is as it should be, Speaker Brook. Fang Yuan Group has taken a fancy to the trading center building opposite the city hall and the parliament, and plans to build a bank there after demolishing it. When the time comes, Speaker Brook will discuss it with the parliament as soon as possible. We will pay according to the price. We can't let the Natal City government suffer. Fang Lang gently revealed the fact that Mayor Dursley had tripped up Speaker Brook. After listening to Fang Lang's words, Speaker Brook finally understood what was going on. He couldn't help but curse Mayor Dursley in his heart as a bastard and almost got tricked by him. This is a good thing. Our parliament warmly welcomes a large enterprise like Fang Lang Group to invest in Natal. As long as we receive documents from the municipal government, we will discuss all land purchase issues at the first meeting and never let investors wait. In secret, Brook was telling Fang Lang that our parliament had not received documents from the municipal government, so it didn't know about this matter. Fang Lang certainly understood what was going on and smiled and said, "Very good. Our parliament should have such work efficiency. Don't argue over trivial matters and fail to reach a result. By the time everyone argues to reach a result, the opportunity has been lost." This was also a warning to Speaker Brook. Speaker Brook's heart naturally lifted when he heard this. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, Colonel Fang, you are right. After I go back, I will convey your opinions to all the parliamentarians. We will definitely follow your instructions and be the most efficient parliament." In fact, Speaker Brook didn't have any specific business to come here today. He said he came here with Director Yao Salfabul, but in fact he also wanted to test Fang Lang's views on the parliament. Now he has basically achieved his goal. Fang Lang nodded after hearing Speaker Brook's answer, and then said to Mayor Dursley, "Mr. Mayor, since you and Mr. Speaker Brook are here today, I will explain to you my thoughts on Natal. This is also my management idea as the head of the Military Control Commission. I hope you can understand and implement it." The two of them quickly sat up straight and nodded in response. "I have been in Natal for a few days and learned about the situation in Natal. The current economy is still mainly based on agricultural product trade. This is not keeping up with the times. Therefore, I introduced Fang Lang Group to invest and build a factory in Natal, hoping to guide the agricultural economy towards industrialization as soon as possible. We must rely on our advantages in agricultural product resources to develop the deep processing industry of agricultural products and drive the development of industrialization. In addition to the sugar factory that will be jointly invested with Mayor Dursley, Fang Lang Group is also preparing to build a large textile factory in Natal. In addition to the textile factory, I'm also preparing to further print and dye the woven cloth and introduce clothing manufacturing companies. In Natal, cotton is directly produced into cotton yarn, cotton cloth and then clothing to form an industrial chain. If Mr. Brook is willing, I also hope that Mr. Brook will actively participate in the process of industrialization. Further deepen the simple livestock slaughtering and processing, such as processing cowhide to make leather shoes, leather bags, belts, etc. As for the beef after slaughter, we can subdivide it into different grades and sell it to Europe and the United States. Don't worry about the sales of products. I will introduce the United States global trade to Natal to purchase our goods. Europe and America are now in a period of recovery. If we don't take advantage of this time to speed up industrialization, it will be even more difficult in the future. If I remember correctly, sugarcane can be made into alcohol in addition to sugar. These are industries we can develop, right?" Hearing Fang Lang's words, both of them were excited. Of course, everyone knew that opening a factory could make money. However, either they had no money, or they had no technology, or they were worried about having no market. Now Fang Lang has solved all their concerns for them, so what else is there to say? Chapter 141, Stunning the Mountain. Mayor Dursley and Speaker Brook were excited when they heard Fang Lang's plan for Natal, and they wanted to throw themselves into the tide of industrialization immediately. After hearing that Mayor Dursley had reached a cooperation intention with Fang Lang Group to build a sugar factory in Natal, Speaker Brook was unwilling to fall behind and said, "Colonel Fang, if possible, I would like to invest in a leather manufacturing plant." Hearing Speaker Brook's words, Fang Lang said happily, "Okay, Speaker Brook, if you lack technology or equipment, you can entrust global trade to purchase them. If you lack funds, you can go to the Brazilian development bank that is about to be built to apply for a loan. As long as anyone is willing to develop and make progress with me, I will fully support them." Fang Lang's words finally put their hearts back in their stomachs. Colonel Fang, please rest assured that we will seriously implement your ideas. Mayor Dursley quickly expressed his position. Speaker Brooke also agreed again and again. Director Yusufa Bull, who was standing by, heard that the others had been talking for so long without saying anything. He felt that he was a little redundant sitting aside, but he did not dare to move at all. Fang Lang glanced at him, smiled and said nothing. Then he looked at Mayor Dursley and said, "Of course, what we are talking about is the future direction of Natal City. So, as the mayor and speaker, what should we do?" Without waiting for the two to answer, Fang Lang asked and answered himself, "I think the most important thing is to create a good business environment." What is a good business environment? First of all, I think the transportation should be convenient. Let's take a look at the roads in Natal. Are the transportation convenient? Mayor Dursley and Speaker Brooke looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing that neither of them answered, Fang Lang continued, "I just feel that it is very inconvenient. Except for the two roads in the city center, the other roads are all muddy. The two roads in the city center are still roads from the colonial period. This shows that we have basically not developed after leaving the colony, which is abnormal. Therefore, my opinion is, if you want to be rich, build roads first. Our city government and parliament can invest the income from taxes and land sales into road construction. Look at the bases built by the Americans. They are all made of cement. They are so clean and tidy. There is no need to worry about the arrival of the rainy season. Our parliament must make good plans, take care of the interests of all parties, and let everyone participate in the construction of New Natal." Hearing Fang Lang's words, the two seemed a little ashamed. Although this was not just a problem for the two of them, this was the 5th year that the two had served as mayor and speaker. It really seemed that there was no achievement. As a soldier, Fang Lang understood construction better than them, which made the two blush. "Colonel Fang, what you said makes a lot of sense. We have never had such a far-sighted plan before. Now that you have pointed out the direction for us, we will definitely build a new Natal under your leadership." Speaker Brooke immediately came out to express his position. Fang Lang didn't know whether he was flattering or really thought so. It didn't matter to Fang language. If what he said today was not implemented, he would replace him with someone who could implement it. Since he had expressed his position, Fang Lang would of course take it as his willingness to follow his own direction. Nodding at him, he continued, "As for the second aspect, it is about the public security environment. I know why you took the initiative to come here today. Don't worry, I'm not a person who kills innocent people. I absolutely cannot tolerate the poor public security problems in society. Once the police criminal collusion like the Yakubu family is discovered, it will be resolutely eradicated. Today I notified Director Yusufa Bull to come here to express my attitude. The police have the great mission of maintaining public security. What are our Natal police like now? They are in cahoots with criminals, and are even worse than criminals. This is absolutely not allowed." Director Yusufa Bull, who had been like a transparent man beside him, did not expect that the topic would suddenly shift to him, and the criticism was so sharp. This made him feel like sitting on pins and needles. His face flushed, and he dared not speak, even if he wanted to defend himself. Fang Lang glanced at Chief Yusufa Bull and said, "So, my first priority is to rectify our police force and make them truly responsible for maintaining public order. Now this responsibility falls on Chief Yusufa Bull's shoulders. I know that many policemen commit crimes because their salaries are not high. Here, our parliament and the city government need to discuss a welfare package for the police that is in line with reality. If the police are not paid well, it will inevitably lead to the police taking bribes at work, which will further aggravate the deterioration of the public security environment. The corresponding business environment will also deteriorate further, resulting in fewer factories, less tax revenue, and a decline in the welfare of various government departments, forming a vicious circle. This time I was very dissatisfied with the public security environment in Natal, so I struck hard and directly eradicated the cancer. My troops will maintain the current high-pressure situation recently. Any illegal criminal behavior will be dealt with directly on the spot. During this period, I require all police officers to go to the military camp for closed training for 1 month. Only when I think you are qualified can you return to your police post and continue working. If not, you will be eliminated. Do you understand? Mr. Chief Yusufable. At this time, Chief Yusufable didn't dare to say any no. He could only stand up and said, "Understood, Mr. Colonel. Starting with myself, I must accept the training seriously. Although the performance of this police chief has been a bit poor so far, Fang Lang has not found a reason to replace him directly, so he nodded and said, I plan to establish a naval police school. All students can apply for our police school. In the future, only students who graduate from the police school can become police officers in naval. This matter needs to be implemented after the mayor returns, and I will be responsible for arranging the teachers in the school." Mayor Dursley quickly stood up and took the order. "Because there is a shortage of staff in the police station now, I will arrange some personnel to enter the police station. They will participate in training with the current police officers. I hope you can quickly get used to each other during the training period and build Natal's police force into a combat-ready team as soon as possible. Finally, our government departments must become service-oriented governments. Of course, this is a long way to go. We have to take it slowly, but we must first solve a problem, that is, environmental sanitation. We have an environmental agency in Natal, right? But look at the sanitation environment on the streets. What do they do every day? I hope that the City Hall and the Parliament will take these things seriously in the future. If the health department does not do well, the Parliament should impeach it, and the city government should replace people. Understand?" The 3 guests who took the initiative to visit were all well educated. However, everyone was relieved, which at least showed that they were safe now and would not be eradicated overnight. On the way back, Director Yao Southable looked at Speaker Brooke with a bitter face and said, "Uncle, do I still have to attend the training? What if I fail the training?" Looking at his useless nephew, Speaker Brooke really wanted to kick him and said angrily, "If you fail the training, don't come back. Don't you realize? If we really follow Colonel Fang's plan, Natal will soon usher in earth-shaking changes. Maybe we will become prosperous soon. If you back down at this time, you will lose everything. Do you understand? After I go back, I have to take a good look at the assets of my family. Since there is an opportunity to open a leather factory, I can't miss it." Seeing that his nephew still had a look of despair on his face, Speaker Brooke couldn't help but give him a hint. From what Colonel Fang said, he doesn't want to directly destroy the results of the democratic election. Therefore, the directorship will definitely still be yours, but he will definitely arrange his own people to come in. As long as you can get along well with the newcomers and fully support their work, then you can keep your position as director. Do you understand? Director Yao Southable, who was complaining to himself, heard his uncle's words and his eyes lit up and said, "Is that so? I'm good at making friends. I understand now that you said that. You can rest assured to fully support their work." Speaker Brooke sighed with a wry smile, shook his head and said nothing. Fang Lang, who watched the few people leave, smiled. He didn't expect that he just wanted to build a salt field at first, but later he wanted to test the ability of Regi, an intelligence officer, and he didn't expect to achieve such a great result. This is really a case of planting flowers with care but not blooming, but planting willows by accident and growing a shade. This action to eliminate the Yakubu family can be regarded as a successful result, but is it a warning to the tiger, or should it be called killing the chicken to scare the monkey, or killing the monkey to scare the chicken? Now, tell them your ideas and let them execute them. If they do well, they will be rewarded, and if they don't do well, they will be replaced. Isn't this easy? It turns out that this is what a leader should do. Put the right people in the right positions and arrange the work. Oh, Anuli. Wait. Business matters are not settled yet. Frustrated, when will my assistant team be in place? Chungsin. I have something for you to do. Go to the General Logistics Department of the US Army to find Major Mike. I have talked to him about setting up a joint venture arms trading company to help the US military clear out retired equipment. As for the person in charge after the establishment of the company, you can ask Mike for his opinion. If he does not require a designated person, you can recruit from outside. Shares? It depends on how much investment he can make. My goal is to control the shares. Go and talk to him yourself. What container transportation system is ready? I may not have time to come these 2 days. How about this? I will try to make time to come to the United States within this month. Help me set up an assistant team in the United States and try to draw personnel from each branch who understand the situation of the branch. I need to understand the specific situation of each branch in a timely manner and make plans. Okay, that's it, and we'll talk when we meet. Chapter 142. Immigrants landing. Just when Fang Lang had just finished the call and was about to relax on the sofa with a cup of coffee, the office door was knocked again. It seemed that he could not relax. With a helpless sigh, Fang Lang said, "Come in." Then he saw Kikingshan and Zin Shiliang walking in. "Boss, Mr. Zin gave me the statistics of the labor situation. I thought he was responsible for it, so I brought him here to report to you." Fang Lang nodded to the two of them, pointed to the sofa in front of him and said, "Well, come in and sit down. Mr. Zin, would you like some coffee?" Zin Shiliang looked at the spacious office, the huge mahogany desk and the sofa. Now he also knew that the young man in front of him was the supreme commander of this military base. At the same time, he also served as the head of a provincial military control committee, which was similar to his impression of the warlord image of Marshal Zhang. Therefore, when he saw Fang Lang again, he was obviously not as cheerful as last time, but a little cramped. Hearing Fang Lang's question, he waved his hand and said, "Thank you, sir. I don't drink it." "That's right. People in my hometown all drink tea. Let's try Brazilian tea today." As an adjutant, Kikingshan of course started to make tea immediately. That's right. Brazil also has a long history of tea planting, and the source of tea is its hometown Macau. It's just that the production of Brazilian tea is not as large as that of India. The main reason is that America is the home of coffee, and people are more accustomed to drinking coffee. In fact, Fang Lang also likes to drink tea, but his original body has been living in America and has developed the habit of drinking coffee, so Fang Lang has not picked up the habit of drinking kung fu tea in his previous life for a while. Watching Kikingshan's tea making movements, Fang Lang suddenly missed the kung fu tea in his previous life. It seems that I have to find a way to get a set of exquisite kung fu tea sets, and then select a thick redwood from the Amazon jungle to make an exquisite tea table. It would be best if there is a beautiful tea artist next to me to perform exquisite tea art. The tea art here is the literal tea art. Oh, think about how wonderful such a day is. When it comes to the skill of making tea, we should look at the skill of the southern part of our hometown. Kingshan, you are a rough man and you have no aesthetic sense when making tea. Fang Lang said with a look of disdain, looking at the way Kikingshan made tea. Fortunately, Kikingshan and Fang Lang were very familiar with each other, so he just smiled and didn't say much. Zin Shiliang, who was standing by, relaxed a little and said, "The kung fu tea in the south is indeed unique and very pleasing to the eye. The commander is a person who really understands tea." Oh, Mr. Zin has also seen kung fu tea. When I was an assistant manager at a food factory, I came into contact with customers in the south and saw it twice. It's a pity that there is no kung fu tea in Brazil. If there is a chance to invite a tea artist from the south in the future, I must ask Mr. Zin to evaluate it together. Commander, you are too polite. If there is such an opportunity, it would be Shiliang's honor. What honor or not, we are all compatriots. Don't be so formal. Come, let's make do with it today and try the taste of Brazilian tea. Fang Lang motioned Zin Shiliang to drink tea, and he also picked up the teacup and took a sip, which barely tasted like tea. Unfortunately, the taste of the tea was somewhat different from the one Fang Lang had imagined. Zin Shiliang didn't dare to relax and taste it carefully. He just rubbed it lightly and put the teacup down. Fang Lang put down the teacup and started talking about business. "Mr. Zin, how many people did you count?" Hearing Fang Lang start to ask about business, Zin Shiliang sat up straight and took out a small notebook and said, "Sir, the total population is 2,130, including 1,800 males and 330 females. Among them, there are 350 ordinary workers. There are 870 farmers, 420 people with their own skills, 300 people who have served in the military, 20 policemen, 16 teachers, 101 businessmen of all sizes, 42 company employees, and 11 people who have worked as government clerks." Oh, then which category do you classify yourself into? It is obvious that Xinqiang still put in a lot of effort and classified all the people according to their job types. I just don't know which category he will classify someone like him who has experience working in the government and has done management. Hearing Fang Lang's question, Xinqiang smiled embarrassedly and said, well, Xiliang worked as a small director in the city hall for a period of time, so I classified myself as a government clerk. Oh. So Mr. Xin wants to continue to do related work. Xiliang hasn't thought about this issue. Mainly during the period of being an assistant manager, I personally felt that I didn't do a good job, so, well, I understand what you mean. Is there anyone among them who wants to start their own business? Everyone is unfamiliar with the place and the language, so there is no idea in this regard for the time being. After understanding the general situation, Fang Lang said to Qingshan, well, that's right. Qingshan, you first find a few people who can speak Portuguese from Sao Paulo to make sure that everyone can communicate in simple language. After the equipment of the textile factory arrives, let them act as translators and build our textile factory as soon as possible. How is the doctor's examination? Hearing Fang Lang asking about the physical condition of the workers, Qingshan smiled and said, boss, everyone is in good health. The main reason is that they have been engaged in high-intensity labor for a long time, and their nutrition is not enough. They are all malnourished and their bodies are overdrawn. The doctor means that they can return to normal after about a month of recuperation. That's good. Mr. Xin, since you have been the office director, you will be responsible for assisting Qingshan in managing everyone during this period. Is there any problem? Please rest assured, sir, I will do my best. Well, very good. Then you go down first. The next morning, the huge fleet that set out from Japan finally arrived at the naval base. Looking at the warships entering the naval port one by one, Fang Lang felt that he was full of strength. The arrival of this huge fleet also gave the people of Natal a deep shock. It's not that the residents of Natal have never seen a huge naval fleet. During the war, Natal has been stationed with a huge US fleet. But those are American fleets, and now it is Brazil's own fleet that is docked here. For a while, the seaside in the distance was surrounded by onlookers. With the return of the naval fleet, the naval base, which has always seemed very empty, finally began to become popular. Along with the fleet, there were 2 immigrant ships. Fang Lang originally thought that one ship could carry 500 people. As a result, the immigrant team was too large. Fang Xinshu directly ordered the crew to renovate the cabins of the ships, and each ship carried more than 1,200 immigrants. After nearly a month of learning on the ship, these more than 2,400 immigrants were able to have some simple Portuguese conversations. With the help of the personnel who came with the ship to manage the immigrants, Fang Lang arranged all the farmer immigrants to the farm that had just been taken over from the Akubu family. The farms of more than 5,800 hectares are mostly in low altitude areas, mainly planting sugarcane and rice. Fang Lang has taken great pains to ensure that these farmers can take root in Natal. Instead of using the Brazilian large farm method to resettle farmers, he directly signed a loan contract with the farmers to purchase land. All farmers borrowed money from the immigration company to buy land according to their own wishes. Of course, the price of the land is lower than the price of land in Brazil, and after adding interest, it is equal to the price of land in Brazil. Given the vast land and sparse population in Brazil, the land price is of course very cheap, which makes all the farmers ecstatic. Zhao Changlin was born as a farmer in Fujian province. Unlike most immigrants who were sold here, he was an immigrant who took the initiative to apply to join. Fujian province has many mountains, few lands and many people. Zhao Changlin's family is a farmer in the mountains. In order to grow food, the people in his hometown have reclaimed large terraces on the hillside. But there are too many people in the family, and the output of the terraces alone cannot support their own family. Before the war was over, he heard in the town that there were people from an immigration company coming to recruit immigrants to Brazil. Where there are many people and many lands, you can plant as much land as you want. Moreover, there are Chinese forces in the local area to protect them, so there is no need to worry about being bullied. People in Fujian province are originally daring and daring. They sold their family's land in a fit of anger and came to Shanghai and boarded the ship to immigrate to Brazil. When they got on the ship, they found that many people on the ship were not voluntary immigrants, but were sold as piglets. This made him panic. Fortunately, the instructor appeared in time and dispelled his concerns. When the instructor told him that he could sign a loan contract for land purchase with the immigration company, he was still a little hesitant, fearing that it was usury. When he got the contract and saw the price of the land, he couldn't believe his eyes. The price of 1 mu of farmland in his hometown could buy 10 mu here. Even if the interest of the loan was added, the price of 1 mu of land in his hometown could buy 8 mu here. What else could he say? He looked at his wife and 3 children. Although the oldest child was only 15 years old and the youngest was only 10 years old, they were all able to work in the fields. Thinking that the children would grow up and have a family, he made up his mind and directly took out a loan to buy 50 mu of farmland. When he arrived at the farmland he bought in the truck of the immigration company, he was so happy. Because, in addition to being all good paddy fields, the fields were now planted with rice. The contract stipulated that from this moment on, the land belonged to their family. At this time, he finally believed what the instructor said. It turned out that the immigration company really cared about them. Mr. Fang sold such a good land to them at such a low price. What else could he say? The money from the rice growing vigorously in these 50 mu of rice fields alone is enough to pay off half of the loan. Boss, the fields have already been planted. The wife beside him was obviously not aware of what was going on and asked in confusion. You silly woman, this is Mr. Fang taking care of us. The crops in these fields are ours, and once we sell them, it will be enough to pay off half of the loan. What? Is Mr. Fang stupid? Hearing his wife's words, Zhao Changlin was so angry that he slapped his wife on the back of the head and said, "You are stupid. This is Mr. Fang taking care of us compatriots. Didn't the gentleman say that this is a tropical area? There is no winter at all, and 3 crops of rice can be planted a year. We can pay off the loan in 1 year, and there will be a surplus. Silly woman, our good days are coming." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Happy Moments for Immigrants. When Zhao Changlin smiled happily, the farmers around him who chose to buy land with loans were all very happy. However, most immigrants were sold on the ship alone, so one person dared not buy so much land, and most of them bought less than 10 acres of land. Everyone was looking at the crops in their own land and laughing. After all, even if you add the immigration fees that the immigration company needs to charge and the loan for purchasing farmland, it seems that it is not a problem now. After all, as long as you are not a lazy man, 3 years must be enough for you to pay off all your debts. The only thing that makes people feel inconvenient is that the place to live is still the workers' dormitory of the original farm. In addition, people are not allowed to build houses in their own fields. All houses must be planned uniformly and exist in the form of villages, which is said to be to ensure the safety of Chinese in Brazil. In fact, it doesn't matter if everyone can live together, but they may have to walk a distance to work in the fields, which is not very convenient. Of course, this is insignificant compared to safety. When this news reached the ears of immigrants who were still hesitating whether to take out loans to buy land, and immigrants who were originally preparing to work in factories as workers, everyone was in a frenzy. Their passion for land was in their genes. The enthusiasm for taking out loans to buy land burst out at this moment, including the people who were rescued by Fang Lang from Brazil. Fang Lang did not stop this. After all, the factory here has not been built yet. When there are job opportunities in the city, farmers will naturally give up their land and move from the countryside to the city. Fang Lang simply divided the people into 8 small villages and settled them on the land of the original Yakubu family. The fields were full of crops and did not need to be planted, so they organized everyone to build houses together. The land for the house and the money for building the house continued to be borrowed from the immigration company. Now everyone is no longer worried about borrowing from the immigration company. After all, everyone knows that they can pay it back. Of course, there are also many people who are unwilling to continue to borrow from the immigration company. They want to live in the dormitory on the farm first, and then buy a homestead, to build a house after making money. This is the traditional concept of most people. It is understandable that they want to have money before spending. All the immigrants and the rescued laborers are less than 5,000 people. 5,800 hectares of land is 87,000 mu. Even if the per capita arable land area is 10 mu, there is still a lot of land that no one has bought. Compared with the per capita arable land area of 3 mu in his hometown, when the country was founded, 10 mu per capita is indeed a lot, but compared with the current per capita arable land area in Brazil, it is also at a normal level. Of course, the agricultural development area arranged by Fang Lang for his compatriots is mainly concentrated in Rio Grande do Sul in southern Brazil. The land in the south is flatter, and the arable land resources are richer. In Rio Grande do Norte, where Natal is located, only Natal is still a bit flat, with an average altitude of only 3 meters. Less than 50 kilometers to the west, it will become plateaus and mountains. There is not enough space for agricultural development. Of course, plateaus and mountains are also the main cotton and corn producing areas in the state. However, Fang Lang is going to grab a good place first. Even if the south is finished, there is still the savanna in the central and western regions, which accounts for 21% of Brazil's land area. Such a large area has not been occupied yet. He will not develop agriculture in the northeastern region where agriculture is underdeveloped. The reason for placing these immigrants in Natal is to increase the proportion of Chinese in Natal. Natal is mainly Fang Lang's military base. In addition, the focus will be on developing labor-intensive industries in Natal to accommodate the families of officers and soldiers of the First Fleet. It is not enough to just pay allowances to the soldiers. By then, the soldiers' families will work in Fang Lang's factory and also receive salaries from Fang language. Then Fang Lang's First Fleet will completely become Fang Lang's private army, a warlord who is not a warlord. Fang Lang spent a week arranging and familiarizing himself with the work of the First Fleet. After all, there are many new members, and Fang Lang also needs to get familiar with everyone. A lot of things happened in this week. The bank has officially started construction. During the construction of the bank's staff have also been in place and started to rent an office building in Natal. All immigration, land and residential loan businesses of the immigration company have been transferred to the newly established Brazilian Development Bank. At the same time, the construction of Natal's first textile factory, sugar factory, and tannery also began. Fang Lang also announced to all officers and soldiers of the First Fleet that the families of officers and soldiers of the First Fleet would have priority to work in the factory. Building a factory requires a large number of workers, which has created a large number of jobs for the residents of Natal, which makes the residents of Natal very happy. With the full arrival of the First Fleet, the officers and soldiers are now high-income people, and nearby residents have also begun to do business near the military camp. For the safety of the military camp, Fang Lang communicated with Mayor Dursley and prepared to build the first dedicated commercial street in Natal. Because the gangs in Natal were eradicated by Fang Lang, the J brothels in the open and in the dark were forced to close, and the girls could only go to the streets to solicit customers and become prostitutes. The appearance of these prostitutes also gave Fang Lang a headache. In Brazil, the business of J girls with unclear attributes is neither completely legal nor completely illegal. For the sake of the soldiers' health, Fang Lang had to order the city government to centrally manage all prostitutes, issue licenses, conduct regular physical examinations, and distribute family planning supplies for free. Perhaps because this was a former base of the US military, after the news that the city government issued licenses to prostitutes spread, a large number of girls came out of nowhere to register. In a week, the number of people who registered was over 1,000, which scared Fang language. He was afraid that it would become an uncivilized city, so he called for a halt. In the end, the number of registered people still reached 1,500. There was no way so many people needed to make a living from this, so Fang Lang could only ask the city government to plan a street for bars and entertainment. In order to prevent illegal incidents from happening, this street became a key police station area. After finally dealing with the First Fleet, Fang Lang finally took his own plane and took a guard platoon of soldiers to Rio de Janeiro. Colonel Tich and Major Blackwell of the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base greeted him at the airport. After a few greetings, Fang Lang was taken to the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base. "Hey, Fang, how come you have time to leave your First Fleet and come to Rio to visit us? We haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you welcome me?" Fang Lang has a very good relationship with the two now, so communication is also easy and casual. Colonel Teach saw Fang Lang's expression that he came here specially to visit you and directly pointed it out. "Don't you have official business to come to see us? Haha. Haha. Everyone is so busy. Of course I came to visit you during the break from work." Fang Lang would not be embarrassed about such a small matter. "What is the main reason for you to come here this time? Can you tell me?" Blackwell couldn't help but ask. "It's nothing big. I just came to meet General Leiter of the General Logistics Department to discuss the equipment issues of the Army's establishment of a tank division." Tich heard Fang Lang talking about such an important matter in such a relaxed tone, and he was amazed. "Look at Fang, such a casual tone. That is the first tank division in Brazil, but it has become no big deal to you?" Fang Lang looked at Colonel Tich in surprise and said, "Hey, Brother Tich, you know this? What's so strange about this? Now the army is arguing over who will be the first to be converted into a tank division. This is not a secret," Colonel Tich said, as if it was a matter of course. Fang Lang looked at Blackwell again, who was obviously aware of the situation, and said, "Brothers, in the future, don't forget to inform me about this kind of information. Although my station is far away, my heart is close to mine. I also want to know some important things about the army." Fang Lang actually knew this news not too late, because General Leiter of the Logistics Department asked him to find supplies for quotations a week ago. However, Fang Lang had not heard of this news from any other sources except General Leiter. Apparently, he was promoted too quickly, lacked experience in the army, did not have the corresponding connections, and his current station was in the heart of the country. Indeed, there was a lot of information that he could not get. It seemed that he would have to arrange someone to collect intelligence in this area in the future, otherwise he would miss out on good business. When the two heard Fang Lang's words, Blackwell said strangely, "Don't you know? No. Don't you know why you came here? No, this is the Army's business. Why are you a Navy man coming here to join in the fun? No, you want to see General Leiter. What on earth are you doing here?" Hearing Blackwell's mumbling, Colonel Teach also reacted. "Yes. Why are you here for this matter? No, he just said it was for equipment. Could it be that you have a way to get the equipment? Brazilian military equipment is generally requested by the Ministry of Defense or the Army, and then the General Logistics Department is responsible for purchasing. At present, Brazil has no military factories, so it has no equipment department, and cannot manufacture and produce by itself. Obviously, the procurement of equipment will not be the responsibility of military generals, and no one would have thought that Fang Lang would have a way to get arms, so no one thought about this aspect. It is a little related. Why, Brother Tich, do you also want to purchase 2 warships for fun?" Fang Lang smiled. "You are really powerful. My warships are all old antiques from World War I. Of course I want them, but this is not something I can decide." Colonel Tich smiled bitterly and shook his head. Fang Lang was also very clear about the current situation of the Brazilian Navy, but this was not something he could change. But this did not prevent him from leaking some information to Colonel Tich. If Colonel Tich could persuade the Navy Department to replace the warships, wouldn't this be a business? If you really want to change, you can go to the Navy Department. Let me tell you this. My channel can now get you active warships of the US military, but they are second-hand. Destroyers, submarines, and cruisers are all available. Chapter 144 Visit to the Minister of Logistics. Fang Lang spared no effort for business, and even did not forget to promote it to his good friend Colonel Teach. Seeing Fang Lang raised his eyebrows and said something, Colonel Teach was immediately moved. How many soldiers don't want to have new warships in their hands? Do you really have a channel to buy the latest American goods? Of course, if I can't get it, why would I come to General Leiter? Let me tell you this. The Americans are now going to reduce their military, so a lot of active equipment is going to be retired. And I have a way to get these guys who have just retired. This is also different from the past. When the fierce battle was in full swing, the Americans were certainly unwilling to sell their urgently needed equipment to their little brother. However, now the US military needs to reduce its military, and it is of course not okay to have so many equipment in hand. If Fang Lang did not give Major Mike such an idea, the Americans would soon start selling their equipment all over the world. Now Fang Lang just brought the time forward. Fang Lang's words completely ignited the fire in Colonel Titch's heart. He stood up and paced back and forth in the office, obviously thinking about the feasibility of the matter. Lieutenant Blackwell next to him said, "Fang, are all the equipment you can get American? Why did I hear from the army that they want to buy the Soviet T-34? Now it was Fang Lang's turn to be surprised. What the hell? The army wants the Soviet T-34. Hearing this, Fang Lang realized that the Cold War has not officially started yet. The big countries are redistributing the interests of the world, and the United Nations is still wrangling. Although the signs of the Cold War have begun to appear, it has not officially started after all, and the small countries now do not need to consider the issue of standing in line. The Soviet T-34 tank did perform very well in the European War, so it is no wonder that the Brazilian army has ideas. Maybe someone also has ideas about the Germans' advanced tanks. It's a pity that the Germans have perished, and if you want to buy, you can only collect junk without after-sales service. The main tank of the Americans in World War II was the Sherman tank, but unfortunately, the strength shown on the battlefield was not even in the top 5. In order to deal with the German Tiger King tank in the later period, the United States developed the excellent Pershing tank, but unfortunately it has not been tested in the war, so its reputation is not as loud as the Soviet T-34. Unfortunately, there are not many Pershing tanks. The US military will definitely retire the Sherman first, and it is estimated that there is not much hope to buy Pershing tanks for the Brazilian army. Thinking of this, Fang Lang couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. He couldn't get the Soviet equipment now. I have heard about this news. The T-34 is indeed an excellent tank that has been tested in actual combat, but it is estimated that it will be difficult for us to purchase it. Colonel Teacher's words made Fang Lang's heart, which had just sunk to the bottom of the valley, rekindle hope again, and hurriedly said, "Oh, why do you say that? Because we are now almost fully equipped with American equipment. If a Soviet-style equipment is added, it will increase the difficulty of logistics support. I heard that some people in the upper echelons don't want to cause dissatisfaction in the United States because of this matter." Fang Lang understood it after hearing this. What else is there to say? Isn't hope coming? I understand. Thank you for your reminder, brothers. I will definitely give you a small gift to express my gratitude if this deal is done. Fang, what's the use of a small gift? Just give me a destroyer. Colonel Titch put his arm around Fang Lang's shoulders and joked. I would like to give you one, but unfortunately, I don't dare. Fang Lang certainly couldn't buy military equipment privately and give it to the Rio base. Even if he wanted to give it, he could only give it to the Navy Department, which would distribute it. He was also a member of the Navy. If he directly designated who to give the equipment to, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Everyone knew this, so he could only joke about it. After joking for a while, several people had lunch together, which was considered a simple gathering. In the afternoon, Fang Lang knocked on General Lita's office. Because he had an appointment in advance, he met General Lita without any hindrance. As the Minister of the General Logistics Department, General Lita also had a rank of Major General. He looked a little short sitting behind a large desk. His small round face was full of smiles, which was completely different from the cold attitude on the phone. Fang Lang also stood at attention and saluted with a smile on his face. Colonel Fang, please sit down. Please sit down. If you don't come, I will go to Natal to find you. Seeing General Lita, who stood up from behind his desk and was only as tall as his chin, enthusiastically extended his hand, Fang Lang hurried forward to shake it. Under his guidance, he went to the reception area next to him. The sofa in the reception area looked a little old. Although the entire office was large, it did not feel luxurious at all. Instead, it made people feel that this office was not worthy of the status of the minister in front of him. If ordinary people saw such an environment, they would definitely think that the minister in front of them was a good official who was as clean as water. Unfortunately, Fang Lang had seen officials who ate coarse food every day and were actually corrupt. Moreover, judging from General Lita's attitude on the phone, it would be a miracle if Lita was really an honest official. The more officials who boasted of their integrity, the more corrupt they were sometimes. Unfortunately, the intelligence bureau did not dare to investigate the senior generals of its own army, so Fang Lang did not have accurate information about the person in front of him. General Lita's performance made Fang Lang more cautious in dealing with it, and he quietly put away the local specialties that he had prepared long ago. Since others have shown an image of integrity to the outside world, it is obvious that they will not take your benefits in the office. Mr. Minister, I'm very sorry. The fleet has just returned from Japan and there are many things to arrange. So I have not come to visit you until today. Please forgive me. Haha. I understand. I understand. It seems that Colonel Fang has brought me good news this time, right? I didn't expect General Lita to get straight to the point. Although he treated me very warmly on the surface, he had a kind of official attitude in his heart that kept people at a distance. However, after all, it was the first time they met. His previous behavior of purchasing aircraft privately obviously aroused others' disgust. Fang Lang didn't know what to say, but he felt that this time he would probably just go through the motions. Mr. Minister is talking about this. My friends in the United States told me that they will participate in this bidding. I hope Mr. Minister can give them a quota. Oh, this is really good news. Please tell me the name of their company. I will ask my secretary to add their company name to the list of bidding companies. Shatter Trade is a newly registered American company. They are now responsible for handling all retired equipment of the US military. They have all the equipment of the three services of the Navy, Army, and Air Force. They are the designated sellers of retired equipment of the US military. This Shatter Trade is naturally a new company formed by Global Trade and Major Mike. As for the company's president, it is a retired US Lieutenant General Jefferson hired by Won Chunks in according to Mike's guidance. Fang Lang didn't know how much interest exchange there was in the middle. The only thing he knew was that his original wish to control the company was not fulfilled. Although Global Trade is still the largest shareholder of Shatter Trade, he only has 25% of the shares of this company. He didn't ask specifically who the other shareholders are. After the establishment of this company, it directly obtained the authorization of the US Department of Defense and became the designated seller of retired equipment of the US military. Fang Lang felt that this authorization alone was worth the money. You just said the designated dealer. Fang Lang's words obviously surprised General Lita. He didn't expect this company to be so powerful. He originally thought that Fang Lang controlled a small arms smuggling channel. He could easily control it, but it turned out to be a great white shark. This made him feel a little tricky. Of course. Fang Lang affirmed again. General Lita's attitude obviously changed. He knew that the young man in front of him had many connections in the US military. However, he didn't expect there would be such a relationship. In the case of what he said, if he wanted to buy American equipment in the future, he might have to go through this company. Colonel Fang, our bidding conference is expected to be held in a month. I hope you can invite the people of Shatter Company to participate. No problem, I will arrange the things that General Lita told me immediately. In order to thank General Lita for his support for my first fleet, I would like to invite you to dinner at the Align restaurant in Rio tonight. I wonder if you can honor me. No matter how General Lita viewed Fang Lang had to make friends with this logistics minister for the future logistics supply of his fleet. It's not possible for him to think that he is second to the emperor just because he made some efforts to help General Dutra get promoted. Maybe General Lita will make some troubles in the logistics supply of his first fleet, which will be enough for him to drink a pot. General Lita, who can sit in the high position of the Chief of General Logistics, certainly cannot fail to give face to Fang Lang, the powerful general of the Navy. So, he readily agreed, no problem, I will definitely be on time. Because General Lita's work is very busy, the next person who is ready to meet General Lita is waiting outside the door. So Fang Lang didn't talk much, but got up and said goodbye directly. General Lita personally got up and sent Fang Lang to the door of the office and told the secretary at the door to personally send Colonel Fang to the car. The secretary is a middle-aged woman who is a little fat, and she doesn't have the image and temperament of a soldier at all. Looking at the middle-aged woman who wears a general's uniform like a Michelin tire man, Fang Lang politely nodded and thanked her. When Fang Lang walked out of the office building with his secretary, he chatted with the secretary casually and said, "Hello, Miss Secretary. I wonder if I can ask you something?" The secretary looked at the young Chinese colonel in front of him warily and said, "Mr. Colonel, I don't know much, so I may not be able to answer you." Fang Lang smiled politely and said, "Miss Secretary, please don't get me wrong. I have an appointment with Minister Lita for dinner tonight, and I may meet Mrs. Lita then. I want to give Mrs. Lita a small gift. Do you know what her hobbies are?" When the secretary heard that it was such a small matter, he said without hesitation, "Mrs. Lita is a painter. I'm sorry to say that I don't know what her hobbies are." Hearing this, Fang Lang's heart moved and said, "Oh, Mrs. Lita is actually a painter. This is really surprising. I wonder where I can appreciate Mrs. Lita's works. I really don't know about this, but I heard that Mrs. Lita held an exhibition at the Redwood Gallery on Bay Street a week ago. Maybe there will be some there." Chapter 145 Buying Paintings. After getting the information about Mrs. Lita from the secretary, Fang Lang changed into plain clothes and went directly to the Redwood Gallery on Rio Blanco Street in Rio de Janeiro. After wandering around the gallery like a tourist for a while, he found that most of the paintings in this gallery were oil paintings. As for the quality of the paintings, Fang Lang could only distinguish those that he could understand and those that he couldn't. As a gallery, it is actually a place to sell paintings, so of course there will be people to receive guests. However, the receptionists are very polite and wait for the guests to appreciate and choose by themselves. Only when they signal them to come forward will they come forward to introduce the situation. After Fang Lang turned around, he lost interest and called the owner of the gallery directly. "Sir, I heard that there was an exhibition for women here a week ago, right?" The owner of the gallery is a middle-aged man with an artistic temperament. He has long chestnut hair tied behind his head and wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which looks very elegant. He answered with a surprised look, "Yes, sir. Do you want to buy Ms. Nesha's paintings?" "Oh, so the lady's name is Nesha. I wonder if the painting here is Ms. Nesha's work." The gallery does not hold art exhibitions every day. One exhibition a month is already a lot. In addition, it is a female painter. It is almost certain that the female painter who held the exhibition a week ago is Mrs. Lita. After hearing Fang Lang's question, the gallery owner said with a strange expression, "I'm very sorry, that exhibition was just Ms. Nesha's own money, and she borrowed the venue of our gallery to hold a one-week private exhibition. Unfortunately, the result was not very ideal, and no one paid for Ms. Nesha's paintings. Therefore, I don't have Ms. Nesha's paintings here." Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled. He had already made a rough judgment on the level of Mrs. Lita's paintings. The gallery owner was obviously more reserved in his words. It is estimated that, if Mrs. Lita had not offered a high venue fee, he would not be willing to let her hold an exhibition here. "I want to buy Ms. Nesha's paintings. Can you help me contact her?" "Of course, it's no problem. But sir, are you serious?" The gallery owner looked incredulous and was a little stunned. Seeing Fang Lang nodded affirmatively, the boss no longer hesitated, said sorry, and went to the office to make a phone call. At this time, in a luxurious villa in a wealthy area of Rio de Janeiro, a lady who looked about 30 years old and had a graceful figure was looking at the paintings in the warehouse with a depressed look. This woman was General Lita's wife, Ms. Nesha. She was General Lita's second wife. When General Lita met her, she was just a student because she was very beautiful. When she was working at a cocktail party, she accidentally spilled wine on General Lita's clothes and met General Lita. Because she was young and beautiful, she quickly captured General Lita and finally defeated the original wife and succeeded. General Lita hoped that she could be of us at home like his ex-wife, but Ms. Nesha was obviously unwilling to follow the old path of his ex-wife. Therefore, in order to make her feel at ease at home, General Lita saw her painting at home one day and praised her fiercely, suggesting that she could become a painter in the future. As a result, Ms. Nesher believed it and concentrated on being a professional painter at home. She even pestered her husband to hold a professional exhibition for her. Unfortunately, her works were not recognized by others except her husband. After the exhibition, Nesher was very disappointed and suspected that General Lita had deceived her. Therefore, she had not given General Lita a good face recently. Just when Nesher was depressed, the gallery suddenly called and said that a buyer wanted to buy one of her paintings for collection. This made her ecstatic. She shared the good news with her husband as soon as possible. General Lita's first reaction to the good news was disbelief. How could such a thing happen? That blind collector would like his wife's paintings. Of course, he couldn't answer his wife like this, but he happily expressed his blessings to his wife and arranged for his orderly to go home to help his wife move the paintings. When Fang Lang followed the owner of the gallery to Ms. Nesher's house, he saw this lady, who was 175 centimeters tall and had a charming figure. At this moment, she was waiting for the arrival of the distinguished guest outside the door with a smile like a flower, accompanied by an orderly. The lady felt very strange when she saw an Asian face coming to buy his paintings. After several people exchanged greetings, they asked directly, "Is this Mr. Fang Japanese?" After hearing what Mrs. Lita said, Fang Lang was almost furious and cursed in his heart, "Your mother is Japanese, and your whole family is Japanese." However, thinking of the purpose of his trip, he suppressed his anger and said, "Excuse me, madam, I'm Chinese. Why do you ask this?" After hearing Fang Lang's answer, Mrs. Lita patted her chest twice and said, "It's good that she is not Japanese. I don't want to sell my works to those Japanese bastards." This sentence instantly made Fang Lang feel better. It seems that General Lita's education of his wife is still very successful. It was worth the money I spent to buy his work. Madam, I have to say that we have similar views on this point. Now I'm even more looking forward to seeing your masterpiece. After hearing this, Mrs. Lita laughed so hard that several men almost couldn't control themselves. Fang Lang couldn't help but sigh that General Lita was very lucky. "I wonder if this Sister Nesher has a sister like him?" Fang Lang said that he really wanted to establish a deep friendship with her. Unfortunately, there were outsiders around, so Fang Lang couldn't ask Mrs. Lita. Led by Mrs. Lita and the orderly, several people quickly came to the warehouse where the paintings were stored. As the orderly displayed the paintings one by one, Fang Lang finally understood why the gallery owner was unwilling to sell Ms. Nesher's works. This is completely a child's graffiti, and it's still at the level of a kindergarten child. Fortunately, Fang Lang did not come here to buy these paintings because he admired them. Resisting the urge to cover his face, Fang Lang pointed to a painting that should be the sun and said excitedly, "Oh my god. This is the artwork I'm looking for. Look at the use of colors, how romantic. This colorful sun is as charming as a girl's dream. Look at this colorful light. It reminds me of that early morning at the seaside when my first love and I sat on the beach admiring the rising sun. Everything was so beautiful. Madam, I want this painting. I wonder how much you would like to offer?" Fang Lang's nonsense made Ms. Nesher a little confused. She kept recalling when she had painted such a sun. It seemed that she had only painted a few poached eggs. Did she remember it wrongly? But today I finally met my soulmate. Don't I have a girl's dream? Sitting on the beach with my first love admiring the rising sun. They must have spent a romantic night. It's a pity that I haven't had such an experience. I'm really envious. Hearing Fang Lang asking about the price, the gallery owner at the site finally spoke up. "Mr. Fang, you are really a very discerning collector. According to our gallery's valuation, Ms. Nesher's work is $500 per piece." The gallery owner blushed slightly when he said this price. Fang Lang knew that if he found a painter to buy a painting through a gallery, the gallery would definitely take a portion of the profit. But in this situation, Fang Lang couldn't kick the gallery out and find Mrs. Lita alone to trade. What? How could Ms. Nesher's work be sold so cheaply? This is simply an insult to art. No, this work is worth at least $10,000. No, $15,000. Ms. Nesher, I wonder if this price will make you give it up. The three of them stared at the fool in front of them in amazement. When Nesha heard Fang Lang's words, she felt that she was just dreaming. Could she really be a talented artist? The gallery owner now doubted whether he had fallen behind and had not discovered the essence of Ms. Nesha's work. General Lita's orderly was buzzing with confusion. This kid's doodle is worth $15,000? The map I drew by peeing on the ground is more beautiful than this. After all, he is a businessman. The gallery owner was the first to react and said, "Mr. Fang is right. We are too superficial and have not seen the artistic quality of Ms. Nesha's work. This work is priced at $15,000, right, Ms. Nesha?" Hearing the gallery owner's question, Mrs. Lita, who had been a little dizzy, finally came to her senses and said, This. I don't quite understand the price. Since Mr. Fang really likes it, let's sell this work to Mr. Fang. Ms. Nesha, thank you for your generosity. It is my honor to collect your work. I wonder how I can pay more conveniently. In this way, with the help of the gallery owner, Fang Lang successfully spent $15,000 to buy back an oil painting that he didn't know whether it was the sun or a poached egg from Mrs. Lita. After seeing Fang Lang and the gallery owner off, Mrs. Lita didn't wake up from this dreamy scene for a long time. Her first reaction was to share her joy with her husband. "Dear, do you know? I finally sold my first painting. I'm so happy. Thank you, dear. It is because of your encouragement that I have achieved what I have today." General Lita, who was working in the office, picked up the microphone and laughed at his wife's cheers. It seemed that he could have a pleasant night tonight. He took a sip of the coffee on the table and said, "Really? Congratulations, dear. I didn't lie to you. I always say that your work is very good. Believe me, you will succeed. I wonder how much your work sold for this time." $15,000, dear. Can you believe it? $15,000. General Lita couldn't hold back the coffee he had just drunk and spurted it out. He was not an ignorant young man. He knew very well how his wife's work was. How could anyone spend such a high price to buy a casual doodle? After wiping the coffee from his mouth, General Lita finally calmed down and said, "Oh, honey, you are really amazing. Can you tell me the identity of this collector?" Chapter 146 European and American Investigation. Hearing her husband's praise on the phone, Nesha felt that she had become a real artist. "I'm not sure about the identity of the collector, but he is a Chinese, surnamed Fang." At this time, General Lita didn't understand what was going on and couldn't help showing an expression of surprise. He couldn't help but admire Fang Lang in his heart. Although he had always accepted benefits from his subordinates, he was always worried, fearing that he would be discovered and reported. In order to maintain his clean image, he never dared to accept benefits from unfamiliar subordinates, but Fang Lang's operation this time opened a new door for him. "Dear, since your work has been recognized by people, believe me, more and more people will buy your work in the future." "Yes, dear. I think so too. We will make a fortune soon." General Lita couldn't help laughing and couldn't help thinking in his heart, "Yes, we are about to make a fortune, and we didn't dare to use the benefits we received. But the income from his wife's paintings is fair and above board. Even if she is reported, she doesn't have to worry about being investigated." That night, in the luxurious private room of Rio de Janeiro's most luxurious Olim restaurant, when Fang Lang saw General Lita in casual clothes again, he was completely different from when he was in the office. Fang Lang, who had just stood up to greet and shake hands with the other party, was pulled into the old man's arms and hugged tightly as soon as he shook the other party's hand. Because General Lita's height was only up to Fang Lang's chin, this hug almost tripped Fang language. Obviously, the other party already knew what happened in the afternoon. Sure enough, General Lita asked straight to the point, "Fang, I heard that you are very knowledgeable about painting?" Fang Lang pretended to be surprised and said, "Hey, how did General Lita know my hobby?" "That's right, you know what? I found a beautiful female painter in Rio this afternoon. Her works are full of romantic feelings and are rare works of art." Looking at Fang Lang's serious nonsense, General Lita almost believed it, if his eyebrows didn't deliberately jump twice. "Oh, thank you very much, Colonel Fang, for discovering another new artist for us in Rio. I want to toast you. Then I won't be polite. Come on. General, let's toast." The two of them laughed tacitly. Then the two of them chatted and laughed, just like old friends who had met again, bragging about all sorts of things. Finally, when the dinner was over, General Lita took the initiative to bring up the topic. Fang, I heard that General Dutra told me that your family has a cannon production line shipped back from Japan, right? Yes, General. General Dutra wants our family to use this production line to build a military production plant. However, many family members have expressed opposition now. Since General Lita took the initiative to bring up the cannon production line, it means that the military has already made a clear attitude. At this time, Fang Lang did not want to get close to it and expressed his willingness to intervene actively. This would be easy to be manipulated. Obviously, Fang Lang's answer was somewhat unexpected by General Lita. Oh, why would anyone express opposition? This is a rare opportunity to become a supplier to the Ministry of National Defense. With me in the Logistics Department, I will definitely not let you suffer a loss. Because, although we have this set of equipment, we have no production experience, and the products produced may not be qualified. In addition, our Brazilian demand for weapons is not large, so we will definitely not make much profit. Many of these equipment are also needed by other factories in our group, so many people want to divide these equipment. That won't work. Fang, if the technology is not available, we can go abroad to find it. As for the problem of limited sales, we can export it. These are not problems. I'll tell you the truth. The Ministry of National Defense held a meeting on this matter, and some people also proposed to directly establish a state-owned arms group after purchasing the equipment. However, most people believe that state-owned arms companies may lack market competitiveness and have no enterprising spirit, so they voted against it. Now the Ministry of National Defense's opinion is to fully support your family and rely on this batch of equipment to establish our own military equipment company in Brazil. You can't back down at this time. If the pressure on you is too great, I suggest you find a few partners to share the risk. From General Lita's words, Fang Lang heard that some people in the big Brazilian families also wanted to join. After all, if they become the weapons supplier of the Brazilian military, profit is not the most important thing for everyone, but some intangible influence is more attractive. However, since it is going to be produced, Fang Lang must want to obtain absolute controlling rights. After thinking for a while, Fang Lang said, General, if such an arms group is all privately controlled, I'm concerned. We have actually considered looking for a partner as you proposed. However, if we do not have controlling rights in this enterprise, our family will definitely choose to give up. Since you can introduce us to a powerful partner, I will tell you the idea of the family and see if it is suitable. Oh, so you already have a specific idea. Tell me and I will give you a reference. The family means that it must have a controlling stake of 51% in the military industrial group, and the state must hold at least 20% of the shares. The remaining 29% can be invested by companies interested in participating. What do you think? There is no problem with your family holding the controlling stake. As for the state investment, it may not be easy to operate. Because, although the country now relies on providing resources for the war, it has obtained some foreign exchange. However, the Ministry of Finance has made plans for these funds to be invested in the country's infrastructure. Of course, what Fang Lang wants is not direct investment from the state. If the state invests, it will definitely be offset by land and the like, which is meaningless. His purpose was to get his family involved in the state-controlled resource industry, so after listening to General Lita's words, Fang Lang smiled and said, General, I'll provide an idea. You can take it out for reference and see if it's feasible. Oh, tell me, if the newly established military-industrial group exchanges shares with the existing state-owned enterprises, wouldn't the government need to invest again? After hearing Fang Lang's words, General Lita immediately understood what Fang Lang meant and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a while, he looked up and said, tell the truth, kid, are you interested in that company's shares? Fang Lang smiled without any embarrassment and said, how about Vale? Vale is the world's largest iron ore producer and exporter in the future, and the largest mining company in the Americas. It is known as Brazil's crown jewel and the engine of the Amazon region. In addition to iron ore, Brazil's Vale also operates manganese ore, aluminum ore, gold ore and other mineral products as well as pulp, ports, railways, and energy. At this time, Vale had just been established for 3 years and relied on exporting iron ore to the United States for a living. It could only be regarded as a newly established company. When General Lita heard Fang Lang mention Vale, it took him a while to realize which company he was talking about. Although he didn't quite understand why Fang Lang was interested in this company, in the eyes of the military, a military enterprise must be more valuable than a mining company. General Lita nodded and said, "I will report your idea tomorrow. The Ministry of National Defense is very concerned about this matter. Now is the period of martial law, and the waiting time will not be long. I suggest you start preparing now. If we really want to enter the military industry, we can't just produce artillery. If we really need it, I need to go to Europe and the United States in person to find technical support." Things really went very smoothly. The next night, Fang Lang received a notice from General Lita. The Ministry of National Defense agreed to Fang Lang's plan to build a factory and urged Fang Lang to start the construction of the factory as soon as possible. After receiving the news, Fang Lang flew back to Natal that night and set up the Brazilian Navy's First Fleet staff the next day, appointing De La Torre as Chief of Staff. He was responsible for the management of the First Fleet during Fang Lang's visit to Europe and the United States. In early December 1945, Fang Lang, accompanied by the newly formed Fang Yuan Group's 9-member assistant group and protected by the guards in plain clothes, flew to New York on a special plane to start his European and American inspection trip. The inspection reported to the Ministry of National Defense was mainly to visit and investigate the military industry in Europe and the United States and to find technical support for Brazil's own military factories. Of course, it is normal to do some private work for your family's business on the way, and no one will have any objections. After half a day's flight, Fang Lang and his 46-member team arrived at the New York airport in the United States smoothly. This time, the team that came to pick up Fang Lang when he arrived in New York was also very large. After all, Fang Lang's global group in the United States is now a well-established large company. The CEOs of each branch company need to be familiar with the big boss, so the result is that when Fang Lang and others walked out of the airport, the team was very large. Passers-by looked at them sideways. It was midsummer in Natal, Brazil in December, but it was already snowing heavily in New York. Fang Lang went to bed early after attending the welcome dinner prepared by Won Changson that night. After all, the current aviation technology could not be compared with that of later generations, and Fang Lang did not dare to sleep on the C-46. The next morning, Fang Lang was awakened by a graceful blonde. Looking at this beautiful woman who looked like Nicole Kidman and could enter and leave his hotel room at will, Fang Lang was still a little confused. What was going on? Did he spend a good night with this girl last night? But why didn't he feel anything at all? What made Fang Lang feel most embarrassed was that he didn't know the name of the girl in front of him at all. Wouldn't it be too bad to forget someone's name just after spending a good night with them? But he really didn't have any impression at all. The beauty obviously noticed Fang Lang's embarrassment. She smiled and stood up, picked up a nightgown from the stool beside the bed, and handed it to Fang Lang, saying, "Hello, boss. I'm the assistant to the president of Global Group. My name is Ophelia Berg, and from now on I'll be your personal assistant." Chapter 147 Personal Assistant. Fang Lang looked at the beautiful young girl in front of him and listened to his self-introduction. Fang Lang remembered that among the assistants recommended by Won Changson for him, it seemed that he did choose this one named Ophelia Berg. However, the reason for choosing him at that time was because this girl was a proper female academic bully, a master's student in business administration at Harvard University. At this time, there was no questions or WeChat, so you could upload a photo or send a video to see. This can be regarded as opening a blind box and winning the top prize. But such a beautiful girl, are you sure she is an assistant, not a mistress? However, Fang Lang couldn't help but give Won Changson a big thumbs up in his heart. If it is an assistant, would it be difficult to start? After all, many things at work still need her to arrange. If she is taken into the room, many things will be inconvenient. Listen to other people's self-introductions. Personal assistants. What is a personal assistant? If you don't stick to your body, you can't be called a qualified personal assistant, right? Well, I should give this girl a chance to work seriously. Fang Lang, who made up his mind, wanted to get up and get out of bed. Lifting the quilt and looking at herself, she was only wearing a pair of underwear. She said hesitantly, "Your name is Ophelia Berg, right? Last night." Looking at Fang Lang's expression, how could Berg not understand what Fang Lang meant? Her face turned slightly red, but soon disappeared, saying, "Boss, don't worry. I just came here this morning. My job is to assist you in handling the official business of the group company, which does not include sleeping with you. If you need someone to accompany you, I can arrange it for you." Hearing Berg's words, Fang Lang's head was full of black lines. Isn't this assistant a little too tough? Such fierce words came out of his mouth. "Boss, don't I have face? However, can it really be arranged? As a boss, I can't show my fear. The assistant can face this kind of thing calmly, so what can't I face? This, I don't need it for the time being. I will ask you to arrange it when I need it. But can your arrangement be as good as yours?" This time Berg finally blushed, but soon regained his composure, and his face became a little ugly. Fang Lang noticed Berg's expression, and also noticed that he had said something wrong. How could he compare his assistant with those women who could come out to accompany him? He quickly made amends. "What I mean is that with such a beautiful assistant like you around, it's hard for me to be interested in other women." Berg's expression was slightly relieved when he heard Fang Lang's remedy. He had just been prepared. If the man in front of him had any ill intentions, she would just give up this high-paying job and resign. Although she was very happy to hear him praise her beauty, the other party was her boss, and she had to make him give up his fantasy about her. So, she said directly, "Thank you for your compliment, but I already have a boyfriend. So, I hope the boss can give me some respect." Such a beautiful woman, who will be hanging around him every day in the future, actually told him that she has a boyfriend. Are you sure your boyfriend will be at ease with such a job? Thinking about her boyfriend, she said something that was said on the internet in the future. "Then do you mind adding one more?" Fang Lang regretted the words as soon as he said them and quickly changed the subject. "So what is our schedule for today?" Berg obviously heard Fang Lang's words, but he didn't react for a while. Hearing Fang Lang asking about the schedule again, he quickly took out a small notebook from his small bag and said to Fang Lang, "This morning, we need to go to the global terminal in New York." Hearing Berg's Fang Lang thought something unexpected had happened and quickly lifted the quilt and stood up and said, "What's wrong?" It turns out that the reason why Berg said was that she understood what Fang Lang meant just now. This kind of later worldly talk, Berg had never experienced it. Although she had been pretending to be calm, she was also shocked by this sentence, and her face flushed in an instant. When she looked up, she found that Fang Lang was already wearing a pair of underwear, standing in front of her, looking at her with concern. His muscles were well proportioned. Obviously he exercised regularly, and the 8 muscles on his abdomen showed the beauty of men. For a moment, his eyes were a little out of control. His face became even more rosy. Fang Lang saw that Berg had no other problems. His eyes were fixed on him. His face flushed. He looked down and found that he was only wearing this small panty. This situation was obviously different from the situation when he was dragged into the bathroom by de la Tour's wife to take a shower at de la Tour's house. At that time, he was facing de la Tour's wife, so Fang Lang would of course feel embarrassed. But the little girl in front of him now was not a family member of his acquaintance, so Fang Lang certainly would not mind her seeing his strong muscles. It would be best if he could conquer the little girl in front of him with his body. However, he did not have an exhibitionist fetish, so after seeing that Berg was fine, he calmly picked up the nightgown that Berg had just put on the bed and put it on. Seeing Fang Lang put on the nightgown, Berg reacted and said, "No, it's okay. You need to go to the global terminal to check the operation of the container system this morning and listen to the work reports of various branches in the group company in the afternoon." "Okay then. Have you had breakfast? Let's have breakfast together after I wash up." "Okay, boss." He thought to himself that it seemed that this little boss of his was not difficult to get along with. Yes, the little boss As a Harvard University MBA graduate student, Berg is already 24 years old this year. According to her understanding, the boss in front of her seems to be only 21 years old. Of course, she can call him the little boss. Just when Berg was thinking about all kinds of things in her mind, Fang Lang had finished cleaning up and walked out of the bathroom. Looking at Fang Lang in front of her, who was wearing a custom-made suit and putting on a tweed coat, Berg suddenly felt that it might be a good thing to work beside such a handsome boss. Fang Lang noticed the way Berg was staring at him, smiled and said nothing. It's okay to tease this beautiful girl, but as a boss with a lot of troops and assets, he knows that he will never lack women, so he won't be so impatient. Although Fang Lang is very satisfied that his assistant is such a beautiful girl, there is one thing that makes him very dissatisfied. That is, his guard platoon actually let a strange woman into his room easily, which is simply an unforgivable mistake. Fortunately, Fang Lang did not sense any hostility from Miss Berg, which was why Fang Lang did not take any action against her. When he opened the door and saw that there was no soldier standing guard outside, Fang Lang became even angrier. He was in free America, where shootings happened every day, but his guards did not even send the most basic guards. Did they think America would be very safe? Kikingshan? Fang Lang shouted loudly while standing outside the door. This floor of the hotel had basically been reserved by them, so Fang Lang was not worried about disturbing others. Soon, a voice of "Here" came from the room opposite. Kikingshan opened the door and walked out. Seeing Fang Lang, who was dressed neatly, with a dark face, he was a little at a loss for a moment. He actually got up later than his superior, which was really wrong. Sent a telegram to Brazil to transfer a platoon of Marines from Zhuangzinshan to the United States to take charge of the security work. The current guard platoon will be transferred back to Brazil and retrained. You are just playing the piano. Can you let your horse go to the South Mountain when you arrive in the United States? There is no guard. In the morning, you let a girl come to my room to wake me up. What if it is not a girl but a killer? The guard platoon leader will fire him and let him be a soldier. Fang Lang spoke in Chinese, so only Kikingshan could understand. However, Kikingshan's face turned pale at this time. This is a very serious problem. Moreover, he himself has a certain responsibility in this situation, because as Fang Lang's adjutant, he is responsible for following up these things. Hearing that Fang Lang was woken up by a strange girl, Kikingshan suddenly felt a chill on his back and broke out in a cold sweat. He said quickly, "Yes, boss. I'm sorry. I'm also wrong in this matter. I'm willing to accept the punishment." Fang Lang knew Kikingshan was also wrong and said coldly, "Go back and take a week of confinement and write a self-criticism." Kikingshan's face was bitter and he stood at attention and said, "Yes, sir." Fortunately, the other people didn't understand the conversation between the two and didn't see anything unusual, but everyone could see that Fang Lang's face was very ugly and Kikingshan on the opposite side was even paler. This is not to say that Fang Lang is an erratic pervert. He was just flirting with other girls in his room and immediately got angry because the girl appeared in his room. Because other girls are pretty, he doesn't go to trouble other girls, but makes things difficult for his soldiers. The soldiers under his command did not fulfill their duties and neglected their duties. This is unforgivable, no matter which country's army they are in. It doesn't mean that I can be exempted from punishment just because I didn't get hurt. I didn't get hurt this time. Will I be so lucky next time? How could the Japanese not know what I did in Japan? If a killer is sent to kill me, won't I be wrongly killed? The guards who walked out of the room didn't understand what happened. It was a rare experience for them to follow their superiors to Europe and the United States for inspection. Therefore, everyone has relaxed their vigilance. Kikingshan said with a dark face, "What are you looking at? Are you here for tourism? You actually let a little girl go directly to the boss's room to wake him up. Is this your fighting power?" Fortunately, this girl is an assistant in the boss's company. If she is a killer, you can wait to be shot. The guard platoon leader is a white man of Portuguese descent. When he heard Kikingshan's words, his face turned pale, and he knew that he had caused a big disaster. Although his superior is a very easygoing person, he is never soft-hearted when it comes to killing people. He hurriedly came out and said, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't do my duty. I'm willing to accept any punishment. Why are you still standing here? Where are the people protecting the superior? Chapter 148. Taking a break. The soldiers of the guard platoon quickly took action and began to go to the hotel restaurant to protect Fang Lang's safety according to the platoon. Looking at the way these guards protected him, Fang Lang could only shake his head. When he was in Brazil before, he thought it was nothing to be followed by a group of guard platoon soldiers. It was very cool. However, now looking at the soldiers standing in the restaurant and looking around, Fang Lang felt that this was obviously telling others that there was a big shot here. Today, Miss Berg appeared directly in his room, and he suddenly realized that his guards were just for show. However, it is also possible that Brazil is Fang Lang's home court, and Fang Lang does not lack a sense of security. And he has watched too many American movies, so he lacks a sense of security in the United States. It seems that the guards around him must undergo professional training. Temporary recruitment of Zhuang Xinshan's platoon can only be a temporary emergency. There is no way to solve the fundamental problem, because the nature of the work of the guards is completely different from that of the Marines. Berg could feel Fang Lang's emotions from the moment he left the room. He didn't know if it had anything to do with him, but it also made him see another side of his boss. The atmosphere was a bit depressing, so Berg didn't dare to speak out. After breakfast, Fang Lang, accompanied by Berg, came to the container terminal of Global Group. At this time, the CEOs of several branches of Global Group were all waiting at the terminal. There was no welcome ceremony or speech by the leader. With Fang Lang's order, several trucks dragged large containers to the lifting equipment. Watching the containers being lifted onto the container ship by the lifting equipment, the staff on the cargo ship tightened the containers with special tools. Fang Lang showed a satisfied smile. Although the whole system was not as advanced as in the future, it was enough to completely change the future of the shipping industry in this era. As the ship was loaded, all the personnel burst into thunderous cheers. The reporters on the scene kept taking pictures to record this historic moment. Boss, next we will use this experimental cargo ship to start experimental cargo transportation from the United States to the United Kingdom and Germany. Larger cargo ships have already begun construction in branched shipyards in various countries. At the rate of building 4 ships at each shipyard at the same time, our group will have 20 10,000-ton container ships by March next year. As our shipyard in France begins production, we will have a container ship carrying capacity of 800,000 tons by the end of 2046. Won Changsun said to Fang Lang with excitement. Well, we must proceed steadily and not rush for success. When people see the advantages of container ships, more and more people will join our container logistics industry. Okay, boss. Now some businessmen with a keen sense of smell have found our company and hope to participate in the manufacture of container ships. I wonder how I should respond to them. Obviously, there are many businessmen who can discover the benefits of container freight. It is normal for someone to come to the door. If no one comes, Fang Lang will find it strange. Oh. Who are they? Basically, they are all shipyards under some big American conglomerates. We dare not offend them. It is impossible to escape the control of big conglomerates when living in the United States. Fang Lang just didn't expect that such a small character like him would attract the attention of American conglomerates so quickly. If we invest in technology and build a factory with them in a joint venture, will they agree? Fang Lang was definitely unwilling to just collect patent fees for the epoch-making product he had developed with great difficulty. If you agree, I will negotiate with them according to this plan. Fang Lang thought about the European recovery plan that would be launched in 2 years. At this time, shipping capacity is very important. Although the United States now has huge Liberty and Victory ships, but Liberty and Victory are only products of emergency situations. At the beginning of the design, Liberty ships were only given a service life of 5 years. Of course, the actual service life of many Liberty ships later far exceeded this design life. This is also the reason why many scientists continued to study these special ship types. Now that the war is over, the United States has a lot of Liberty ships waiting to be sold, and Fang Lang's global shipping has only accepted a small part of them. Instead, they increased their investment in their own shipyards and started to build brand new container ships. The fundamental purpose is to fill the market gap after the life of the free ship expires. Now that someone wants to participate in the production of container ships, Fang Lang just happened to expand his fleet size rapidly during the European recovery plan to participate in the distribution of this wave of century dividends. We can ask for fewer shares, but all the output of their production lines in the past 3 years. Now that the agreement has been signed with these shipyards, the shipyards will definitely not refuse to have their 3-year production. After all, whoever buys it will buy it. When all these ships were delivered to global shipping, it was already 1949. At this time, the European recovery plan had been implemented for 2 years, and the biggest cake was equivalent to being eaten by global shipping. It's exciting to think about it. At that time, the ships traveling between Europe and the United States will all be cargo ships of global trade. Does it mean that global trade will have the pricing power? And these Wonshunks obviously didn't understand. Not only Wonshunks didn't understand, but everyone didn't understand. Boss, in this case, although global shipping will surely become the world's largest shipping company, our financial pressure will be great. I understand, as long as they deliver a ship and we pay for it, it won't put pressure on our funds. Believe me, in the next few years, our ships will not have time to rest. But when we become the leader in the market, we will have the pricing power. Everyone didn't understand why Fang Lang was so sure that the ships would not have time to rest in the next few years, but since Fang Lang had already decided on something, they would not raise any objections. Okay, boss, then I will negotiate with them according to your ideas. Radcliffe College, Boston, USA. Hey, Lilith, what are you going to eat tonight? Bizarre, I may not be able to have dinner with you tonight. Ah, why? Well, I have an appointment. Oh, Lilith, is it that legendary boyfriend who came to see you? Yeah. So I'm sorry, Bizarre. Ah, Lilith, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Shouldn't you take me with you to have a big meal? We are about to have winter vacation, and you and him have plenty of time together. Okay then. I'll ask him for his opinion after I see him, but I believe he won't refuse me. That's right, this Lilith is Fang Lang's Italian girlfriend. As for why he didn't go to Harvard Medical School to study, but to this Radcliffe College, the reason is very simple, because the current Harvard Medical School does not accept female students, even if Fang Lang spends money. And Radcliffe College is an affiliated school of Harvard University. Of course it is a girls' school. It was not until 1963 that Harvard University officially awarded graduation certificates to female students of Radcliffe College. The two schools held their first graduation ceremony together in 1970. As an affiliated school, the teachers of Radcliffe College are actually teachers of Harvard University, but before 1943, the school paid tuition to the teachers individually. After 1943, it was stipulated that the girls' school would pay 85% of the tuition to Harvard and no longer pay individual teachers. This also means that Lilith can learn real knowledge in this school, but cannot obtain a formal Harvard University diploma. But obviously, Fang Lang does not care whether Lilith really has this degree. Knowledge is her wealth. Fang Lang has already prepared to set up a hospital in Brazil and let Lilith practice medicine in his own hospital. Although the status of women in Brazil is also not high, with Fang Lang's protection, Lilith's safety is not a concern at all. The management of girls' schools is obviously much stricter than that of boys' schools, so when Fang Lang came to Radcliffe College, he was stopped outside the school gate. Today, Boston has just had a light snowfall, and the roads have turned white. Fang Lang, who was hiding in the car, could feel the biting cold wind blowing in through the crack of the door. The waiting time is always very long, especially when Fang Lang is full of expectations. Now, the time seems even longer. Just when Fang Lang was considering whether to go to the roadside cafe for a cup of hot coffee, finally, he saw two girls walking out quickly. Fang Lang recognized his lover at a glance and hurriedly opened the car door to greet them. Lilith obviously saw Fang Lang as well. She threw herself into Fang Lang's arms directly and couldn't help but shed tears. She sobbed softly, "Dear, I miss you so much." Fang Lang saw the girl in his arms expressing her true feelings and said with the same emotion, "Yes." In a blink of an eye, "We haven't seen each other for almost 6 months. I miss you so much too. Darling." Basha on the side never thought that Lilith, who had always behaved very steadily, would throw herself into the arms of a man directly at the school gate. Noticing the strange looks of the people around her, she quickly coughed twice. Lilith, however, seemed to have heard nothing and held Fang Lang tightly. It was Fang Lang who noticed the reminder from the girl next to him and patted Lilith in his arms and said, "Dear, who is this?" Lilith, who was reminded by Fang Lang, realized that her classmate had also been brought out by him. "Dear, this is Basha, my good friend at school. Basha, this is my boyfriend." Fang language. After hearing Lilith's introduction, Fang Lang nodded to the girl and saw that she generously extended her hand. Fang Lang quickly took off his gloves, gently shook the other's slender palm and said, "Hello. I'm Lilith's boyfriend. Nice to meet you." Basha is an obviously very talkative American girl, about the same height as Lilith, but a little thinner and not as hot as Lilith. "Hello." Lilith always whispers in my ear how excellent her boyfriend is, which makes me very curious. Today I finally see the real person. Nice to meet you. Chapter 149 Artillery Expert. Lilith, who had been holding Fang Lang and was reluctant to let go, saw that the two of them were acquainted and said to Basha, "Let's go. Basha, let's get in the car." Then she turned to Fang Lang and said, "Dear, let's take Basha to have a big meal together." Although Fang Lang wanted to spend time alone with Lilith, the girl had already asked for a friend, so of course he would not refuse. He also invited Basha, of course. "No problem, it's too cold outside. Miss Basha, get in the car quickly. Let's go find delicious food together." Basha looked at the two people's intimacy, and her excitement to have a meal with her good friend had long faded. Obviously, she had eaten enough dog food. She shook her head and said, "I don't want it." After saying that, she turned around and left, and did not forget to turn back to Lilith and said, "Lilith, I won't leave the door open for you tonight." This made Lilith blush. It turned out that the two were roommates. Looking at Lilith's blushing cheeks, Fang Lang smiled and hugged her tightly again. Lilith also buried her head in Fang Lang's arms, feeling the warmth of her lover's embrace, and never wanted to leave. At this time, Fang Lang didn't say much, but just quietly felt the strength of the girl in his arms that seemed to melt into his body. I don't know how long it took. The snowflakes turned their hair white. Fang Lang whispered in Lilith's ear, "Dear, look at your hair has turned white." As a result, the girl in his arms didn't see any reaction. Fang Lang thought something unusual had happened. As a result, he looked down and found that Lilith had fallen asleep in his arms. Now it was Fang Lang's turn to be confused. How could the little girl who was desperately squeezing into his arms suddenly fall asleep? He gently picked up Lilith and put her in the back seat of the car and took off his coat to cover her. He took her directly back to his hotel suite. The restaurant that had been booked had to be cancelled. Looking at the girl with a happy smile, but a somewhat haggard face, Fang Lang gently took off Lilith's shoes and washed her face and feet with hot water. He also went to bed and hugged him, watching him quietly. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Lilith kept tickling Fang Lang's nostrils with the ends of her hair. Fang Lang, who was sleeping, sneezed twice and woke up. He rubbed the girl's head lovingly and said, "Did you not rest well these 2 days? I could still see your dark circles yesterday." The girl squinted her eyes like a kitten and said softly, "Is it because studying is too hard?" The girl lowered her head and shook it gently. He reached out and lifted the girl's head, looked into her eyes and said, "You missed me, can't you sleep?" I thought the girl would lower her head like a kitten. As a result, the girl turned over and lay on Fang Lang, looking at Fang Lang with burning eyes and said, "Dear, I want you." Fang Lang certainly couldn't refuse such a request. What followed was naturally like dry wood meeting a raging fire, which burned more and more vigorously. Then Fang Lang accompanied Lilith to play on the streets of Boston for 2 days before reluctantly leaving. This time Fang Lang's destination was Shatter Company in Baltimore. When Fang Lang's convoy arrived downstairs at Shatter Company, Jefferson was already waiting at the door. Although Jefferson was originally a lieutenant general of the US Army, he is now only the manager of Shatter Company. The person who came today is the major shareholder of Shatter Company. The minimum respect must be there. "Boss, it's nice to see you." "Jefferson, I'm glad to see you too. Let's go in and talk. It's too cold outside." Shatter Company's office building is a very inconspicuous two-story building. The reason why the office is located in Baltimore is that it is very close to Washington and the US General Logistics Department. Many employees of Shatter Company are retired officers of the former Logistics Department. Fang Lang couldn't find the feeling of being the master here. But Fang Lang didn't come here to show off. After entering Jefferson's office, Fang Lang said straight to the point, "Jefferson, I heard that you are good friends with Mr. Marcel Boffers of Sweden's Boffers Company, right?" Jefferson originally thought that Fang Lang came here to explain the matter of Brazil's purchase of tank division equipment. Unexpectedly, the first sentence he said had nothing to do with this arms deal. "Yes, boss, when we purchased Boffers anti-aircraft guns, it was me who negotiated with Mr. Marcel Boffers. After this business, we became good friends. I wonder what the boss wants to do by knowing him?" The famous Boffers is a genuine century-old store in today's arms industry. Its founder is the world-renowned explosives king Nobel. This arms group located in the small Nordic country of Sweden produced 40mm anti-aircraft guns in World War II, which were almost the main anti-aircraft weapons of all warships. This time I was commissioned by the Brazilian government to build an arms group in Brazil, so I want to introduce some artillery-related technologies. After listening to Fang Lang's words, he shook his head and said, "Why do you have to go far away? We have complete artillery technology in the United States. As long as it is not an artillery above 200mm, I think we should be able to obtain production authorization based on the relationship between the Brazilian government and us." Fang Lang certainly knew that the United States had a full set of artillery technology, but the Americans often have some political needs when selling things. This time, the arms group established in the name of his family certainly has no right to agree to any political demands from the United States. As a reborn person, Fang Lang has a general understanding of the development trend of artillery. The popular mountain artillery now basically withdrew from the battlefield and began to develop towards self-propelled and heavy. In particular, the update and replacement of observation and aiming equipment is very fast. With the use of various automated and semi-automated equipment, the shooting accuracy of artillery is getting higher and higher, and the threat of anti-artillery warfare is getting greater and greater. Especially after the emergence of artillery radar, artillery must run after shooting and cannot give the enemy a chance to lock you. This is why self-propelled artillery and truck artillery became popular later. We definitely don't need artillery above 200mm. My main goal is to produce 105mm and 155mm calibers. Can we get these artillery technologies? We have both calibers. The M201 105mm howitzer and the M101 155mm howitzer are our main equipment. Boffers has no technical advantage in these two types of artillery. Fang Lang certainly knew that Boffers' main advantage was anti-aircraft artillery, and the only technology Fang Lang wanted to introduce from Boffers was 20mm and 40mm anti-aircraft artillery. The target of large caliber artillery was Germany. But it would be great if we could directly obtain 105 and 155mm caliber artillery technology from the United States. My primary goal is to introduce 20mm and 40mm anti-aircraft guns from Boffers and solve any problems first before developing large caliber artillery. After listening to Fang Lang's words, Jefferson pondered for a while and said, "Boss, I don't know if your military industrial group has been completed now. Do you need some professional support?" "Not yet. The group has been established in Brazil, and the factory has not been completed yet. Of course I need professional personnel very much. How about it? Do you have any good recommendations? Is there another surprise coming to the door?" "Boss, you also know that we are now doing a big disarmament. During the war, we converted many civilian factories into military factories. So we have a lot of equipment and talents, and now we are facing unemployment. I know a man named Bull, a Canadian American. During the war, he was in charge of an artillery factory, which can produce almost all of our current artillery. The most important thing is that he is an engineering professor himself. According to him, he has done a deep study of the Paris cannon during World War I, and is a real artillery expert. But now he is unemployed." Jefferson's words opened up a new way of thinking for Fang Lang. Why do I always think about buying production equipment and technology? Equipment and technology will always be outdated. Only people can keep up with the times and progress together. Can't I find suitable talents all over the world to invest in them? In this era, there are many people who have not yet made a fortune, who can have more advantages in this regard than me. I understand what you mean. I don't know where he is. Can I meet him? Fang Lang's words made Jefferson happy. Bull was actually his high school classmate, and the two had a close relationship. Now that the war is over, he has retired, and Bull is unemployed. The two of them are in the same boat, so they often complain about it together. If Fang Lang can offer him a job, it would be great. Of course, boss. His hometown is Baltimore. I will inform him now. That afternoon, Fang Lang met the artillery expert mentioned by Jefferson in a cafe in Baltimore. The middle-aged man, whose full name is Jared Bull, is a middle-aged man with a height of 1.8 meters and a slightly fat body. His black hair curls naturally on his head, which looks a bit funny. He should attach great importance to this meeting, so Bull dressed very formally, with a white shirt, a black tie, and a black suit as a coat. It is not warm at all to wear this in such a cold weather. Fortunately, the temperature in the cafe is still warm. If it is outside, Mr. Bull will probably catch a cold. After chatting for a few words. Hello, Mr. Bull, I'm Fang Language. Hello, Mr. Fang, I'm Jared Bull. It's nice to meet you. Fortunately, Mr. Bull looked very confident when he spoke, which made Fang Lang very satisfied. I want to hear your opinion on the development trend of artillery. Since it was an interview, Fang Lang would of course get straight to the point. My personal opinion is that artillery will become heavier in the future, as can be seen from the Gustav heavy artillery produced in the later period of Germany. From the situation in World War II, another important development trend of artillery is mobility, which must be able to follow the infantry at any time. It provides fire suppression for the infantry and eliminates threatening targets, so the number of self-propelled artillery on the battlefield is also increasing rapidly. Bull obviously has a deep understanding of artillery technology. At least these 2 points of understanding are consistent with what Fang Lang learned later. Chapter 150 Morgan has an appointment. It seems that Bull is indeed an artillery expert as Jefferson said, and the other party has experience in managing a large artillery production factory, so it seems that he is a talent. If this artillery factory is handed over to you, what will you do? Boss, I think that, no matter what product innovation is, progress can be made. Although the war has made technological progress very rapid, I don't think we should stop. At least I think that in the future development, the urgent problem to be solved is to reduce the weight of the artillery. The caliber of the artillery is getting bigger and bigger, which means that its weight will also increase, and the increase in weight will obviously lose mobility, which is a contradiction. Therefore, I think the most important thing we need to do in the future is to reduce the weight of the artillery. This also means that, if I manage this factory, I may need to invest a lot of research expenses. Fang Lang didn't expect that the other party would say that he needed a lot of research funds when they met for the first time. However, what he said was indeed consistent with his cognition. The reason why he knew this was because he was a modern person. The other party was able to see the future through the fog with his knowledge, and he was obviously a rare talent. He smiled and said, I agree with you. You don't have to worry about the research and development funds for the artillery. Boss, the artillery is not a separate project. If you want your factory to remain advanced in the future, I have 2 requirements that need to be explained in advance. Bull was very happy to hear Fang Lang promise that he didn't have to worry about the research and development funds. Obviously, he had already taken a fancy to him. However, as an aspiring artillery expert, he knew very well that the power of the artillery was not determined by the artillery itself. So he decided to put forward his own requirements. He didn't expect that Bull would make a request to him just after he expressed his willingness to let Bull manage the factory. He couldn't help but be curious and said, "Oh, tell me." From Fang Lang's face, it can be seen that the other party was not angry and had no dissatisfaction. Since Bull said that the 2 requirements were put forward in order to keep the factory advanced, Fang Lang certainly would not have any dissatisfaction. After all, what he wanted was also an advanced artillery factory. Bull didn't hide anything and said directly, in fact, the most closely related to the power of artillery is the shells, so I want to develop new ammunition, which requires investment. In addition, the accuracy of artillery is not only related to the processing accuracy of the barrel, but also has a huge relationship with the sighting equipment. So we also need to study the sighting equipment. Bull's words made Fang Lang feel that he had indeed picked up a professional talent, at least a professional artillery talent who knew more than himself. This made Fang Lang very happy and took the initiative to stretch out his hand and shook it with Bull. All you said are alright. I don't know when you can start working. I hope you can participate in the construction of the factory. I fully support research and development, but you need to find the talents for research and development yourself, and each research and development project must be approved by me. Bull quickly stood up and said, "Thank you for your trust, boss. I can go to Brazil to take over the construction of the factory in a week. Don't worry, I can quickly form a corresponding team for research and development. Work hard. I hope that one day our artillery can be exported to the world." Since there are professionals in charge of the artillery factory, Fang Lang can be said to have put one thing to rest and flew back to New York that night. But before Fang Lang could sit down, his assistant Miss Berg found Fang Lang in a hurry. "Boss, Mr. Morgan invites you to dinner at the Plaza Hotel at 7 o'clock tonight." "Mr. Morgan? That Mr. Morgan? Mr. Morgan from Morgan Stanley?" Miss Berg was very shocked that Fang Lang didn't know Morgan Stanley. This is the largest investment bank under the Morgan Consortium, one of the largest consortiums in the United States. Fang Lang has certainly heard of Morgan Stanley's great name. This is an investment bank established in 1935. In 1941, Morgan Stanley cooperated with the New York Stock Exchange and became a partner of the stock exchange. As an investment bank cooperating with the New York Stock Exchange, the reason for finding Fang Lang is obvious. This is because they have seen the development potential of the global group and want to get a piece of the pie. However, Fang Lang does not reject this. After all, now is the end of the war and the period of rapid economic development is about to come. If the company can be quickly expanded through listing financing, Fang Lang certainly won't mind. But when such a consortium comes to seek cooperation, should he ask for something? Think about it. This is the era of electronic information. Fang Lang has always wanted to enter this field, but unfortunately he has never had the opportunity. And the Morgan Consortium that came this time has an AT&T company in its hands. AT&T now monopolizes the long distance and local telephone market in the United States. How much money can be made from the telephone and telegraph business? Just think about China Mobile and China Telecom. However, Fang Lang's interest in this company is obviously not because of its profitability. Instead, it is because this company has the greatest laboratory in the world. The inventions of this laboratory have led to the rapid development of electronic information technology for 100 years. Transistors, lasers, solar cells, light-emitting diodes, digital switches, communication satellites, electronic digital computers, C language, Unix operating system, cellular mobile communication equipment, long-distance television transmission, simulation language, sound movies, stereo recording, and communication networks were invented. If Fang Lang can take advantage of this opportunity to obtain several technical supports from this company, then in the future electronic information field, he will not be controlled by others. Of course, the invention of the transistor will take another 2 years. This laboratory has been established for nearly 20 years and has a lot of good things in hand. Oh, you mean the Morgan Stanley from the Morgan Consortium? Yes, the boss. Did he say why he wanted to see me? Hearing Fang Lang's question, Berg was stunned, as if he was too excited to hear that the big shot wanted to meet the boss and forgot to ask the other party's purpose. He shook his head slightly embarrassedly. Looking at Berg's dazed look, Fang Lang felt that his appetite was moving again. No, didn't he just make out with Lilith? He spent the past 6 months without Lilith and Vivian easily. Why is he so restless recently? He couldn't help but flicked Berg's forehead lightly as a punishment. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. After realizing that this was not Lilith or Vivian, she quickly pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Okay, call him back. I will be there on time tonight. By the way, I may need a female companion for the banquet. I wonder if Miss Berg can." Before Fang Lang could finish his words, Berg had already hurriedly said, okay, but I need a dress to attend this kind of party. What should I do if I don't have a dress? Thinking about the way she pretended to be cool when she saw him on the first day, and then looking at the silly girl now, Fang Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart that women are fickle, and the ancients were not deceiving me. Since you are accompanying me to attend, of course I will be responsible for your dress. Let's go. I haven't visited the commercial streets of New York yet. It's just right that you can be a guide and take me to see the prosperity of New York. Wouldn't that be too bad? Otherwise, you can deduct it from my salary. Berg obviously just started working and didn't have much money, but he didn't want to give up this opportunity to meet an important person. That tangled little expression made Fang Lang laugh. Okay, I'll deduct it from your salary. Can we go now? Okay then. The Plaza Hotel is on 5th Avenue. Let's go to 5th Avenue and have a look. Berg is only 24 years old and still doesn't look as cool as she pretends to be. On the way, Fang Lang thought of the girl's academic qualifications and asked curiously, "Berg, I remember you said you were a Harvard MBA student, right?" "Yes. But I remember Harvard doesn't seem to admit female students." "You didn't fake your academic qualifications." "What are you talking about? I wouldn't fake my academic qualifications. I graduated from Harvard's women's school. My mentor told me that my grades were better than those of Harvard graduates of the same level. It was because I was a woman that I couldn't be awarded a Harvard diploma. I couldn't find a good job after I graduated, and most companies didn't recruit women. In the end, I could only interview to become an assistant." Haha. "From what you said, you don't seem to be very convinced to be asked to be an assistant." Fang Lang's topic clearly touched Berg's sore spot. He looked out the window and stopped talking. "I just came back from your school." Hearing Fang Lang's words, Berg turned his head and looked at Fang Lang and said, "Oh, do you, the big boss, need to personally check the academic qualifications of a small assistant like me?" From Berg's tone, Fang Lang could hear Berg's dissatisfaction with not being trusted. "How can I have time to investigate your academic qualifications? The main reason is that my girlfriend is studying at the medical school of your school, and I went to visit her." "Ah. Is your girlfriend also a student of Radcliffe College?" Berg looked at Fang Lang in surprise. Then, as if he remembered something, he said angrily, "Wait, you have a girlfriend? Why did you tell me that last time?" "Told you that? What did I say?" Fang Lang was stunned by this question and asked in confusion. Berg's face turned red and white, and he said after a long pause, "It's when I talk about boyfriends." "Oh. So you heard what I said. Do you mind having another boyfriend?" You already have a girlfriend, and you still want to be my boyfriend. How can you be such a jerk? You have a boyfriend too." "I don't mind." Berg was stunned when he heard Fang Lang's words and felt that his three views were overturned. "I said to myself that I have never seen such a shameless person. I was almost vomiting blood in anger, and it took a long time to suppress my emotions and said, 'Boss, you are a real jerk.'" Fang Lang raised his head and smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." Looking at Fang Lang's shameless expression, Berg didn't know whether Fang Lang was telling the truth or joking. But looking at this boss who looked a bit like a rogue, he actually felt that he seemed to be easy to get along with. He was not angry at all when he called him a jerk. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.